Check, check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. Let us get started. Good morning. Happy Monday to you all. My name is John Michael Parker, State Representative, and I'm excited to call this public hearing for the Environment Committee to order. Let's start with any comments from our co-chair and ranking members. Senator. That's a good morning. So nice to see you all. Representative Callahan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Public hearings, they're sometimes lengthy, and if you see one of us get up and leave, it doesn't mean we're disinterested. It means we may need to eat something. We may need to use the facilities. We may be in two other public hearings or two other meetings at the same time. So we're very interested in your input, and we're happy you're here today. I'd just like to say that at the beginning, because years ago I testified before a committee, and I couldn't figure out why everyone was leaving. I just thought they didn't like me. So hopefully have a good day. We get a lot of information. That's the purpose of these hearings. So thank you.
Surely not that, Representative. All right, with that, we are going to get things started. As I see our staff in the corners, I'll thank you in advance for what I know is going to be a long and thorough day. We appreciate you all. Let's get going with number 3 on our list, Commissioner Katie Dykes and company, we're sure.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. Welcome.
Great to be with you all today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Katie Dykes. I'm the Commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Many members of my senior team who are here today who will be supporting some of the testimony. And I just want to highlight, as you have a very exciting and lengthy agenda, a few bills that DEEP is particularly excited to support. First, we are excited about Senate Bill 1245, the governor's bill establishing a resilient Connecticut strategy. Certainly after the extreme weather events that Connecticut communities experienced last year, everything from a near dam failure a year ago in Basra to the tragic and intense rainstorm and associated flooding on August 18th affecting the Naugatuck Valley, as well as the unprecedented wildfire season that DEEP and many local firefighters helped to respond to over a 2-month period last fall. It's certainly the case that climate change is impacting communities, and we're seeing that the need for, in this bill, more proactive and effective planning processes, enhancing some of our planning and regulatory approaches to ensuring that we're building appropriately for the new normal in terms of climate and extreme weather events is really important for the economic competitiveness of the state. In addition, I'm proud to support House Bill 6868, which is the governor's bill enhancing environmental permitting and predictability. This has been a priority of mine as the commissioner at DEEP since 2019 to help improve the transparency and the efficiency and effectiveness of DEEP's permitting programs through the 20 by 20 and then later the 20 by 26 initiative. And I believe that the elements in this bill will help DEEP to continue to provide more timely and predictable response times and ensure that we can move projects forward with adequate support for environmental protection, and hope that the committee will be as enthusiastic about these provisions as we are. In addition, I want to express appreciation to the committee for raising House Bill 5004. Again, this is the act concerning protection of the environment and the development of renewable energy sources and associated job sectors. This bill includes many provisions to help ensure Connecticut continue to plan effectively for reducing greenhouse gas emissions on the trajectories necessary to avoid some of the worst or most catastrophic climate outcomes And so we appreciate the incorporation of updates to our planning targets, both for the economy-wide targets under the Global Warming Solutions Act, as well as the targets that Governor Lamont has set through executive order for continuing to lead by example in climate mitigation and other sustainability strategies in state buildings and operations. I also note that the this bill reflects a critical opportunity to help address affordability challenges and improve the cost of living for Connecticut consumers. We know that the deployment of heat pumps, for example, to help provide for more uh, efficient, energy efficient cooling for and air conditioning for residents is something we see more and more Connecticut consumers adopting heat pumps for that purpose. We saw heat waves impacting our residents last July. The amount of energy needed to cool our homes has increased 14% since the 1960s. And so providing folks with more efficient ways to cool their homes is critical for public safety and also for affordability. This is just one of many examples, I think, within this bill of measures that will not only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but address the urgent need that our residents and businesses have to lower costs, the cost of living, cost of doing business in the state. So look forward to answering any questions the committee may have about this bill. There's so many other elements in it, but I know with the lengthy hearing, I don't want to belabor or take too much time with the opening statement. So with that, I will be glad to take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks for being with us this morning. Thanks for all your work on these issues. I'll get started with Bill 6868, the environmental permitting predictability. We had some testimony about questions around Section 4 and a concern that the regulatory process is being shifted a little bit, and we were wondering if you could explain the strategy and the thinking on that. Maybe we can get started there this morning.
Great. And my team, as they cycle up, will introduce their names and title.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Emma Simino, Deputy Commissioner of the Environmental Quality Branch at DEEP.
Good morning, Brendan Shane, Legal Director for the Environmental Quality Branch at the department.
Thank you both.
So Section 4 right sizes the administrative process available in the department's hearing process. So to take a step back today, if someone files a petition for hearing, our hearing process includes two components. It includes a public comment hearing where we take both verbal and written testimony or comment on a bill, on a permit, and an evidentiary hearing component, which is sort of quasi-judicial. It's held back in Hartford, where exhibits and testimony are taken into the record. In about half of our hearings, there is no intervening party contesting the case. So there's someone who's petitioned for hearing, who's asked for a hearing, but there's no one to ask questions of the department or the applicant, introduce their own exhibits, introduce their own experts. And so what we'd like to do is provide for the public comment phase when that's all that someone's seeking, or when that's all that someone's able to participate in, and reserve the evidentiary phase for those half of or so of the hearings where someone is participating, where there's a little more value there.
Thank you for explaining that. So can you be specific about what are the changes that the public will sort of face in this new process going forward? The strategy makes sense to me about what I hear as efficiency, right? And if half of these hearings are not even moving through that other phase anyway, I guess the concern is we don't want to miss out on the chance for the half plus one that are going to be there and want to go this other process. So explain how that's going to work.
Sure. And so to be clear, the other half are moving through that process, and it puts a resource burden on the department and on applicants to go through that process and make a demonstration, even though no one opposes it. The big change is that at the outset, it would require the person who's filing the petition to ask for that second evidentiary phase and demonstrate that they will be entitled to participate in it by showing that they're aggrieved either under kind of a classical aggrievement standard found in our rules of practice, or by General Statutes 2219, which requires specific factual allegations that unreasonable pollution is reasonably likely to occur. And so at the beginning, at the time the notice is published and you can request the hearing, that demonstration or those allegations will need to be made and determined to be sufficient, and then that second phase will become available.
All right, that makes sense. So it's from it's not the people that are going up for the permit that are saying, we want to do this just our way. It's actually the folks that might have an issue with it have the opportunity to speak up earlier on and be able to get themselves into the process soon.
That's
Is that
correct.
understanding correct?
That's correct. And anyone can file a petition and get that public comment phase, because we find that there are a lot of people who want to come like they do today and speak to decision makers and express their concerns. And we want to make sure that we have that public engagement touch point. It's just that second, more quasi judicial phase where participation is more limited anyways by operation of law, that we want to make sure people are asking for that at the beginning, that we're determining whether someone can fully participate, and then we're providing that process if there is someone who can take advantage of it.
All right, thanks for that. I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about this because I know, like I said, there's definitely some testimony on this. We want to make sure we get it right, but appreciate you giving the overview. I'm going to ask one more question and then I'll share the mic a little bit. Sorry to hog it, everybody. Commissioner, we'll just ask you one question about 5004, which you brought up. And as someone that's done some work on this bill into this year, I just wanted to see if you could help sort of at the overview, explain a little bit about the approach. Specifically, you got into the idea of this triple impact report, which is thinking about some key factors. And we have a bit of a different approach in the bill this year, and trying to be, I would say, for myself, and happy to have this conversation later, more planful, more collaborative. So can you speak to sort of what DEEP's role is going to be in that potentially?
Sure. So, so just speaking to the triple impact study, for example, so DEEP has for many years conducted planning processes around what the state can do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to support achievement of the long-term and medium term and nearer term greenhouse gas emission reduction targets in the Global Warming Solutions Act. And so we are continuing to do that planning. And in fact, we have a grant from the EPA through their climate pollution reduction grant program that 49 other states are also moving forward with this type of planning through this EPA funded program to identify pathways for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But what we're reflecting in this, or what we see reflected in this report, is something that we've known for a long time, that some of the different measures that are needed to achieve those greenhouse gas emission reduction targets and reduce greenhouse gas emissions also provide other benefits in the near term for consumers around saving money and helping consumers and communities be safer and better protected from the impacts of climate change. So what we see reflected in this study is an opportunity for us as we do this broader planning effort with the EPA funding to look across all of those different strategies that can help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions and really highlight the ones that will provide the most near-term bang for the buck to respond to consumers' demand and desire for ways to lower their energy costs and help better withstand some of the impacts of extreme weather events. So that's why I mentioned, for example, the heat pumps and air conditioning. About 40% of Connecticut residents have, or 90% of Connecticut residents have some form of air conditioning in their homes. But of that 90%, about 40% are using window air conditioners, which are big energy hogs. And so when we have heat waves like we've experienced last summer, customers, especially those who are relying on those less efficient air conditioning options, are going to see higher electric bills than they would have otherwise. The good news is we have solutions in technology solution in the form of heat pumps, air source heat pumps, which can provide are much more efficient in converting electricity to air conditioning and dehumidification. And so this is an opportunity I see in this plan, for example, to look at ways that we can help spur access to that kind of energy saving technology, which is going to help people be more comfortable, help them manage their energy costs better. This can be a real public safety need as you think about the significant number of families and kids that are experiencing asthma and respiratory illness who during those types of heat waves, it can be dangerous for them to be outside because of the high ozone levels. And so again, like providing for, so there's a safety component and an energy savings component. And the key with this, as I read this triple impact study, is it'll give us an ability to really highlight some of those ways that we can make these climate or carbon reducing technologies that are available to address the near term challenges of affordability and safety that our residents and our communities are asking for.
Thank you for that. Yeah, please.
Um, sorry to do this, but we just got a message that it was hard to hear some of you. So just make
Oh.
sure you speak right into the microphones as best you can. I think it was more on your
Oh,
side
okay.
than you.
Got it.
Thanks. Yeah, and I might pass it back because I was going to just say thank you for that. And what I hear you underscoring is affordability and safety. That's really important to me, and what I hear from my constituents and my colleagues. And so I bet we'll go further into some of this stuff, but appreciate the initial thoughts. Let me open it up.
Hey, I know we talked about this some time ago, and I probably dropped the ball on this in terms of the heat pump technology. And as you know, a believer in the following the industry, just naturally migrating towards that technology, which it is, um, in the rebate process and how important us providing those rebates and as incentives for both consumers and professionals to purchase both heat pumps, water heaters, everything. And explain a little bit of the process of how we determine what rebates get chosen and to what units and big changeover. Uh, and how that process goes and go ahead.
Sure. So right now, we have the state's conservation and load management program, which is the energy efficiency program funded in part funded through the public policy charge on customer electric bills, is the premier way that we can support investments that consumers want to make in more efficient equipment. And over the years, we have seen a significant increase in customer demand, specifically for rebates for heat pumps. In fact, the demand has nearly doubled over the last few years. We have members of our Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy. Just quickly, in terms of how the rebates are set, do you want to speak to that?
Sure.
Say your name and who you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm Vicki Hackett. I'm the Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy. Good to see you all. So currently, the way our heat pump incentives work is because we had such great demand, they were sort of driving up the budget, our spend in the conservation and load management program beyond our budget. So we have converted the incentives to a reservation system where when you have somebody come in and evaluate your home for a heat pump, you have to sort of put in a reservation in advance to get the incentive, because there was so much demand that it was hard to mitigate that demand without just running out of incentives in the first couple months of the year. And we're seeing the demand largely for people who are converting from inefficient cooling, whether it's window cooling or inefficient central cooling systems, and people who are looking to convert to heat pumps for heating, to replace either electric resistance heat or oil or propane heat, where it can be a big cost saver for those folks. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but happy to.
I think more specifically, and certain units get rebates, particular water heater, particular type of certain BTU load, heat pump. Some get rebates, some don't. How do we determine which ones do, which ones don't?
So we only give rebates based on cost effectiveness. And there's two ways to look at cost effectiveness. What's cost effective for all customers in Connecticut when we're giving rebates to individuals? And that helps us decide whether to give the incentive to the customer, but then we also present to the customer whether it's going to be cost effective for them. And that goes to their choice about whether to adopt the technology or not.
So just to put a finer point on it, we're constantly through in working with the Energy Efficiency Board and with the utilities who administer the program, and then through DEEP's oversight of the program, we are testing when we look at what the upfront cost of the heat pump will be, how those are changing over time. We look at what the reduced energy usage would be for customers installing the heat pump. And we're always testing to make sure that there are going to be savings for all ratepayers. So if you install a heat pump and you receive the rebate that's subsidized through the public policy charge, you'll see the benefits of a lower energy bill. But at the same time, but we also want to make sure that the rest of the customers of the utility are also going to benefit. There's enough savings there in your lowered usage that the rest of the system will benefit in being able to avoid needing to build the next power plant or transmission line and so on and so forth. So those are the system benefits that we look at as well. And that all of that is folded into the cost effectiveness. With the greater demand for the heat pump rebates, we also have worked to try to optimize and in some cases reduce the incentive a little bit to be a little less generous, reflecting there's more people demanding this. We want to stretch the budget further to be able to serve more customers. And so we've directed the utilities to do an optimization plan around these incentive levels to reflect the need to stretch the budget as well. I don't know if that answers the question.
I think the root of it was I asked a horribly phrased question, so I've gone a little bit around where I wanted. I just always, I mentioned it also in the past. Make sure to include some of the professionals who are installing, the installers in the process to get their input on what systems are working best, what systems are most in demand, to ensure that we're using units that are used most by people and
Mhm.
make the most sense for changeover.
Yeah.
You don't need to answer that. Just
Well, just
to
very,
go ahead if
very
you wish. Yeah.
briefly on that, we have contractor interact. Go ahead.
We have a heat pump installer network, and it's very much sort of a training process for heat pump installers, but also an opportunity for a feedback loop with the utilities who implement the program, so that we can learn from them and they can learn from what the latest approaches are. And one of the things we really emphasize when people are getting heat pumps is that you really need to weatherize to get the savings from the heat pumps and to be able to be comfortable in your home. You really need to weatherize, make sure your home is weatherized first.
Yeah, I've been banging that drum for a long time. Solar plus your heat pump plus your weatherization gets your tremendous amount of return. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Not getting you out as quickly as last week, huh? Lots of questions on several of the bills that have to do with your department here, and might have to bring in the Colonel or Justin at some point. But when on the topic we're on now, the rebates, you briefly mentioned, where's the money come from?
So there's a variety of sources that a customer can rely on to make, if we're just speaking to heat pumps, make those more affordable. Since 1998, Connecticut has had the utility administered energy efficiency programs that are funded through a surcharge on customer electric bills and gas bills to help us where it's more cost effective for us to invest in helping people, businesses and residents reduce their energy usage than investing in building the next power plant or transmission line. The energy efficiency program has existed to correct for that market inadequacy, if you will, in making sure that we're first funding energy efficiency. So that's the funding for the energy efficiency program derives from a surcharge on customer electric and gas bills. In addition to that, there's also funding that comes from we have federal tax credits that are in place under the Inflation Reduction Act. We also have received an award, or I'll say we have been have funding obligated to Connecticut and 4 other New England states through a heat pump accelerator program that's administered by the EPA, and that will the Connecticut portion of that funding would be about $100 million over 5 years that would support heat pump adoption for residents in our state. I believe in addition to that, we also have authority to do a competitive procurement for energy efficiency that would be backstopped by ratepayer-based contracts if the efficiency investments are more cost effective than purchasing conventional supply. And that RFP is underway. So we haven't selected any bids at this time.
So
Variety of sources.
I hear what you're saying, but the other people are going to have to pay through their electric rates for people who want this. That's yes or no?
Uh, yes, and if you don't invest in those cost-effective sources, then those same customers would pay higher electric bills, higher supply charges to support the meeting the electric needs with conventional generation. It's more expensive.
Okay, and along the lines, and there's a lot of detail in 5004, and I'll continue to work with the committee on that. But the greenhouse gas emission standards, 70% reduction by 2040, zero by 2050. Most of the other states that have similar are coming nowhere near that. In Connecticut, the majority of our energy is created through natural gas. Without natural gas, what are you going to replace it with? Great, renewables are great, but you're going to have to cover the whole state with wind farms and solar if you want to make up the difference. So what about modular nuclear? Is Deep thinking about that?
Yes. So first, I would say this related to sections 2 and 3 of 5004. So this would add a target for 2040 for on the Economy-Wide Global Warming Solutions Act. These are planning targets. They're non-binding, but we find that they're really important to help us benchmark how we're doing relative to getting towards the 2050 target, which we're not currently on track to meet. So these are really critical planning and benchmarking targets. And the U.S. Climate Alliance, which is roughly half the states in the U.S., committed to an equivalent target for 2035, 2040 timeframe. So we're in good company with many states that are looking at this type of a target for planning purposes, which is consistent with the Paris the targets in the Paris Agreement. So you're asking you're saying yes, natural gas is currently generally roughly about half of the power that's generated in our state is coming from natural gas. The governor's spoken his State of the State about an all of the above approach to maintaining affordable, clean, reliable energy. We have significant investments in renewable resources. They don't, because we're in a regional grid, they don't all have to be built right in Connecticut in order to help reduce emissions on our grid. Renewable resources, we think that a balanced portfolio of different resources provides a lot of benefits, not just in terms of emission reduction, but in providing for affordability and reliability. To the extent that we would, we want to support more renewable resources coming online because they have zero fuel costs and they have their upfront costs are higher than conventional gas generation, but once they're online, they are immune to some of the price increases that can occur with geopolitical trends, such as for fossil fuels, such as we saw during the war in Ukraine, when gas prices spiked due to geopolitical events. So renewables provide some of that offsetting fuel diversity and price diversity or hedge insulation against volatile fossil fuel prices. New nuclear is something we are supportive of. We have, I had the pleasure of testifying in the Energy and Technology Committee about that last week. We think that there's additional steps the state could take to lift the moratorium statewide for new nuclear development while providing for an opt-in for communities to host new nuclear. Other states that are seriously in this game to attract investment in new nuclear are also establishing things like early site permitting funds that can help deconflict and identify nuclear-ready sites. So those are some of the steps that we discussed in a report we provided to ENT last year, and that we hope to build on some of those recommendations.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, just
Please.
I'll be brief. I would like to perhaps the Colonel or Justin can come in, but first, when on Bill 62550, this is a bill to look at, and I've asked Deep and I've asked OLR to come up with what's the optimum number of NCON officers in the state. And I know we've been increasing, but they're still spread very thin. Do we have enough NCON officers?
Yep. So we have 62 full-time sworn officers. We are appreciative that that's an increase of 8 in recent years due to additional appropriations to support the expansion of their work. And we've also established the seasonal resource officer program, which has helped us to address staffing challenges and capacity needs during peak season. I'll pass over to the Colonel to share more. So,
Hey, good morning, Chris Lewis, Director of Law Enforcement for Environmental Conservation Police. So, repeat, so you're asking, do we have enough officers currently? As Commissioner, so we do have 62 sworn officers. We did increase that. Our looking back from when we didn't have the increase that we did, our calls, we handle more calls for service. We're more proactive. We've increased our ability to patrol waterways, to target high profile areas. I know there's another bill today on like striped bass. We have additional resources now to focus that. But to answer your question, yes, more officers are needed. We have a huge demand. We also cover our state parks, which is not quite comparable to our northeastern states, other states. So with the state parks that we also provide police coverage for, that's an additional demand of our staffing, especially in the summer. Our visitation has greatly increased in our state parks, which has an additional demand on staff resources during the summer, and that continues on into the fall and winter as well.
So Colonel, if, for instance, where I live in our district, 108th is Kennewood Lake, if one of the deputized Lake Patrol officers pulls over someone and they're intoxicated on a day that perhaps DEEP isn't there, it could take up to an hour for a conservation officer to get there. It's not your fault. It's just that they're covering huge areas. And that's what I'm seeing. And that's where my concerns come. And some of the other committee members proposed the bill. We're spread thin. And you're also out there enforcing crimes in state parks. I'd like to see more collaboration with the state police on that to free you guys up to do your job. But while I have these guys up here, I just it's important that I ask while Justin and the Colonel are here. Switching gears because I'm taking up way too much time, but while you're here, I have to ask you. There's a bill regarding Morse Cove and waterfowl hunting. Has there ever been a study there? There's a bill in here to disallow it, I believe. Has there ever been a study whether it's safe or whether it's not?
Yeah, I can address that. My name is Mason Trumbull, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Conservation. Thank you for your question. So yes, there's a bill that you speak of that would prohibit waterfowl hunting in Morse Cove in New Haven. We have looked into that in the past, and we have determined that is a place that is safe to hunt. There are a couple things there related to that bill. First of all, one of our priorities here at DEEP is equitable access to the outdoors. And there's a doctrine in the state of Connecticut called the Public Trust Doctrine. And that doctrine allows members of the public to access the shoreline below mean high tide. So basically, when the tide is low, you can walk along the shore in Connecticut, you can sunbathe, and you can do a variety of recreational activities, including fishing, and hunting is also one of those. So we're strong supporters in a state that does not have a lot of access to the outdoors, or access to the shoreline, or a lot of private shoreline. We're a strong supporter of the Public Trust Doctrine. Hunting is highly regulated. We have laws that prohibit the distance you have to be from a building with people inside of it, or an occupied residence, those types of things. So we're highly regulated. And in the last 8 years, we have not had any violations of hunting in Morse Cove. So all those things to say, we do believe that it's safe there. We have looked into it in the past. I'm not sure exactly, to answer your question directly, if we have a study or not that demonstrates that, but I'm happy to look into that for you.
Actually, Deputy Commissioner Mason, you answered the question because there's a bill to stop it, and I just want to know what's DEEP's position on it. And I told the kind chairman, this is my last question. I don't know if it's for Chris or Justin or there's a bill in here to eliminate, put a hold on striper fishing on the lower Housatonic. I have a problem with bills like this because there's fishermen that are out there abiding by all our rules and abiding by the rules that are DEEP is out there to enforce. And this would stop people from fishing, which is a great fishing area, and the stripers come inland. How does DEEP feel about this? I know there's a lot of bad actors hopping on. I've read stories about, and for the people in the audience here, that there'll be people fishing on the sides of the river, taking stripers out that are not the right size, and they'll go across the street and bury them in a hole in a hefty bag because they don't want you guys to catch them because the fines. So the two-part question is, would a higher fine help? And how do you feel about closing off fishing on the lower Housatonic to the people that are actually abiding by the laws?
I'll answer. So I think an increase in fine would be beneficial. We have inland fisheries violations, which have a higher fine than our marine fisheries. We have two categories of fishing regulations. One's marine fisheries. So striped bass falls in our marine fisheries regulation. Current total fine for a violation is $75 versus you go inland and it's $154 for a violation. So it's if you're a poacher, it's more cost effective to poach in the marine fisheries, which would be a striped bass fishery. Uh, we recently moved from a misdemeanor to infraction. That has actually helped our enforcement. We get we get people paying their fines, and when we have repeat customers, I'll say, we were able to suspend their fishing privileges, not just in Connecticut, but also in their home state, which that does have a deterrent for the chronic repeat customers. And I'll let Justin handle the biology part.
Yeah, thank you. Justin Davis, I'm the Bureau Chief for Natural Resources at DEEP. So Colonel Lewis covered it pretty well. We believe the situation in the lower Housatonic is primarily right now an enforcement challenge. There's a large body of fish that overwinter in that area. They're easy to catch. There's a lot of them. And when the conditions are right, people can catch quite a few fish. Most of those fish right now are below the legal harvest limit of 28 inches. So there's not much legal harvest occurring there. And we actually did a study a few years ago looking at the survival of fish that are caught by anglers and then released in that fishery, and found that post-release mortality is very low in that fishery. So we don't have a concern about the level of legal harvest occurring there. We don't have a concern about the impact of the catch and release fishing. The primary challenge there right now is that we do know we have a persistent problem there with illegal harvest. Our environmental conservation police officers have done a great job in recent years of stepping up enforcement actions in that area. Generally, we think the approach here is that we need continued enforcement, perhaps increased fines, but taking away access to the fishery from all the folks who are following the rules is likely to just deprive that recreational opportunity from law-abiding anglers, while likely not providing much additional deterrent for those folks who aren't following the rules.
Well, I thank you, and thanks for the indulgence, Mr. Chair. And I certainly would advocate for more ANCON officers because it's tough to cover so many different parts of Connecticut. And so I really appreciate you all being here today, and I appreciate your indulgence. It was things we need to get on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you all. Striped bass and climate and energy, a lot that I want to talk about today, but I'm going to hold my tongue for a minute. Briefly, Colonel, thank you for sharing that discrepancy in the inland versus the marine. Interesting. Wonder if we should do it by weight. So these little trout and these big striped bass. Save that for another time. I'm going to hand it off to Rep. Gresco. I'll circle back with some more later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staying on the line of questioning from Representative Callahan, and thank you for the efforts you've made on the Housatonic River, and especially the recent action in Stratford. But let me ask you, if instead of responding to a drunken disorderly at a state park, is your job qualifications and description more along the lines of doing what you are doing on the Housatonic River? In other words, if we can get the state police to be willing to help out with things that technically might not be in your job description, but because they're happening at a state park, would free you up and more officers available to go and do these sting operations on the river. I don't want to put you in a bad spot because, you're giving the state police more work, but I'm just trying to gauge where your wheelhouse is.
I can jump in here, Representative, before I pass it over to Colonel Lewis. Just speaking more broadly with parks, thanks to strong support from the legislature and the governor over the past year, we've been able to increase our park staff by 13 new park staff. So kind of our parks and our ENCON officers work together. Our park staff are the first line of defense. So if people are in parks, they're recreating, and they see people in a parks uniform, that they're less likely to disobey one of our laws, right? If they see there's people there, if there's a presence in the park, people in uniform, although our park staff can't write enforcement tickets, they do help prevent a lot of negative behavior. And then, we have seen a big increase in outdoor recreation, but we've been able to, as we said earlier, we've been able to add 8 NCON officers as well. And we've also been able to hire a seasonal NCON officer program. And I'll let Colonel Lewis talk a little bit more about that seasonal NCON officer program in just a second. But that allows us to write some of those lower level park infractions using our seasonal NCON officers. And that frees up our full-time officers to do exactly what you're talking about, those types of higher level sting operations, address wildlife complaints, et cetera. So maybe, Colonel Lewis, I know we're right in the middle of recruiting for that. Maybe you could talk a little bit about the seasonal program.
Thank you, man. So yeah, Deputy Commissioners mentioned, so we call them Incon Rangers. So they are seasonal officers. We started doing the last couple of years. This are going to be our 4th, 5th year going into this. And gets to the point that you address. So versus tying a full-time officer into the park dealing with a disorderly visitor, our park staff and then our seasonal patrol officers who do have limited enforcement primarily address that. So they're there at the park in not every park, unfortunately, but just our busy parks that get most of our calls. And that does free us up. So that has translated in recent years where instead of having 2 officers sitting at Hammonasset State Park all summer long, all day long, I don't have any officers sitting there. They come there if they're called, then they leave. I'll have 4 rangers that patrol the entire park. And so that frees up my officer that would be at Hammonasset during the summer to now they can go do a boat patrol or they can go do fishing enforcement.
Great. And then my final question, Mr. Chair, is around House Bill 6868, and thank you for the governor acknowledging the need for additional streamlining work with permitting. And having been on the committee for some time, you're the 20 by 20 and 20 by 26. But when we leave this room, and I can only speak for myself, but I'd imagine, my colleagues have the same experience when we go back into district or wherever, I'm waiting for 2 years. I'm waiting for 5 years. I'm waiting for 10 years for my permit from DEEP. And I don't expect DEEP to roll over just because somebody put a permit in. There is due diligence, but I'm just telling you and giving you the feedback that we are all getting, and I would give you the specifics, but I'm afraid there'd be retribution. So I don't understand it. What do you want me to say to those individuals that say, I've been waiting for 5 years for a decision, I've been waiting for 10 years for a decision?
So I appreciate your support for 20 by 20, 20 by 26. One of the first things we did in 20 by 20 is we established permitting timeline, benchmarks for all 125 different permitting processes that we undertake. So that gives us a shot clock essentially to measure how we're doing, because different permits have different levels of complexity. Some are automatic and some require significant public input and comment, and that adds to the timeline. And that's appropriate to, more complex permits involving greater environmental impacts. We also identified back in 2019 that we had a universe of legacy permits. That means permits that had been sitting with DEEP for more than 5 years. Sometimes there's a lot of different reasons why a permit may be with DEEP for that amount of time, but we set significant targets for reducing that backlog, and we reduced it by over 65%. And then we made it a rolling target now. So rather than just trying to take that one universe of older permits, we now do a look back for permits that have been with the department for greater than 3 years. And we track how we're doing in terms of progressing through that backlog. And so we've made a lot of progress on that. One of the, to the answer to your question, there's a whole host of different things that can contribute to things taking longer, more time than necessary. And in many cases, being able to implement process improvements that eliminate staffing activity that's not value add frees up staffing resources within our limited amount of staffing that we have to focus on those more complex permits. And so I think some of the provisions in this bill will help us reduce some activities that are taking up time and resources that are not really value add. That would be, for example, streamlining the process for renewals for general permits. In addition, we're really excited about some of the work. I mean, I think section 4 as well, which I appreciate the questions on it because it requires a lot of careful communication, is to ensure that we're not having to automatically go through the most time intensive and extensive public hearing process where parties are not actually members of the public are actually just seeking public comment, but then that necessarily triggers the need for us to go into that much more intensive public hearing process that may not really be adding value or responding to what commenters are actually seeking. So those are just a few of the items that are in this bill that it will help us to reduce those things that are contributing to taking up more staff resources, but without in some ways freeing them up to focus on the more complex permits where we do have much more active and engaged public concern.
Thank you, Representative. I believe I saw Rep. D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, to you and your staff for always coming and providing us with great testimony. Appreciate it. So I wanted to ask a question or two on a couple of bills that we haven't touched on thus far, Mr. Chair, if I could. So Commissioner, as you can see, we have 19 bills on our agenda today. I want to right now direct your attention to the 13th bill. It's House Bill number 6455. It has to do with the authority of DEEP to modify or revoke a consent order. Did you submit testimony about this? Because I didn't see it if you did.
So I realize this is a bill that's been raised before and DEEP has opposed in the past. And so we have testimony coming. I apologize. It's not with the written testimony is not with the committee today.
Okay.
But it's, I will say, substantially similar to the testimony we've provided in past years. And we're happy to speak to our concerns.
Okay. Well, could I ask you to just briefly give us a preview of what your testimony is going to be on this?
Absolutely.
Good morning again, Brendan Shane, Legal Director for the Environmental Quality Branch. We have several concerns here. I think first, it's important to understand what a consent order is. The statutes don't speak directly to consent orders in nearly every instance. Instead, they are administrative orders that are issued with consent. So someone agrees to accept an administrative order, but once that order has been issued, it functions exactly like any other administrative order. It is not, in fact, a contract, and our courts have been consistent that although there is an agreement to accept the order, that the orders are not contracts. And so our concern is that the language of the bill conflates consent orders and contracts. Our concern is that it makes the tool more cumbersome to use. In fact, in the overwhelming majority of instances where the department has modified or revoked a consent order unilaterally, it's done because, for example, someone's purchased a property and the prior owner has passed away and the consent order is in their name. And so to efficiently allow that property transfer to happen, to allow a new cleanup to happen, we can revoke the consent order. And so adding process there isn't to the benefit of anyone. And so I think those are our highest level concerns. It's a really important tool for us, and we want to make sure that we preserve its flexibility, its integrity, and its important role in our enforcement process.
And I appreciate that explanation because when we've debated this in the past, as I'm sure you're aware, some of my colleagues insist, I think mistakenly, that this is a contract and that this is an agreement. And therefore, since it's an agreement, you can't change the agreement without the consent of both parties. But I think that you are telling me that that's not the case and that's not the way that this should be viewed, correct?
That's correct. And so much of this dispute comes out of an old enforcement matter. And in that matter, it's a very fact-specific matter where a partial consent order was issued and there were concerns about how the obligations under that partial consent order were being performed. But in that case and in others, the court said specifically that consent orders are not contracts, although they are to be interpreted when you're considering how to construe the language of a consent order. You may look to contract principles. The consent order itself is not a contract.
So just I don't want to go too far with this, but just to kind of settle it in my mind, so the DEEP has the ability, the legal authority to revoke this consent order unilaterally? Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And that's established in law?
yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I would say there is one important limitation already in statute, that the department can't unilaterally modify the cleanup standard required by the consent order for the land or waters of the state, and that's in 22A6DD. But otherwise, we have the unilateral authority to revoke or moderate or modify. Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I look forward to seeing that in writing, although I know you did have it in writing the last several years, Commissioner, so no, that's great. So may I ask two more questions, Mr. Chair? So having to do with, again, two bills that we haven't dealt with so far. Item number 14 is Senate Bill 58, authorizing residents living in a flood zone to lay up to 10,000 cubic yards of landscape fill per year in their yard and establishing a tax deduction. I did not see any testimony from the department on this, and just curious to know your thoughts on this, Commissioner, or one of your designees.
We are not supportive of this, and I apologize again that our written testimony is not before the committee yet, but we'll be happy to elaborate on our concerns.
No need for apology, but I would like to hear why
Yep.
are you opposed to this?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Graham Stevens. I'm the Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse, and one of the things I oversee is coastal and inland permitting. So this bill has several issues that we believe are flaws. First, I think it misinterprets DEEP's authorities with respect to its permitting programs. The bill is asking us to stand up a brand new permitting program that would supplant a municipality's jurisdiction as it relates to, the importation of fill. And what we're talking about here is 10,000 cubic yards of fill per year that the department would, establish a permitting program to permit on a property. Just to put that into context, typical dump truck is 10 cubic yards. That's 1,000 dump trucks a year onto a property to bring in landscape fill material, which we don't know what that means. And you can just imagine the mound that would be created. And anytime you slope soil, you're going to shed that water in one direction. It's not all going to go back into the water course. It's going to go onto neighbors' properties. And municipalities deal with this every day, right? If you have your gutter spout too close to the property line, you call the town, and the town deals with that because the towns deal with flooding, and that is their jurisdiction. So this is expanding the department's jurisdiction into an area where we think the municipalities are best suited to address it. We also don't feel that this amount of fill is prudent in most instances. And if you bring in this much fill and you're on a water course, I could see within a couple of years' time having to then, talk to the department about permitting a new seawall to contain that fill, which could be eroding into our water courses and causing water quality issues. So, we certainly are very supportive of resilience, very supportive of people protecting their properties, but we think that that should be something that is discussed at the municipal level. And if there are community-wide resilience initiatives, we do have a Deep Climate Resilience Fund that is set up for addressing some of these, perennial low-lying areas that are being, exposed to greater flood, as a result of climate change. So we're happy to work on the community side. We just feel that this one is more properly directed back to the municipalities.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And finally, Mr. Chair, so it's item number 16 on our list. It's Senate Bill 73, an act transferring oversight of farming on state-owned land from DEEP to the Department of Agriculture. Senate Bill number 73. So I noted, Commissioner, that the Department of Agriculture is opposed to this bill, and just wondering if you would care to offer your opinion on Senate Bill 73.
Mason Trumbull, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Conservation. Thanks for your question. We follow the Department of Ag's position on this bill. We do allow people, farmers, to farm on wildlife management areas in the state of Connecticut, and we do that based on a specific wildlife management goal. So that could be a variety of different goals. It could be to help protect endangered species. It could be to help grassland birds. There can be a variety of reasons why we allow a farmer to use state land. And a lot of the times we find a mutually beneficial relationship there. And so we're not looking to shut down or remove any of those programs. However, we do think that the key, because those farmers are using a public resource, the key factor that we look for are is that farming operation supporting one of our wildlife goals? And if the answer is yes, we're willing to continue moving forward with that. If the answer is no, then that's an area of farming where we would not want to continue that relationship. I would also say, these are areas often that are surrounded by or that have public access. So there's safety concerns, et cetera. So we would want to just make sure that we want to continue offering agricultural farmers the opportunity to do agriculture on our properties, but we want to make sure we do that in a manner that's safe and in a manner that supports our wildlife management goals.
So bottom line is you would not be in favor of this. I heard what you said. I just want to make sure we're clear on this.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being with us today and the rest of your staff. Just to kind of follow up on some questions earlier on 6250, the NCON expansion bill. I guess my first question would just be, how much of the NCON officer's time is dedicated to kind of standard crime enforcement compared to enforcing environmental regulations such as fishing and hunting? I know Rep. Gresco brought up incidents in parks and kind of policing people's behavior. I'm sure you don't have like a set breakdown, but I was just curious how much of your time is occupied kind of policing park behavior as opposed to policing the regulations.
I can hit that at the top level. I think, Representative, thanks for your question. It really depends on the season. And I'll let Colonel Lewis talk a little bit more about kind of the seasonal fluxes that we see within our enforcement.
Yeah. Great, Chris. Be happy to follow with the pretty soon after this committee. I can get you statistics you're looking for. We do track that, but our job is very seasonal. So it's trout fishing right now. We're gearing up for opening day of catch and keep here in another month. So we're in our closure right now. So trout fish is at the top of our officer's mind right now. In the fall, it's hunting season. It's upland. We got pheasant, we got deer. In the summer, it's our outdoors. It's our boating, our summertime fishing. So seasonally, it all varies, but we can provide you with the breakdown of basically how many calls for service we get in different categories, and we'll provide that to you.
Yeah, I would appreciate that information. If you could include data on infractions for striped bass and things like that, I would appreciate that as well. I'm looking at the language of this bill, and sorry, I had it pulled up here. It's tasking the Connecticut Conservation Officers Association with filing a report on staffing levels. Is that the officers union, or what exactly is that organization that's referenced?
It's an organization of officers to support the officers. It is not their bargaining unit. They have a separate bargaining unit. So this is just a association of officers and current and retired officers that exist to further the department's mission.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. On the other bill, 6248, I did propose that bill kind of at the urging of some anglers who came to me. Throughout researching the bill and talking to DEEP and various fishing organizations, I think having a moratorium on a single body of water in the state does not really make sense. Personally, I do think that we need to do more to increase regulation around the taking of striped bass. So I guess the question would be, at what point would the agency look to do something more on the state level if the Atlantic State Marine Fishery Council does not increase regulations in the future?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative. Justin Davis, Bureau Chief for Natural Resources at DEEP. So as you mentioned, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, which is an interstate fisheries management body empowered by federal law to manage migratory fish resources along the coast, has management authority for striped bass. That's not some outside entity that's dictating to the states what we have to do. There's representatives from each state who are part of that commission and collectively make decisions about how to manage. Currently, the commission is trying to rebuild the coastal striped bass population because it fell down below acceptable levels in 2018. We're about halfway to our goal, so we're kind of on track. In a 10-year rebuilding plan, 5 years in, we're about halfway to where we want to be. So right now, the coastal regional management process, I think, is working, but we do have to stay focused on striped bass conservation. I really appreciate the intent of this bill and the focus on striped bass conservation, because I think it is a really key issue for our Bureau and our agency. I think we have to wait and see. The commission will likely, I think, have to enact some more conservative regulations between now and 2029 to get us to the rebuilding goal. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what we get out of the next scientific assessment of the coastal population. Any state within the commission is free to take more conservative action on a state level than what the commission is dictating the states do. So I think that's something we could visit on a state level down the road if we felt like the regional process isn't keeping us on track for where we need to be for striped bass conservation. But I think right now the process is working, and so we need to stick with it and continue to work with our neighboring states to make sure we can rebuild the striped bass population.
Okay, thank you for that information. I know we've talked offline and in the testimony today, the issue of the fines was raised. Is it correct? I believe I heard this correctly, that there's a different penalty depending on if the fish is caught inland or in the ocean? I see everybody nodding, so I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Would the agency be willing to pursue parity between the fines, so we have the same fine for the ocean, or would you like to see an increase in fines for taking of striped bass that are outside of the slot?
Yeah, we would support finding parity there. We have to look into the process for doing that. I think that's probably I don't know the exact process off the top of my head for doing that, but we would support that outcome. Yes.
Great. I'll let you off the hook here with my fishing questions for now, and I look forward to working with you in the future on this. I would like to pursue this in the future more, and I look forward to working with the agency. So thank
We
you all.
appreciate the attention to the issue, and I think as you can see, we share the concern, and hopefully this bill is helping to illuminate some of the different, what types of levers might be more effective than others in terms of enforcement approaches.
Yeah, if I may, just real quickly, Mr. Chairman, I know this caused a lot of ire amongst the fishing community, and I've talked to a lot of people about this bill, probably more so than any other bill I've ever put in, which is kind of surprising. But I just want people to know, like, this isn't meant to be punitive. A lot of times in our process up here, we propose bills so we could have the discussion and learn more. So that was kind of the intent behind this. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for your comments. It was a real world collide moment when all these fishermen I follow online start posting about this representative from Middletown, what he's trying to do to the striper fishermen, myself included. But truthfully, we appreciate the approach on this and want to keep the conversation going. Representative O'Day, online. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. And good morning, Commissioner et al. The consent order bill, just to answer my good colleague from the 21st, as an attorney for the last 34 years or so, I want to get into a little bit of the weeds here because I understand it's not a contract. Every lawyer that practices knows it's not a contract. Who besides DEEP can pull out of a consent order unilaterally, to your knowledge?
Again, Brendan Shane, Legal Director from the Environmental Quality Branch. The department has the authority, as it does in other orders, to modify or revoke orders. That authority doesn't extend to respondents, if that's the question.
Yeah, so if in a lawsuit, for example, if the parties enter into a consent order can anybody pull out besides, let's say it's somebody else. Let's say consent orders aren't just limited to deep. Is it correct?
In a lawsuit, so consent orders are issued to resolve administrative enforcement. So they're not issued in the context of lawsuits. A stipulated judgment would resolve a lawsuit.
True, but have there been consent orders in non-deep cases? In other words, other administrative entities enter consent orders, correct?
I can't speak to other administrative entities with any certainty.
All right, so but consent orders are a way that parties can settle their dispute, correct?
So in the context of the department's enforcement, consent orders are a way for the department to resolve without a hearing its issuance of an administrative order. It can issue an order to a party without a hearing.
So are you aware? So this case goes back to a company in Milford, correct?
That's correct.
And there was actually a lawsuit there, correct?
There were a series of complicated proceedings there. The consent order at issue was a partial consent order related only to the investigation phase of a remediation.
Right. And in that case, normally when a consent order is litigated, the litigation on that is whether or not the consent order was complied with. Is that fair to say?
Right. A consent order is agreement to a process. If there's litigation about a consent order, it's after the issuance of the order, right? Is that the question?
Yeah. So let me put it this way. Let's say Deep does an investigation of an alleged pollution of a body of water, and in that case, the parties can either negotiate and enter into a consent order, or they can litigate. Is that a fair summary of what can happen?
No, the department would typically offer a consent order as a path to resolve the alleged violations, to put the process on track to achieve compliance. If the party didn't accept the consent order, the department would first usually issue a unilateral order to the party to require them to go through the same steps in the same process. And if that unilateral order were subsequently violated, the case may end up in court. There's a smaller subset of matters where the department does not pursue administrative enforcement and refers to the Attorney General's office and brings litigation, but that's the exception rather than the rule.
And in the case where the party, let's say there's an alleged pollution, and the party can either spend money to litigate the case. In other words, they could say, listen, we didn't do it. I know Deep, you say we did, but we didn't. And then Deep brings an action that the party disputes it and ultimately ends up in litigation. Is that sometimes the path that's taken?
It ultimately ends up in a hearing, an administrative hearing, or in litigation, depending on the enforcement mechanism chosen.
If I can just add one more thing from just a contextual standpoint. So when the department, exercises its enforcement discretion, we will reach out to parties that we believe maybe, have created or are maintaining a source of pollution to the land and waters of the state. And we, at that point, will typically have information to support our assertion that that party is a potential respondent as it relates to that pollution. And so we have tools at our disposal. We're talking about consent orders. Really, they are administrative orders with consent. And we're talking about, lawsuits. Typically, unless the issue were incredibly egregious, we would start with discussions with the potential respondent and say, we believe we identified an issue here. We want to talk with you about correcting the issue. And we believe we have enough support on our side to issue an order that would go through an administrative process potentially. And, we always offer a consent order first as a way to, create a shared pathway for resolving these pollution issues. And, that consent order, again, like our legal director stated, is an order with the party's consent. And what that means is it doesn't have a pathway for an adjudicatory process, which is the department's process to administratively resolve an order. And that just basically shows that the party is willing to work with the department to try to address that pollution problem. But it is not part of a lawsuit. There are other terms in other areas, it sounds like, that use the term consent order. But really what we have here is an administrative order with consent of the respondent to work together to lay out the plan that the consent order lays out to address the pollution problem.
And look, that's the purpose of this bill, is to encourage companies to enter consent orders to clean up rather than litigate. So you've got, suppose the respondent disputes deep, right? And they don't believe they polluted. Deep says you did. There's an argument, there's a dispute, and it could be administratively argued, litigated, or a party could say, look, I could spend $1 million litigating or disputing this, or I can clean it up for $500,000. Why don't I be a good citizen, even though I don't think I did it, and I'll clean it up? So I'll enter this consent order and clean it up. So let's say I clean it up, and Deep says, you know what, you didn't clean it up good enough, or you should have done this or that, the other thing. So we're going to withdraw, we're going to unilaterally pull out of the consent order. And then the party that didn't believe they polluted is back to square one. They cleaned it up. They spent the $500,000 cleaning it up. Deep didn't like it, so they pull out of the consent order. Does that sound fair?
I don't believe that that's what has happened in the past or what will happen in the future for a few reasons. The first is the department's decisions are still subject to other administrative protections, such as declaratory rulings, where its decisions can be challenged. The second is existing statute at 22A60D prohibits the department from modifying a consent order to change the cleanup standard. So the cleanup standard is known. The modifications that we're talking about are more process or steps in the process. And then the third is, again, the matter that gave rise to this controversy concerns only a partial consent order, which was for certain steps in the process, not the whole process. It presents a very different factual circumstance from the overwhelming majority of the instances where consent orders have been modified or revoked over time. And so I believe there are sufficient administrative protections and statutory protections in place to avoid the fact pattern that you're describing.
So why did those things fail in Milford? What happened?
Milford, again, was not a full consent order that laid out the entire scope of the cleanup. It was a partial consent order for certain investigative steps. Some new information became available that really undercut the process that was required to be undertaken in the order. I mean, I think it was a very peculiar scenario, and it's why there's not a whole laundry list of similar situations that have happened. It's unique on its facts.
And I would just add this one thing about Milford. There were 5 partial consent orders, and there was only one that ended up with revocation. And I would also say that we enter into about 40 consent orders a year. We certainly, want folks to feel comfortable with the consent order process because we do think it's fair. And we do agree that, working together, we can work with parties that we believe have created or are maintaining sources of pollution to eliminate those from our environment. But Milford certainly was a very unique situation where multiple parties were potentially contributing to volatile organic compounds that were flowing down towards the Housatonic River and if I recall, impacting the indoor air of one speaker, Representative Amon. We put a lot of attention and care into this project and worked very diligently to address the pollution with 4 of the 5 parties.
Look, this consent order bill is a pro-environment bill, in my opinion, and I just don't want to see what happened. I want companies, if they have an option of either litigating or cleaning up, I want them cleaning up and being confident that they are not going to get, frankly, mistreated by the agency later on. So I hear you. I've had many conversations with members of DEEP on this. I'm happy to have some more on it. I just want to make sure what happened in Milford doesn't happen again. So in any event, this is a pro-environment bill, in my opinion, and I have yet to hear anybody convince me otherwise. But thank you very much for your time and attention.
Representative, I would just say, I agree with you, that, providing flexibility for violators to be able to, make the investments necessary to come back into compliance as opposed to avoiding costly litigation is a goal that DEEP supports. And my concern is that if this bill were to go forward, we would lose that tool, the flexibility of the consent order tool to achieve that. But you've asked this number of questions. I recognize we don't have written testimony in front of the committee today, but we will take the opportunity to, respond specifically to some of your questions when we submit written after the hearing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you, Representative O'Day. I wonder if some of these conversations will continue tomorrow. A little preview in our joint public hearing with the Commerce Committee on the Release-Based and Transfer Act conversation. Stay tuned. Representative Mashinsky online. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Deep on this case. My recollection of this case is that the consent was withdrawn when false data was submitted as evidence that the pollution was under control, and it was not under control. It was false data, and that was the reason that's my recollection. That was the reason the department withdrew its consent. But could Deep comment on that?
I think that record is well documented in the court cases, and we would let that record speak for itself.
Okay, so we're asking for a change in the law because one party falsified their documents, and now they're trying to get excused from that. I don't think that's appropriate, and I hope the committee won't support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Representative O'Day, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that all due respect to my good colleague, that is not accurate in my understanding. The party I'm trying to assist, or I believe got wrongly handled in this case, did not submit false data. So I don't know who the good representative is referring to, but it's not who I'm trying to make sure. I want to encourage companies entering consent orders to clean up rather than litigate. And I believe the current situation discourages entering consent orders. So that's what I'm concerned about. I take the good commissioner and staff at their word, and I'm looking forward to seeing the testimony and see if it's sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair, for the second time. I will be brief. Since we have Mr. Stevens and Mr. Shane in front of us here, I need to ask this based on this discussion. So what would be the typical situation, other than false information, let's leave that aside, what would be the typical situation where the department would either modify or revoke a consent order?
Sure. So the most common situation, as I mentioned earlier, is that a new buyer has come to a property and the old company that owned it is long gone. And we are able to revoke the consent order to either enter a new one with the new owner or to create a clean slate for them to move forward to resolve the cloud on title. That is overwhelmingly the most common scenario.
Thank you, sir. I told you to be short.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. Thank you. Order is nearly restored with our agency at 1 hour and 23 minutes. I'm not going to let you off that. Chafee's not even here anymore. One more question for me, if you don't mind. And I'm looking around the room in case anyone else has others before we start to wrap up here, phase one. I'm going to circle back to a conversation before. I appreciate Rep. Callahan asking questions concerning House Bill 5004. And as someone who's been working on this bill, I would be very concerned about the possibility of adding new charges on ratepayers, given where we find ourselves in this season. And I was especially interested to hear you, Commissioner, speak about the $100 million over the 5 years, if that funding can materialize, and some of these things that I know might be on hold a little bit or on cause of concern. So just to be very clear, in your perspective, does this language that we drafted set up for the department to increase and add new fees, specifically in public policy charge, when it concerns energy?
So, new fees. So I think that what this bill taken as a whole would do, it opens up the possibility of lowering costs for ratepayers. I'll just take, for example, the product efficiency standards that are in here that would save tens of millions of dollars per year for all ratepayers, to the extent that we could advance common sense standards that many states surrounding Connecticut have adopted, that would ensure that the appliances being offered for sale to customers are those that are going to help do the best to keep their energy, the cost of operating those appliances down. There's a whole host of different products that are included, and all of them would have a payback of less than a year. So that's one that would benefit all ratepayers to the extent that we help more customers have the choice of more efficient options for appliances when they're going to replace or buy new appliances. There is the provision around energy efficiency procurement, which is in section 2022. That would clarify DEEP's authority around procuring energy efficiency. We have existing authority to do procurements of energy efficiency that again would be recovered. That enables us to sign contracts with third parties that are aggregating and supporting reduction in energy demand. All of anything that we would select in that RFP must demonstrate that it's in the best interest of ratepayers. So it would have to be something that is going to actually lower the total bill for all customers if we invest in it. So to the extent that we would procure something, it's within existing authority. These might be new investments, the cost of which would be recovered in the non-bypassable charge, but would only be advanced by DEEP if it's going to lower the supply charge or other parts of the bill by more than the cost of the investment. Beyond that, all of the programs I believe that are in that are in here are ones that are already in existence, and there are many elements of this bill that would just strengthen and improve the targeting of those programs to those customers who could save the most. So, for example, heat pumps. I'll say I believe the 5004 last year called for like designing a target for adoption of heat pumps just across the board. This bill focuses, I think, more on helping to develop a plan to target the adoption of heat pumps in a way that would prioritize those customers who could save the most on their energy bills. So, for example, if you're heating with electric resistance heat, you could save, $1,000 or more annually by converting to a heat pump. That would also have benefits to all ratepayers because by helping the electric resistance heat customers, who represent about 10% of the residents in the state, lower their electricity consumption. That means that the rest of we can avoid the cost of the grid and building out more generation supply as we reduce the electricity usage for those customers. So that's an example of how I think on balance, the bill as a whole is helping to reduce energy costs for customers. But in some cases, through some supporting more targeted investments of ratepayer dollars, that would have the effect of lowering the total electricity bill spend by more than if the bill didn't go forward.
I appreciate that. What you're speaking to is I'm happy to hear in terms of the intention around working with existing programs, again, not to drastically expand in a way that raises costs to fund those programs directly right now, rather being able to target within those and really think about where the biggest bang for our buck is. You've mentioned, other folks have mentioned resistance heat, some of the window units that I know are costing a lot of people a lot of money. And if those are the kind of programs that we can focus on, that's certainly my intention with this bill. So appreciate you sharing some of this. And Rep. Callahan, I appreciate your questions before and looking forward to continuing this part of the conversation as we try to work this one forward. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there final questions? How about that? Thank you so much to the commissioner and to the team for coming and all the musical chairs. We appreciate you all. And that about does it for today. Oh, wait, we have 104 people left. Is the good leader of the Senate? Is Senator? No. All right, we're going to keep moving. Representative Candelora, please.
Thank you. I'm online today. I
Hey,
apologize.
there
I
you are,
can't
Vinny.
be there in person. Uh, Chairman Parker, Chairman Lopes, Ranking Members Callahan and Harding. I'm here to testify in favor of two bills.
Representative Candelora, would you just wait 1 second? There's a little bit of
Sure.
noise in the room. I want to make sure we can hear you. I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Representative, please, I think we're ready. Go ahead.
So I'll be brief, but I'm here to testify in favor of two bills, House Bill 6273 and House Bill 6289. You will hear later on from Keith Bishop and Willie Della Camera to address each of these bills separately. In particular, though, House Bill 6273 is really in response to what we've seen with our climate issues in Connecticut, the impact that it's had on our farmers. We had flooding, obviously, in Southbury in the Connecticut River, but also in North Branford, we saw a hailstorm that in a matter of minutes wiped out a couple of farms in our community, their crop for the year. It was obvious to us that the federal government, their federal insurance, does not benefit really help our New England small farmers. And so we are proposing to try to create a state fund in order to supplement when these kind of natural disasters occur. My biggest concern, I think a lot of people's concern is once a farm is gone, it's gone. A lot of times the land gets developed, the expertise leaves. It's very hard to bring these farms back online. And so I believe that this is an important step to protect those resources that we have. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative Candelora. In reading the bill, we did hear back from several, I know you have constituents and there's others in the state who have taken a big hit. How would you see us coming up with a fund to help these farmers out in these when we have these disasters from certain weather events?
Well, I certainly think that will be part of the conversation, I think, for Appropriations Committee. I've spoken to the chairs, one of the chairs about this. We do have to look for a revenue stream that is viable, that could make sure the account is continually funded, whether it's a community investment fund, which is currently funding different parts of our agricultural industry, or creating some other type of funds.
Thank you. And I certainly have gotten a lot of contact from my rather rural parts of my district that share the same concerns. So I appreciate you bringing this bill up. And the second bill that you were testifying on, last week in the legislature, we were on the House floor talking about drones. And so when I just want to let you know, when people come up to testify regarding how drones can be used to help with agricultural crops, I certainly will ask them what we did talking about drones in the legislature last week, how would it affect them? Because is definitely good applications when it comes to treating crops with drones. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And Keith Bishop, who is an expert on this issue, will certainly be able to provide more information on that. But that technology could, according to him, could actually help reduce pesticides from being administered in a more broad way. It provides a more specific application that's a lot more environmentally friendly. So certainly he'll have a lot more information for that.
Thank you very much for being able to testify remotely today. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Online, Representative Dubitsky.
Appreciate it. Thank you,
morning,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman. Appreciate it. And thank you, Representative Candelora, for coming in. With regard to this fund for crop damage and the like, how do you anticipate that working? Would that be administered by Department of Agriculture? Would there be an application process? Can you walk through what your vision of that is?
Yeah, what I would envision, it probably would makes sense to fall within the Department of Agriculture. And it would be an application process related to an acute event, so it's not a fund for, a bad season or something more long term. These are sort of acute weather events like a hailstorm, like severe flooding that impacts a farm or a type of grower, to give them the opportunity to be able to offset what they're not getting from their insurance programs.
Got it. Thank you very much. Now, with regard to the drones, when I first heard about it, I actually thought it was a fairly silly idea, but it does seem, the more I thought about it and the more I looked into it, that it probably has some pretty good application, especially on places with row crops where a very small amount of pesticide or other chemical introduced very precisely would be much better than having a plane fly over and just spray everything. Is that what you're getting from your constituent?
Yeah, that's the intent, exactly.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Was there anything else you wanted to say on either of those bills?
No, I think we've covered it. I appreciate the time. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Dubitsky. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for testifying today. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about 6273 in terms of the crop loss. I walked some of those farms with you in our district, and to see the devastation was just eye-opening and really disheartening. I felt so bad for the farmers who were unable to recoup any of their crop loss based on their federal insurance, based on the caps that applied to their federal insurance. And there was really no way for the state to help them. And I know you and I sort of put our heads together along with some other colleagues about what we could do. And how we handle that, probably needs to be hashed out a little bit, but I was surprised to see the DOAG commissioner's testimony that was not really in favor of this, pointing, in fact, to the governor's budget for $15 million to apply to all business who suffer from catastrophic events and business loss. So I guess farmers would be included in that. My concern with that is that $15 million is a very small amount to apply to statewide businesses. This is not specific to agriculture. So I wondered if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, and I appreciate the question. I think, as you and I know, what is so unique about agriculture, when you visit these farms like we did, even Rosa Bianca's across the street, the vineyard, they're operating under very difficult circumstances, under New England weather. We also don't have the acreage that you have out west. And they're providing products, directly to our local grocery stores. They provided products, during COVID, we worked on the food boxes being distributed to people. There's a lot of value added to having these local farms. And so they are in a unique situation because once they lose a season, they can't recoup it. It's non-traditional in the sense that businesses can take out business interruption insurance and can be made whole in the private market. Farms just can't, they don't have those options. And that's why I think it is unique to be looking at this as opposed to a fund that you are competing with other businesses that may or may not have insurance to cover their losses. Farmers just don't have the same access to insurance that private businesses do. And that was sort of the impetus, as you and I talked about, to get this bill put forward.
Yeah, thanks for that. During that time, I just felt this sense of helplessness and was really surprised to learn that there was really nothing we could do. We didn't have any tools in the toolbox at the state level. So I'm hoping we can put our heads together with the commissioner to come up with a solution that will be beneficial for our farmers moving forward. And certainly these events are happening more and more frequently with climate. So also just quickly on 6289, the drone bill, also driven by a constituent of ours, and just wanted to clear up any misunderstanding because I've seen some testimony saying we need less spraying of pesticides, and it's no secret that I've been in that camp, that I have tried several times to ban certain pesticides. But actually, my understanding of this bill is that this provides more targeted application of pesticides and actually uses drones, which can be much more environmentally friendly than obviously a lot of the combustible engine equipment, the diesel equipment that is often used to spread pesticides. So I wondered if you could speak to that as well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It is a more targeted approach, and it actually would lead to the use of less pesticides, more advanced technology. I think even the topography of New England land, where it's harder to get the tractors in, you're not looking at more widespread application. It would be more targeted.
Okay, thanks for that, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, Representative Candelora, we appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning and for the bipartisan, bicameral work on these issues. We look forward to trying to move these forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Next up on our list, we have Senator Heather Summers. Welcome, Senator.
Welcome. Well, actually, I'm usually saying welcome, so thank you for having me. I am here. First of all, I would like to testify quickly in support of SB 75. That's a really important bill for my district, and speeding up the permits for getting rid of hydrilla would be very important. 6250, fully staffing econ. I sit on appropriations. That's something that I think is really important in our district. There's been times in my district in the state forest where one half-time econ police officer has shown up when there's a party of 600 people in the forest. So really difficult situations. There's not enough of them, and they do a great job. I'm also in support of 6289, the drone bill, and 6273, creating a fund for farmers. I won't go into the detail. I agree with everything that Representative Candelora has to say about those bills. I'm here today really to testify on SB 58. I would like to make sure there is a mistake in the bill. It's not supposed to be 10,000 cubic yards. It's supposed to be 1,000 cubic yards. There's an extra zero added on there.
So not 1,000 dump trucks. Okay, got it.
So just to clear that up, I wanted to make sure that was something that's really important. So, thank you for letting me testify. I think that this is an important step in trying to have the conversation about what homeowners can do. We hear a lot about climate change, sea level rise, but we're not giving our homeowners a lot of action, actually. What can they do to help prevent what's happening? And I worked over the summer with a civil engineer who is been in this business for years and years creating docks. And what we did is we used these projections from Circa, which is a 50-year projection on the sea level rise in our area in Connecticut here. We plotted it at high tide, low tide, high mean tide, low mean tide to see what the differential was with the water rise. And what we found is, I'm not going to name the part of Mystic because I don't want them to get upset, but they will be completely underwater at high tide. So this is something in these particular areas right now. People have their furnaces actually attached to the first floor underneath. They're not on the basement level because of the flooding that they experience. You will be hearing from other people today as far as what they have to do to get to their homes. So what we looked at was the FEMA regulations, and I brought a copy in case anybody wants one. In section 7.5, it talks about filling in, if you can imagine, you're living in a low-lying area. The town of Groton, in this particular case, really can't even pump the water up and out because it comes right back down. And you have the tide and you have the stormwater roadway drainage all coming in at the same time. So if we could elevate the amount of land that is around your foundation, so you're building up the land around your foundation, at the same time, you're raising your roads, you're building everything up. It is not going to be the cure-all, but it certainly would be helpful in mitigating the issues that we have in these particular areas. And that could be used all along the coast of Connecticut. We have in the town of Groton, we do allow you to put down, I think it's 5,000 cubic yards of landscaping fill every year. But not every town is either aware of this or keen on it or has decided to update their regs to allow this. But my idea, along with others, is we should have a general permit, $250, so it's easy for the landowner to be able to apply to put 1,000 cubic yards of landscaping fill, which is allowed by FEMA in 7.5 of their coastal high hazard area natural flood insurance regs every year. At the same time they're doing that, we are looking for them to be able to write a portion of that off of their taxes. So we have people on the coastline being able to help mitigate climate change, but we're not asking people in non-coastal areas or non-flooding areas to pay for it. This way it would allow them, and this would apply for people that are living along riverbanks also, the same kind of issue. You're building up the land, at the same time, your town has an ability to, if they're paving, they normally put between 1 and 2 inches of asphalt, but we would create a special fund for those areas that flood where they could apply for grants on top of LoSIP to do 4 inches at a time. So over years, you're raising your roads by 8 inches. You're also raising the land around your house, more displacements of water, less flooding, and that's what the idea of this bill is. It complies with FEMA. It empowers homeowners to protect their property. There's environmental and stormwater management benefits. It works in conjunction with road elevation. You can't raise the road and leave your houses down here. It's just going to make the situation actually worse. And it aligns with coastal adaptation strategies. And it really could be a win-win solution for homeowners, municipalities, and our state's flood mitigation efforts. It gives homeowners an opportunity to actually do something and protect their homes by reducing the burden on municipal budgets. And it ensures compliance with FEMA regs while also making our communities more resilient to future flooding events. It's really important that we look at long-term planning and integrating these elevation strategies into zoning and building codes. It's important for permitting agencies and the waterfront consultants to recognize the impacts of sea level rise and to adapt our permitting criteria that we have, which is cumbersome to say the least in the state of Connecticut, and to accept this eventuality and try to modify our regs to make it easier for homeowners and for the people living along these areas to be able to permit policies and be responsive to what we're seeing. So that's what this bill is about. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Senator. I appreciate you speaking about the need to do this long-term planning, to be comprehensive and thoughtful about our approach, and to being able to, you've got the chart right there from Circa about what we're facing in terms of these sea level rises and how we can deal with them. And the committee, I think, is entertaining a number of bills. Number 19 on our agenda today about permitting, whichever number Senate Bill 9 is on here about resilience. If I could just ask one question about this specific policy. Well, in reading some of the testimony, there was concern that this might set up folks that frankly can afford to do this process to be able to have their properties uniquely protected, and that given the nature of water flow and diversion, it would create sort of an unlevel playing field, I guess, literally and metaphorically. How do you respond to that in terms of, because I know, of course, you're committed to making solutions that work for everybody. So
Right.
how would you respond to that?
Well, I think, it's easy to, I'm going to just say this respectfully, be a do nothing naysayer. I think we have to be able to start to look at things long term. I don't think that, if you are somebody who lives along the water, who is in an area, that is flooding, whether it be on the river or if you're in Mystic along the water, 1,000 cubic yards of landscaping fill should be something that you should probably be able to swing. And if we can figure out a way to write it off your taxes, maybe not the whole thing, but part of it, because you're actually doing something to help combat climate change. I think that that is something that we should empower people to do. If we're setting up or we're able, we heard before that there was this deep resiliency fund, compliance resiliency fund. That could be something perhaps that we could allow homeowners to apply to if they couldn't afford the 1,000 square foot 1,000 cubic yards of landscaping fill. I think maybe municipalities would help them out. You know, I think that we have to be creative, and this bill is not designed for just rich people that live along the water. I want to make sure that's clear. There's many little houses in this one particular area of Mystic that are not mansions. They're individual houses from the 1800s. They just happen to live in a low-lying zone. So I think everyone can benefit from it. And I think that I hear all the time from my constituents, you know, we have climate change and resiliency folks that towns have hired. There's a lot of meetings on climate change. There is a lot of discussion about what we're going to do, but there's no action that a homeowner can take. And so that's why we thought this was really important. And there's this one particular area, again, it's individual homes. You know, most of them are small in nature, 1,600 square foot, you know, little homes that are been there for since the 1800s, and they flood. You're going to hear from somebody who maybe have a bigger house than that at high tide, he can't even get to his house. So we have people that have made investments in these particular homes. They want to leave them to their family. And I think this is a small step in the right direction that they could take action to protect their properties. And that also protects, you think about the devastation of floods. It protects those that are paying flood insurance so that our rates are not going to increase every year when we have these massive floods in the other parts of the country. Those are all things that are small and intentional steps that we could take to help mitigate what we're seeing in these low-lying areas. And it could apply along rivers and other areas that also flood. But it's important to recognize this is not for just, you know, multimillionaires that live on the water. This is for anybody that's affected in these flood zones. And we have a lot of those along our coastal areas.
I appreciate that, Senator. Thank you for discussing that intention. I hear that. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Senator. Thank you for clearing up the 10,000 cubic yard thing. I thought we were going to have giant mountains of dirt everywhere, and I didn't think the neighbors would like that. So that makes
You would
sense.
think I would get it right, being on appropriations.
It's just one
Maybe
extra
that's
zero.
what they
One
do.
extra zero.
Right.
So we all obviously love your district. Grew up raising hell with my cousins in Groton Long Point, so I love the area. You know, I was recently hiking in South Carolina on the Congaree River, and there was a kiosk. It said the coastline of the United States used to be 14 miles further out right here. So seas have been rising since the miles worth of ice over Connecticut was melting, but we love living along the seashore. And SB 9 is out there for resiliency. We should be able to do this. My question to you is, what's preventing people from doing it now? It has to be permitted?
Yes, it's permitted through the municipality. Not every municipality has the same permitting rules. It's confusing for homeowners. Not every municipality has action in line where you can get a permit to do this. That's why I thought it was important that we had an overarching permit that, yes, in the state of Connecticut, if you live in these areas, you can get a general permit for $250 and you can add 1,000 cubic.
Okay.
Rather than Groton, you can do 5, Stonington, you can do this. You know, it's very confusing. There's a lot of misinformation, even trying to get this bill raised until somebody actually really reads the FEMA regs. You can see that landscaping fill is allowed in certain areas. The one thing I do want to clear up, if I can, I have heard, you know, some feedback, and I'm not sure where this is coming from. I actually have no idea where this is coming from, but I want to clear it up right now. Heather Summers does not want to use this to build a bridge from Stonington, Connecticut to Long Island. That is just absurd. I'm not sure where that came from, but I keep hearing it. So on the record, that's not true. We can't even fix our own bridges, let alone try to build a new bridge. And that would not be landscaping fill too. So just so we're clear on that.
Then just to finish up, obviously we love to live along the water. I live up on a lake in my district, and we should be allowed to make it easier for people to make their properties along the water that have been subjected to flooding and super high tides for centuries. That we should make it easier for them to build resiliency on their own, as well as actions we're taking at the state level. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Senator, please.
Thanks. And thank you, Senator. We discussed this earlier, as you know. There was a testimony by DEEP that they were confused about this is more of a municipal issue than a DEEP issue. I believe you explained that. And as I said before, we'll try to keep this going as you continue work on sorting this out with them.
Great, I appreciate that. And in the packet that it will be uploaded today, I have the projections from Circa and plotted here. I also can share with you the GIS maps when we've overlaid this. They're huge, so I couldn't figure out how to scan them. But you can see at the different time intervals, what's at high tide, mean high tide, what the land looks like. And you'll see slowly there's less and less green until there's no green. And I think that's a really good visual to look at. And also, I will also include just some standard pictures of areas that flood just when it rains, so you can take a look of what we're dealing with. And I appreciate your time today.
Representative Mashinsky online has a question.
Yeah, Senator, my brother lives in one of these climate change impacted zones, and he has a house from the 1860s. And FEMA told him he really had to raise the house rather than put fill in. You know, for his protection and for the neighbor's protection, he had to raise the house up off the ground. And that is what he is doing. Why wouldn't we raise this house for protection?
Well, I think you could do that. You could raise the house. But in some areas, you know, unless you're going to raise the house 10 feet, 20 feet, it would be difficult. But this is not something that's going to be the absolute permanent solution, but it is something that will help mitigate what people are facing right now. I can tell you, I raised a house myself. I had an accessory dwelling property on my house, and in order to fix it, I had to do a soil test, and there was this one little tiny corner of the house that was 49.6 feet away from the water, and it needed to be 50, so 0.6 inches. I had to raise the house 5 feet. It was quite an interesting thing to observe. You know, people come in and they literally just crank up your house and then they fill in the bottom. And I was able to get a decent price because they were doing a lot of work with the crumbling foundations, and they were coming from Long Island so they can make the stop. But it is very expensive to raise a house. And it is clear that people that live in houses for years and years, you know, that bought their house, now their taxes are probably more than their house cost them years ago. They might not have the ability to pay to have a house raised to that level. And then you have to pay to have the foundation done. And if you're lifting a chimney, you want to save that. You'd have to have all that masonry work done. But allowing them to fill around their foundation would help mitigate some of the issues. I would agree, if I had the funds, I would raise the house, but not everybody would have that ability. So I think this is a two-pronged approach. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just not sure if it doesn't buy them more than a few years, but thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Senator, for joining us today and for all your work on this one. We appreciate it. Next up on our list, we have Representative Yacarino. Is he with us online? All right, we're going to keep moving. Next is number 7, Representative Nick Menepace. There he is. Representative, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. All right, esteemed members of the Environment Committee and Representative Shannon. I am here to testify in favor. I'm Representative Nick Benepace. I am from East Lyme, and I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 641. I think that hydrilla has been an obvious thing that this committee has recognized, as there are at least 2 bills right now that are being heard about this one. But it's caused significant harm to the ecology of Gardner State Park, which is in Salem, Bosra, and Montville, which is part of my district. And I think this pilot program for a boat washing station will hopefully help stem the tide of this problem. As I'm sure all of you know, hydrilla came into our waterways in 2016, and it has spread like an invasive species. As I mentioned in my written testimony, deep finds at these washing stations are critical to preventing the spread of invasive species. Boats and I guess water like recreational vehicles are the primary way that hydrilla is spread. And when we have these I guess you would say just who these boats are coming into the lake for fishing tournaments or for large scale recreation, they're not only bringing that with them and furthering that spread, but if they're coming in, and they are then spreading that hydrilla to every other waterway that they are going to. The economic cost of cleaning this up, I'm sure you all know, is already pretty substantial. But what we also have to think of is about the economic loss that we suffer by not doing something proactively. I don't know if any of you have had to go and like swim or boat in this one, but this slop really does end up getting there. It's not an enjoyable thing to be swimming in. It really causes huge problems if you're trying to boat, especially if it's, like I guess arm powered, if you're going on this, or foot powered. It's very, very difficult and you can very much get stuck in it. The other part of it is we simply can't have things like fishing tournaments if this hydrilla infestation spreads. And well, it's going to kill off the fish. It's going to prevent them from spawning. I know some of you are probably here from this one today. Is if you do get into it's not exactly an issue for Gardner Lake Park, but if you get into this for some of the waterways, it's going to divert the flow of the water and prevent that. That's very detrimental to the fish in there. I know that none of you were there, but a friend of mine, Professor Deepa Bureau, presented this all to us along with Deep at as well as the local government for Salem, Basra, and Montville about what a problem this is and how much this is spread in a very short time for Gardner Lake Park. And that's why I'm coming here to ask to have this boat washing station, this pilot program. If we can see that this can be successful, then we can hopefully implement this as a strong preventative measure. I also do want to say that I also support House Bill 504 as one of the co-sponsors. I believe it's important to invest in Connecticut. It'll create economic opportunities and strengthen our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Rep. Callahan.
Testify, Representative. Where's the money going to come from for the boat washing station? What do you
Well,
think?
right now, we were going to be asking appropriations. I believe it is, I'm sure it's around, I don't think we have a final number, but it'll be under $100,000 would be the idea for the pilot program. And that would be for, I believe, 2 boat washing stations.
That's my only question. Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I
Representative.
mean, if you're interested in paying for it, like I'm sure we'd accept it, but all right.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for joining us today and for your work on this one. Next up on our list, we have number 8, Joanna Wozniak Brown. Hey, Representative Metapace. Welcome, Joanna. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Chairman Lopes and Parker, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and Vice Chairs Hockadell and Bumgardner. My name is Joanna Wozniak Brown, and I'm gotta stay hydrated, the Climate Infrastructure Policy Development Coordinator at the Office of Policy and Management. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today in support of the governor's bill, an act establishing a resilient Connecticut strategy, also known as 1245. You'll also have written testimony from the governor and several state agencies, and my written testimony goes into further detail. Resilience is both the ability to prepare and adapt to changing conditions and to recover rapidly. This bill increases our resiliency by informing consumers about their insurance options, limiting development in the highest risk flood areas, improving and integrating plans to coordinate our land use, transportation, and hazard mitigation efforts, and developing related geospatial information. The governor's proposed budget has 2 related provisions. One is an additional staff member at each council of governments to address stormwater and flooding issues, and the other is an additional bond authorization for municipalities, homeowners, and small businesses who have been impacted by catastrophic events. Unfortunately, since last session, when the governor first proposed some of these provisions, our state has experienced a devastating and life-ending flood, joining the growing list of extreme events that outpace our social and physical infrastructure. Fiscally speaking, the financial impact to the towns from the August flooding far exceeds FEMA thresholds, and FEMA's individual assistance distribution thus far is nearly $25 million. That is only part of the picture. State facilities were damaged extensively, 10 towns declared local emergencies, 30 state roads were closed, and several evacuations were conducted. Homes and businesses were destroyed. and we lost 3 Connecticut residents. We're also thankful to our local, state, and federal partners who worked around the clock to restore essential services and keep working to get folks back on their feet. We have an opportunity with SB 1245 to be proactive, identifying infrastructure risks, making sure people know what their insurance covers or doesn't cover, making smart land use decisions, and protecting our residents. Thank you to the many legislators who saw the importance of resiliency and proposed several complementary bills, especially Senate leadership. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this legislation.
Thank you, Joanna. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, in no way am I saying I'm not in favor of this bill, but having been in situations advocating for other pieces of legislation in years past, I'll take a chapter out of Representative Callahan's book. And how are we going to pay for this when the fiscal note comes up? It'd be interesting to see how OFA and OPM dance around the fiscal note for this, having danced around the fiscal note on multiple other bills with OPM and OFA.
I completely understand, and that's a job hazard of mine as well. That's what we have to constantly be thinking about, and we also don't want to burden our municipalities with things that don't bring them benefits. There's a number of provisions in here that are underway through multiple avenues. For example, the climate vulnerability assessments I know has come up in testimony as a potential cost to municipalities. However, we have extensive resources that have been developed at Yukon Circa, including a statewide climate change vulnerability index that produces localized maps of showing people where those locations are. They also identified resilience opportunity areas that are high to moderate vulnerability areas, but also overlap with planning priorities. So it identifies already a package of places, with the exception of Northwest and Northeast sections of Connecticut, because they didn't have funding for those locations. So that there's already that information available to them.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Joanna. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to see you, Joanna,
You too.
from my district, the town of Sherman. That I don't think anyone in this room knows where that is except me and you.
There's not a lot of us, yeah.
But it's a beautiful town. So we talked a lot about this. We went over this a lot last year, these bills. And I think it's smart that we should be planning our infrastructure to deal with rain, heavy rains that stall. Is outdated. And we have culverts and pipes that are, is that basically what this bill is addressing?
It's a huge part of it, yes. And the culvert mapping, which is a provision of this bill, that's another thing that people have indicated could be a cost. Municipalities have already been doing that. Some larger cities have been able to locate those places and then produce a map for it. But a lot of small towns have been working, especially the northwest corner has been working with Houstonic Valley Association on mapping those. So both for habitat connectivity and flood quantities that would be moving through those and wiping out those roads. Also, the northeastern, all of the northern cogs along the top of the state had protect funding from the feds that would be producing some of this mapping as well. And so that's another part of the provisions that are sort of underway, but this bill would make sure that it's standardized across the state. And DOT has also been mapping state assets, so they have a GIS schema that they could apply and share with the municipalities.
Thank you. And I anticipate sitting down with you as we did last year on numerous occasions to go through the bill. And I do have to recognize we do have another Sherman resident here. And for the rest of you, that is the last town in Fairfield County, that little part, if you didn't know that. Thank you. We'll talk more.
Yes, happy to.
Thanks, Representative. Senator Cohen online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Joanna, for your testimony today. I know this is our second go around at this governor's bill, and I had heard various commentary from folks last year that actually they didn't think the bill went far enough in terms of coastal resiliency, but I'm glad to have resiliency sort of at the forefront of the conversation. I think too often we ignore we ignore these needs, particularly of our coastal communities, but certainly impacts the state on the whole. We're a very small state, and seeing the impacts of flooding and storm surges more than ever before. I wonder if you could speak to, I'm not sure if you saw the testimony, but similar to last year, there's significant pushback from the Insurance Association. I wonder if you could speak to some of that pushback a little bit. I know there's concern about the need to disclose that a policy does not include flood insurance, feeling that that's already very clear in the policies that are set forth. And I'm just to make that clear, they feel it's very clear already. In addition, the concerns about certain insurance companies not providing flood insurance at all. So I wonder if you could speak to those things at all.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up, Senator Cohen. For those following along at home, sections 1 through 8 are the new sections of the bill, and sections 1 and 2 make sure that folks, when you go to purchase your mortgage or you go to buy your homeowner's insurance, that you know what is in or out of your flood insurance. And so a number of pieces of testimony had brought up concerns about quantity of paperwork. I imagine that those industries already deal with a quantity of paperwork and have installed probably digital systems, considering the number of paperless bills that come through in order to manage those. And the bill does not mandate that folks purchase flood insurance. The governor had heard after those August floods, a lot of folks had come and said that we thought our homeowners would cover this. And they were devastated because they didn't have the funds to completely replace their homes. OPM's testimony has a couple of pictures related to culverts, but one that sticks out in my mind is the home that just was along the stream bank and was just completely washed away. And so our typical flood insurance might help that, but your homeowner certainly wouldn't. And so we really believe that consumers should understand what is available to them. And it also doesn't mandate, like I said, the insurance brokers offer it. It's just to make sure that folks are aware. And we think that's good provisions. We are happy to work with folks if they feel that the bolded text is not clear enough or provide the clarity that their customers are seeking.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I mean, as you pointed out, I think this is not only an environmentally friendly bill, but certainly a consumer protection bill as well in many regards. And folks don't realize necessarily that when these storm surges hit, that they aren't protected. So I think that's incredibly important. Some are, certainly, but many are not. And they, as I said, are occurring more and more frequently. So appreciate all you're doing to make Connecticut more resilient. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Doucette, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you to the governor for bringing this forward. I had a question about the disclosure requirements, sections 1, 2, and 3. It seems like in terms of disclosures by the insurers and the mortgage lenders, it seems to me that those are disclosures that they're probably already making, and it just may be a matter of tweaking or adapting existing disclosures that are out there to consumers. Section 3, though, deals with the residential condition report that sellers need to provide when they're selling. And I guess a little bit of a concern here. So if somebody's buying a property and getting financing, then their lender's already doing the due diligence, ordering a flood certificate and determining whether or not that property is in a flood zone or needs flood insurance. But if it's a cash transaction or conveyance, I have a little bit of concern that the seller may not know. They likely would in most cases, but may not know whether or not, especially because the maps do change, pretty infrequently, but they very well may change. So I guess my question is, how do you envision that disclosure being made? Would it be subject to, would this be subject to regs review, do you think, going through this? Because in other areas of this statutes where we have legislation that makes changes to that residential property disclosure report, we have the full text of it in there. So I guess two questions. What do you think that disclosure should say? And what would be the process for coming up with that?
Yes, thanks for bringing that up. That's part of the new provisions that we presented this year. This is similar to laws that exist for New York and New Jersey, and they were instituted within the past couple of years. But we would expect that the person completing this form, it would just be a snapshot. It wouldn't need to be something that they would expect to be the conditions 10 years from now. It would just be a snapshot in time, and it would be to the seller's best knowledge. We've also added a provision in here for renters, because there's a lot of renters who might not be aware of when because it's a different process. You know, they're not applying for a mortgage where there's financial interests and folks and processes like that might come up to protect them. So there's also a renter's provision in there to help them. But we also recognize that this is something that we could also produce some maps to assist, and that people completing the form could just jump to. New Jersey has produced something similar. And then we also had worked in a stakeholder engagement process that would include the realtors, and this would include the housing department and CID and DEEP and all of those folks to come together, because currently the statute is very prescriptive in the type of form that it would be. It says 8.5 by 11 paper and 12-point font and things like that, which might not be the way that business is done now. And so we'd like to make sure that we're staying consistent with the times, and that's why we thought that type of engagement was really important. And we've heard that too from the realtors, and they've been very engaged and helpful in sharing their information. There was also a question in some of the testimony on line 57 about whether the seller has received assistance or aware of previous owners receiving assistance. And we, like I said, this is just to the seller's best knowledge, but we've seen in other areas that there's flippers that go in and purchase these flooded properties, and then they redevelop them, and then they sell them, and then folks don't know. And so that would be something we think is very important when somebody goes to purchase property.
Yep, I agree with that, and that's a good point. As a follow-up to that, what websites or databases are available to homeowners and to purchasers, prospective purchasers, to do their own research? And is that information, you think, disseminated well enough? And is there something we could do in that regard?
I think it's very hard for folks to sort through this information, for sure. And I think that we've had some internal conversations with CID and DEEP, and even the governor has expressed extreme interest in creating a flood map and making sure that that's communicated. So that's something we're making sure is available to folks.
I would think that we could probably create a database. Probably can't be done overnight, but I understand, but that we have the information that I think would help to people to be able to ascertain that easier. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions. We have Kim Lasay up next, followed by Brian Garcia.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Kimberly Lasay. I'm the Bureau Chief of Policy and Planning at the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm here today to testify on behalf of Commissioner Euclid. I am here first to voice our support for House Bill 6868, an act enhancing environmental permitting predictability. Over the years, Connecticut DOT and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection have worked collaboratively to deliver projects that enhance Connecticut's transportation system while also protecting wetlands, listed species, and their habitats. ConnDOT supports the proposals in this bill that will provide certainty for our project schedules by ensuring continuous coverage of general permitting programs, allowing alternative mitigation efforts, and streamlining the adjudicated hearing process. General permits are an effective permitting solution, and numerous projects that we deliver are eligible for and utilize this permitting avenue. When a general permit expires, this avenue, even when temporarily disrupted, can impact projects in the design or permitting phase that are pending review and approval from Connecticut DEP or for which ConnDOT needs to apply. This situation, when it occurs, impacts project delivery schedules, as well as creates additional work for ConnDOT consultants, thus leading to financial and administrative burdens for both agencies. We also support Section 2, which allows for watershed level compensatory mitigation as an option when traditional mitigation scenarios are not prudent. While CONDOT has constructed numerous successful mitigation sites over the years, finding a suitable site near a specific project is not always the best solution. These sites can involve the need for private property acquisitions and are often in close proximity to the highway. This bill would allow for utilizing watershed level compensatory mitigation when warranted and would also result in improved mitigation outcomes as well as potential project cost savings. In regard to Section 3, CONDOT has worked collaboratively over the years with Connecticut DEP to develop and share experiences that are proven to work in the field to protect our most vulnerable species and habitats during and after construction. These best management practices and avoidance and mitigative measures to protect species also often involve time of year restrictions around certain activities and also can require field surveys at a very particular time of year. Any measures that can add certainty and clarity to the process are welcomed by CONDOT as they aid in planning and timely delivery of projects that address transportation needs while protecting our state's valuable natural resources. In regard to Section 4, this proposal would provide those who petition for a hearing but do not seek intervening party status with a process to be heard and have concerns addressed with less of an administrative burden for all parties involved. Doing so will in turn potentially save CONDOT staff and consultant resources and reduce permitting processing times, as the administrative needs for formal exhibits and testimony will be lessened for those projects to which this process will apply. While most of my testimony has been on Bill 6868, we would also like to express our support for the Governor's Resilience Bill, SB 1245. This proposed bill language calls for increased data sharing and collaboration across state agencies, amongst councils of government and municipalities to identify threats to our infrastructure as a result of sea level rise. This bill would encourage land use practices, which could help reduce vehicle miles traveled and increase transit-oriented development possibilities. Overall, this bill will result in improved regional and statewide planning within plans of conservation and development in regard to sustainability and resilience issues our state faces. This is a challenge that is best faced with improved data and collaboration on all levels, and we look forward to working with our partners on implementation. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lissay. Senator, what are the chances the Chair of Transportation would want to ask you a question? Senator Cohen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair of Transportation. Hi, Kim. Thanks for your testimony. I'm just wondering if there's the potential for having this bill go even further in terms of mapping the roads that quite frankly, I'm trying to pose my question in an appropriate manner, but I know that we are facing a crisis when it comes to climate, when it comes to flooding, and when it comes to our roadways. There are several in the state that are flooding on a more regular basis, and we have reached sort of crisis mode here in terms of what we're going to do with these state roadways, certainly municipal roadways, but state roadways in particular, which is under the DOT's purview. We're in a position where, we're going to have to either raise these roads, put in hydraulic systems, in some extreme cases, potentially decommission them. And so I'm wondering, does this mapping go far enough to identify those areas for the Department of Transportation?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. In fact, this is something that the Department of Transportation is already working on. We have been actively mapping our culverts in some of our most vulnerable systems, and we are currently finalizing up a resilience improvement plan using Protect funds from the federal government, and we intend to use that as a baseline and to keep that going. So that is an effort that is already underway. I think one of the great things about this bill is that it does extend this information sharing and data gathering to, again, our regional councils of government and to the municipalities. If we can all get on the same page with data, get the same schema, get all the same data being utilized, and get this into one place. It can really be valuable.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, I know at some point we're going to have to take a hard look at both our infrastructure liability and as a result, our financial liability here in the state. And I know we've sort of had the blinders on up to this point, not necessarily the Department of Transportation. I just mean, generally speaking, nobody likes to look at the hard numbers and determine what level of liability we really have with respect to climate change. So I appreciate that the department is taking a hard look at that and look forward to learning more. And again, in favor of this bill wholeheartedly, just looking if there's ways to even take it further and improve upon it. Thanks so much again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia. Followed by Bill Hyatt.
Right. Good afternoon, Co-Chairs Lopes and Parker, Ranking Member Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Brian Garcia. I'm President and CEO of the Connecticut Green Bank. I'm joined today by Bert Hunter, our Executive Vice President and Chief Investment Officer, and Lee Welpton, our Director of Environmental Infrastructure Programs. I wanted to start off by thanking you, Senator Lopes, for your leadership in the nearly unanimous bipartisan passage of Public Act 21-48. At the time, I told my team that that bill was going to be the most consequential and impactful bill of 2021. That bill today is unlocking investment in energy savings projects for renters who live in multifamily affordable housing. I'd be happy to have my team brief you on the status of that program. Today, we're here to speak in support of SB 1245, the governor's bill. We see an opportunity to unlock private investment in the resilience of our communities. Let me turn to Bert, who will then be followed by Lee.
Good morning. I'm Bert Hunter, Chief Investment Officer for the Green Bank. As Brian Garcia noted, SB 1245 offers municipalities the opportunity to unlock private capital for investment in resilience projects for their communities. Many parts of Connecticut, as we've heard today, have seen considerable damage from major storms and floods, crushing homeowners, landlords, and businesses. Resiliency improvement districts can be a useful tool to provide communities upfront investment dollars for infrastructure improvements to mitigate storm damage that costs millions of dollars when these events occur. By reducing the risk of damage or by lessening the damage incurred, savings can accrue from lower insurance premiums as a result of the reduction in risk. In turn, these savings can be used to fund with private capital the upfront investments made by these resiliency improvement districts. I'd be happy to address your questions on funding these investments. Now I'll pass the mic to Lee Welpton.
Good morning. I'm Lee Welpton, Director of Environmental Infrastructure Programs, here on behalf of the Connecticut Green Bank with my colleagues to highlight how a transfer of development rights program, as enabled through sections 18 to 20, will serve as a market-based tool to support cost-effective, voluntary managed retreat in response to rising sea levels and extreme weather events. There's a substantial public cost to inaction, but a well-structured transfer of development rights program will allow Connecticut to use a well-established tool for private sector capital and financial leverage to achieve public sector resilience goals, moving development away from high-risk zones while directing investment toward more climate resilient zones that can accommodate growth. The Green Bank's financing expertise can help to mobilize the private market, reducing reliance on public funds and creating a market for adaptation. Through SB 1245, Connecticut can catalyze market-based solutions to address increased risks associated with climate change. Thank you for your time and leadership on this critical issue.
We're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how much money are we talking about here? I know that you guys are in your, what, 12th round of funding
Green Liberty Note
through Honeycomb now. I'm an investor. So how much are we talking about here? And do you envision this being first come, first serve? In other words, there's got to be X amount available. And if you can't spread it around evenly through everyone, so it's got to be first come, first serve, I'm assuming.
So just so Representative Gresco's first comment was dealing with our Green Liberty Notes, which are currently out in the market, where people in our community can support small business energy efficiency through those Green Liberty Notes. I think we have $350,000 that we're seeking to raise, and we're probably pretty close to having raised that.
We sold out this weekend.
Okay, so that's saying that the market clearly wants to invest in small business efficiency in our communities. We support that program in partnership with Eversource and Amalgamated Bank. Second to, I think the question you're raising, Representative Gresco, has to do with the prioritization and the funding sources that would come from resilience improvement districts and transfer of development rights. You will note within the resilience improvement districts policy, there is prioritization given to several approaches. One being nature-based solutions approaches, which Lee can speak to here in a second. And a second is prioritizing vulnerable communities. You all might recall that as a result of the passage of Public Act 20-05, back following the special session we had in the fall of 2020, Tropical Storm Isaias, that vulnerable communities definition was established, effectively communicating the policy of ensuring investment in these communities, low to moderate income communities, communities that are eligible for the Community Reinvestment Act of 1977. Since these are essentially less than 100% area median income communities, less than 80% area median communities, environmental justice communities, all of those things are within the vulnerable communities definition. So the policy does express prioritization towards those areas. But overall, this is a voluntary initiative of communities. Communities opt in. They would establish, they would develop a district master plan that would identify the types of resilience projects that they want to undertake. They would then hold a local process to establish that resilience improvement district. There's language, I think, in section 23 that speaks to how they might fund it through grants, bonds, all those sources. I think one of the things we would ask is that the Connecticut Green Bank be included within that section, a simple inclusion of 16-245N within that section, I think line 1041, somewhere thereabouts. Then we can be a part of helping raise capital for those communities that want to establish these districts. We have been given through Public Act 21115 the ability to issue bonds for a 50-year period for environmental infrastructure. We think that partnering with communities to support their resilience investments and bringing in public sources of capital through municipal bond issuances can provide a significant level of capital for those communities who want to enable the investment in resilience. So the capital is there. It's a matter of using our tools and providing communities with the opportunities to use those tools.
Great, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? I just gotta follow back that last series you went through with Rep. Gresco. Is that in your written testimony or the specific reference of being included in the language?
I don't believe it is, but
Just
we'll
follow up with
back
an
up
email.
with that.
It's just as easy.
Great.
My memory's not the best.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Bill Hyatt, followed by Ed Hawthorne.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm here today on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. The council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of anglers and fishing organizations all across Connecticut. I also serve as the governor's representative to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, but I'm here today on behalf of the council. The Fisheries Advisory Council submitted testimony opposing HB 6248. Our testimony largely mirrors a lot of what you've already heard from the agency, from Bureau Chief Davis and from Colonel Lewis, so I'll try to be brief. The council is concerned about the long-term health of the striped bass population. However, closing the fishery on the Housatonic River won't do anything to address these long-term concerns. It would only penalize local law-abiding anglers, particularly since it is our understanding, and the agency confirmed earlier, that both the harvest and release mortality of striped bass in this fishery is very low. The problem that has emerged over the last couple of years, however, is the illegal poaching and selling of striped bass from the Housatonic River. DEP law enforcement is doing a fantastic job addressing this problem. I think you heard a lot about that earlier, and have written many tickets. Unfortunately, there have been many repeat offenders. I think the agency called them repeat customers. The FEC believes, the Fisheries Advisory Council believes, that greater deterrence is needed and recommends that the fine be increased from the current $75 per fish up to $150 per fish, which you've also heard earlier and which I see is in a lot of other testimony as well. So I'm going to shift gears just a little bit for a minute. Our testimony from the council includes a short history of striped bass management and a paragraph describing the current health of the stock, of the population of bass. We felt it was necessary to include this to address a couple of very commonly stated misconceptions. One misconception is that nothing is being done about striped bass, and the other misconception is that the stock is about to collapse. Both of these misconceptions are oft repeated, are false. And I think Bureau Chief Davis addressed this earlier as well. And again, certainly would answer any questions. And there's, again, information in our testimony on both of those. However, one very real problem that's emerged is that we've had 6 consecutive years of low numbers of young bass being produced despite abundant spawners. If this continues, it will make it very difficult to maintain high bass abundance, even with highly restrictive regulations like those that are in place now. We do need a large year class of fish, and the sooner the better. But the bottom line for today's discussion and the bottom line for the bill in question is that our striped bass are highly migratory, and nearly all of them are spawned in Chesapeake Bay or the Hudson River. As a result, coast-wide management is the only way to effectively conserve this population, this fishery. Closing a local fishery like the Housatonic River will only hurt local anglers, and it won't provide any meaningful conservation benefit. And can I add
Thank
one?
you, Mr. Hyatt. Would you please summarize?
Yep. One more thing I'll add. FAC also submitted testimony on HB 6289. This is an act authorizing the use of drones on crops. You've heard about it a couple times already. Our testimony asked this committee to consider authorizing the use of drones for treating invasive species as well. And I'd certainly be willing to answer any questions on that.
So not to go catch fish with.
Not to go catch fish with that.
Those drone shots are pretty cool though when you get to see them. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hyatt. I'll ask just briefly, maybe just more of a comment. Would love to be able to work with you folks in terms of, and as we've heard, you know, what we could be doing as a committee and as a legislature to better support some of the other efforts that you're engaged in to try to protect and build the population. I hear you that it's a spawning issue and not necessarily in our waters, and so maybe we have limited authority there, but any ideas you've got, I think there's a lot of folks in this committee that would be eager to hear about that. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to see you, Bill. And I appreciate all the years you worked with me on fisheries on Candlewood, and I know you're very knowledgeable on the subject. And your testimony regarding the stripers is valuable, and I'm glad that you're in favor of increased fines. It's also, I think you alluded to it, but you didn't say it. The ENCON officers are stretched thin, and it's an enforcement issue. Would you concur with me?
Yes. I mean, there's always more for them to do than they're capable of covering. They've done a great job on the striped bass, but in order to move people and to do the job that they've done on striped bass in the Housatonic River, you know, they've had to move people and reassign them from elsewhere. So they could certainly use more officers. Yes.
Well, I appreciate it. I know you're certainly a voice of incredible knowledge when it comes to our fisheries. So I appreciate you always spending the time sitting in this room and coming to testify. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative.
Thanks, Representative. Rep. Cresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little bit of a better draw today. And it's to Representative Callahan's point, it's an honor to serve with you on ASMFC. But my question is the fine increase going up. The logic behind it is $75 a fish, going to $250. I could, if I'm illegally poaching, the $75 fine per fish, I can make up from what I'm getting for them when I take them to New York, kind of thing. So if we bump it up to 250, they'll think twice. What they have illegally caught isn't going to pay for a $250 per fish fine. Potentially, it's being used now to pay for a $75 a fish fine.
Correct. I mean, the idea is that there's incrementally higher deterrence with higher fines. And I think, as was mentioned by the agency earlier, the fact that this is an infraction allows them to stay in the field, to cover a lot of ground, to identify and catch a lot of violators. Now what would help is for the fine to be a greater deterrence against those violators repeating or even initiating that behavior in the first place.
Yeah, I'm glad we made that change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Rep. Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bill, for speaking with us today. Just a quick question. Did FAC or yourself submit testimony in support of 6250 to hire more NCON officers?
No, we submitted only on the two bills that I mentioned, the striped bass moratorium and on the drones. We realized there were other things on the agenda that we have interest in and could have submitted in, similar to the NCON bill, but we only have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Representative Chafee. I'll ask one more question. If you could briefly summarize the study about the release mortality on the Housatonic. When, where, who, just give us a quick background on that so we know that this is coming from a real source.
So that would have been a better question for the agency. I have actually asked for that. My understanding is that the report on that study is in preparation. However, I've been assured that both the harvest, evidence of harvest is very low in Housatonic. As Bureau Chief Davis stated, it's because the majority of fish are outside of that narrow slot, that 28 to 31 inch slot for which you can harvest fish. So harvest is low. And the key question in that study was to determine what the release mortality was, because we know that a lot of fish are being caught and released. We also knew that it's a fishery that takes place predominantly in the cold weather, fall, winter, and spring, which should have a greater survival rate of the released fish. There just needed to be some work done to confirm that. While I don't have the data, I've asked numerous people who have looked at the data, and their words are there's virtually no mortality of those released fish. And that was very reassuring to hear.
Okay, thanks. So in your professional opinion, you feel trustworthy of what's being shared there?
Absolutely.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
See you next time. Next up, number 12, Ed Hawthorne, online, followed by Jared Koski.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing over 250,000 active and retired workers in the public sector, private sector, and our Connecticut state building trades. It's on their behalf I testify here today regarding HB 5004. We support, albeit with additional language. The purpose of the bill, it aims to address climate change, generate substantial employment opportunities in our green revolution, and support workers during a transition to a greener economy. We've heard a lot of talk about mitigating the effects of climate change here today. These disasters are becoming more and more common. When it was once in a lifetime happening, we're seeing floods, we're seeing fires, and climate change is here. So I applaud this committee for trying to get out ahead of it and really mitigate this change and try to make a difference here in Connecticut. Few key sections and provisions. Section 8, the Connecticut Clean Economy Council. It establishes it. It includes a member of the Connecticut State Building Trades. We thank you for that. This ensures labor involvement in shaping economic development strategies related to climate mitigation, clean energy resilience, and sustainability. Also, Section 9, the Clean Technology Workforce Development. It's dedicated to developing clean energy workforce. It provides, we need labor standards in there. The goals to ensure quality, fair wage employment, apply and enforce prevailing wage laws, offer comprehensive benefit packages, prioritize occupational safety, which often goes kind of under the radar, but you want to go to work safe and you want to come home safe. The importance of labor standards. We want guaranteed living wages and fair compensation, promote occupational health and safety, as I mentioned, create pathways for career advancement, enhance community engagement, and ensure a just transition to a clean economy. Our recommendations for strengthening HB 5004, explicit language for workforce parameters, utilize Section 31-53D of the general statutes, develop strategies to maximize opportunities for apprenticeship and training and workforce development, include marginalized and underrepresented communities in this new clean energy workforce, and also the integration of stringent labor standards to ensure high quality jobs and workforce utilization in those clean sectors, and really just generate economic equity by guaranteeing the transition to clean energy benefits all citizens and sets a model for other states. I thank you for the time to testify and your indulgence to do so remotely. I'm in New Haven now at the New Haven Federation Teachers Office. I was in West Haven supporting our federal workers earlier, so I thank you for allowing me to testify remotely when I was scheduled in person. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
No problem, Ed. Any questions for Mr. Hawthorne? I'm not seeing any online or in person, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Jared Koski, followed by Charles Rothenberger.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, if you're online, Representative Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of the Governor's Bill 1245, an act establishing a resilient Connecticut strategy. I'm Jared Koski. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Insurance Department. The mission of the department is consumer protection. We also ensure insurance companies follow the state's laws and treat policyholders fairly. We offer guidance, support, and education, and regulate the industry in a way that promotes competition in the marketplace so that insurance is available for everyone here in Connecticut. SB 1245 is reflective of that mission of consumer protection. We've submitted written testimony, so I will take this opportunity to summarize some of the points that we made and answer any questions you may have. This bill promotes a collaborative approach among multiple agencies to enhance our state's resilience against disasters. A key aspect is improving communication with consumers about the need for flood insurance. Currently, only 2 to 3% of Connecticut homeowners have flood insurance, despite significant risks even outside FEMA-designated high-risk zones. SB 1245 requires that insurance producers disclose the availability of flood insurance to all applicants for personal risk insurance. This includes homeowners and renters insurance. It also requires banks and mortgage companies to inform homebuyers about flood insurance and obtain written acknowledgement of this notification. Additionally, flood disclosure notices must be included in residential property condition reports and rental agreements. Importantly, this bill does not mandate the purchase of flood insurance, but enhances communication to inform consumers about potential protection gaps when it comes to flood damage. As I previously mentioned, the Connecticut Insurance Department supports this initiative as it aligns with our mission of consumer protection and preparedness, ultimately reducing flood risk and increasing resilience against extreme weather and climate change. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm open to any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Charles Rothenberger, followed by the Reverend Dr. Davida Foy Crabtree.
Ranking members Harding and Callahan, and Vice Chairs Hookadell and Baumgardner. My name is Charles Rothenberger, Director of Government Relations for Save the Sound, and I'm pleased to be here to testify in favor of three bills. I'll save a recitation of the very long titles, but we are here in support of HB 5004 and the two resilience bills, SB 9 and SB 1245. Taken together, all three of these bills really represent practical approaches to addressing the impacts of climate change that are already impacting Connecticut and its citizens and helping to mitigate those impacts in the future. With respect to 5004, which I'll spend most of my time on, it updates the state's greenhouse gas reduction targets to reflect the best available science and bring us in line with our neighboring states. Hopefully, as we're all pulling together, we can take advantage of economies scale for many of the solutions that we'll need moving forward. It also establishes a clear process for state level decision making that supports the state's greenhouse gas reduction obligations under existing law. It directs PURA to establish a future of gas docket. This is really critical if we want to transition to a clean energy future in a manner that is equitable and that doesn't adversely impact certain segments of the economy or certain classes of citizens. We want to make sure that we're deliberate and thoughtful as we think about what the future of gas in Connecticut will look like. It also updates our appliance and equipment efficiency standards. And we always talk about energy efficiency as low-hanging fruit. Appliance standards fit that categorization to a T. It really establishes a floor for products, ensuring that whatever customers are purchasing is going to save them money. These are all very cost-effective standards with paybacks well under a year, except I think for two of the proposed standards, which have a payback period of just slightly more than 1 year. So it really is a great passive way to help consumers save money. Likewise, with a program of planning for more heat pump deployment, we saw the toll that the basically summer-long heat wave took on utility bills of residents here in the state of Connecticut, trying to keep that air conditioning going pretty much 24/7 throughout the summer. Despite their name, heat pumps do a great job at cooling as well as heating, much more efficient than those window air conditioners that a lot of folks are currently using. So again, provides a cost-effective solution, as do the thermal energy networks that are also called out in this bill. So we really applaud the leadership and the thoughtfulness of the committee in raising these three bills. I think it's going to be a great benefit to the citizens of Connecticut moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Rothenberger? Seeing none online, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
We have number 15, Reverend Dr. Davida Foy Crabtree. Is that you, sir? Sorry? Oh. Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I am the Reverend Dr. Davida Foy Crabtree, an ordained minister of the United Church of Christ and co-facilitator for Third Act Connecticut, which is a movement of 700 members of 700 elders across Connecticut. We are less than 2 years old, and to go from 0 to 700 in that period of time has been a great honor. I speak to you both personally and on behalf of Third Act today. Personally, I have the great privilege of living at Seabury in Bloomfield, where we have 36 geothermal wells that are 900 feet deep and 9 solar canopies and a solar farm with 2 more additions coming very shortly. We also have heat pumps in every living unit, and I could go on. But I consider myself deeply privileged to live in such an environment so comfortably and so frugally. Because in fact, going green is indeed a frugal move. My fees are not going to go up in the years ahead the way others will who have not made this commitment. I also speak on behalf of Third Act because we are elders who are deeply concerned about our ability to leave a legacy to our great-grandchildren. I have two twin great-granddaughters born last summer. I care passionately about their future, but also about my grandchildren, and I presume that you do as well. I grew up out in Thomaston and Northfield and live now in Bloomfield. In my years of life at Bloomfield, I have seen great changes as a result of climate change. I want to make this very personal. I used to be able to go any time of the year on a walk on the 6 miles of walking trails that we have surrounding Seabury. Last spring, we lost access to those trails for more than 2 months because of climate change. I watch my companions and residents at Seabury who are distressed at the loss of birds, who are distressed at their inability to go outdoors for walks. This is not the way we elders want to live in our retirement. I ask that you do everything you can to prevent climate change as well as to mitigate its effects on our lives. Thank you. I'd be glad to take questions if you have any.
Any questions for the Reverend Doctor? I see Representative Dubitsky, I believe, online. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for coming in. Can you just rattle real quick off the energy efficiency devices that you have installed? You said heat pumps, solar canopies. What else was it? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it all.
36 geothermal wells that are 900 feet deep each. They provide the energy for our main campus, in most of the main campus, not all of it, because it was only installed in 2017. Since that geothermal was installed in 2017 with a major addition to Seabury, we have not had to turn on the boilers once. Not once have we had to turn on the boilers.
How many residents do you have?
Pardon?
How many residents of the campus?
450 residents, yes.
Okay, and how much?
And about 450 staff.
How much did those wells cost?
I do not have that information, but I would be glad to get it for you.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested.
Obviously, there's sinking cost at the beginning that's very significant, but when you amortize that over the life of the wells and their more capacity than we need, we are at the point at which we are building an addition onto Seabury for 24 more large units, apartment units. And as we build that out, we don't need to add any geothermal wells. We have plenty of capacity in these 36 wells. And in addition, when we build that building, we're putting solar panels on the roof, and we are adding solar panels to the entire new wing that was built in 2017.
And what does that cost?
I don't have those. If I were the CEO, I could tell you. I'm only a resident. I can tell you that Seabury is doing this without taking out any loans at all.
Okay, so the money is coming out of the pockets of the residents?
The money is coming out of phenomenal financial administration by our management.
And where does that come from?
It comes from the residents. It also comes from our endowments and numerous other kinds of sources. The reality is that investing in green infrastructure results in savings on the long term, and our ability therefore to move into the future financially is undergirded.
Gotcha. Do you have any figures that show that?
I can produce those and get them to
That
you.
that'd be great. Now the wells don't produce any energy, right?
It's a little difficult to describe this. It's to simply say that the wells tap into the underground temperature 900 feet below and circulate that through a system of pipes which transmit in the winter the warmer temperatures from 900 feet down up into our system and circulate that to heat our units. In the summer, it taps the cooler air that is in the wells and brings that up to circulate and cool our apartments. I rarely turn my heat on because we're so well insulated.
Do you know what the useful life of that system is?
The geothermal wells, I
Yeah.
believe that I have heard something close to 40 to 50 years.
Okay. And that includes all the equipment, the pumps, the pipes, the heat exchangers, all that?
Like I said, I'm not the CEO. I can't answer all
Okay.
those technical
All right.
questions.
Well, thank you very much.
I
If
can
you
only
could,
tell you what the experience has been, which is really remarkable.
gotcha. When you turn your thermostat on, the heat or the cooler comes up.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When you turn your thermostat up, the heat comes up. When you turn your thermostat down, it gets cooler, right? That's your experience?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well, if you wouldn't mind getting us those numbers, if you have access to them, I'd appreciate it.
Be very
Thank you,
glad
Mr.
to.
Chairman.
And we'd also welcome you all to come and have a tour and see what it's like to actually live in a way that helps to prevent climate change.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dubitsky, still there?
I am here.
Okay, and sorry for repeating myself over many of these meetings, but as you may or may not know, if you wanted a more specific answer to some of your questions, I've spoken at length of a 1,600 square foot home that I've also retrofitted in a similar way to this woman has done their complex with solar and heat pump technology, and I'm that kind of nerd. So if you want the exact details of the numbers of what the solar array cost me and what my bills are, I'll have them all lined up for you. And I can tell you that going to a solar, I didn't even do geothermal, which is phenomenal, but just solar and a heat pump, switching over from an older oil furnace, it is astonishing to know that from March until November, I don't pay an electric bill at all. And then for the winter, I pay a small electric bill for my heat, my hot water, my electricity, the 3 refrigerators my wife likes to run for all our extra food. And it's a pretty astonishing thing if you can get it to run correctly. So I have all the numbers and receipts. So any day you want to sit together, we can chat it over.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anytime. Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you very much. You piqued my curiosity. You were referencing there about climate change affecting the premise. Can you talk to me a little bit about have you lost land? Have you lost any land due to flooding? I mean, you're saying that it's affected your quality of life. Please give me some examples.
Well, the examples that I would give, one is the water table rising and the flooding last spring, and the way in which we were right at the time of the spring migration, we were unable to be out on the trails. That may not matter to you all, but when you're elderly and retired, this is one of the joys that has been taken away from us. Another example is due to the Canadian wildfires last year, we were not able to go outdoors to walk for weeks at a time. So climate change is deeply affecting us individually. And another effect is not quite so physical, but as a pastor, people know that I'm a pastor and they come to talk with me. The level of depression among elders for this isolation that they have been experiencing, the anxiety that they have for their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren is profound. Their feeling of powerlessness, I keep telling them they're not powerless, they can come talk to you, but their feeling of powerlessness and their feeling of guilt and shame for the legacy that our generation is leaving to the future, it is taking a huge toll on our lives.
Thank you for that answer, Pastor. And is this complex on a pond, a lake, or what is why is the water, the table rising so much?
We are built on the hill where A.C. Peterson farm once was, and we are surrounded by the Park River watershed. It's not the river itself, it's mostly not flowing water. But when we get tremendous rains, then the water rises. And indeed, there's a dike behind Seabury. And to my astonishment, 2 years ago, and I have a picture on my phone I could show you, this dike on which I had hiked and hiked and hiked was suddenly, the water had risen 15 to 20 feet up that dike. This is dramatic change.
Well, Pastor, thank you very much for your information. You may have found a group of nerds that actually are very interested in what you're saying. So thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to jump back over the list, see if anyone we passed over earlier has come back. Is there a Martin Looney in the room? Looking for a Martin Looney?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm very happy to be here. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, members of the Environment Committee. I'm Martin Looney, State Senator from the 11th District, representing parts of the city of New Haven and the town of Hamden, and am here in strong support of two items on your agenda today: Senate Bill number 9, an act concerning the environment, climate, sustainable municipal and state planning and use of neonicotinoids and second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, and also a bill of particular interest to the city of New Haven, House Bill number 6236, which I've introduced along with Representative Paolillo, prohibiting waterfowl and bird hunting in sections of the Morris Cove area of New Haven. Senate Bill 9 is one that assists Connecticut home buyers and renters in making knowledgeable home purchases and rental decisions. With the bill, before closing on a mortgage, creditors would need to notify a buyer in writing that standard insurance coverage does not provide flood coverage. And so we need to heighten the awareness of home buyers about what it is they have or what their exposure might be. It would also require all written residential condition reports to contain a flood disclosure notice. And also landlords would need to provide tenants with a flood disclosure notice prior to the execution or renewal of a rental agreement. In addition, Senate Bill 9 addresses some of the components that were in the governor's bill last year from the 2024 session. That was Senate Bill 11 at the time. The issue of increasingly frequent and devastating impacts of climate change through the implementation of long-term resiliency strategies. And through this bill, municipalities would be required to submit geospatial data on all culverts and bridges and other measures to anticipate where flooding problems might occur, and also requires the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and also PURA to review their regulations and revise those regulations to include the most current projections on precipitation, temperature, and other conditions that impact water quality, quantity, and distribution, and also provides that municipalities may establish resiliency improvement districts, either unilaterally or in combination with contiguous municipalities, a way to encourage a regional response to the challenges that we face. And it also takes necessary steps to further protect our beautiful Connecticut environment and requires DEEP to classify all second-generation rodenticides as restricted use pesticides. We know there is a growing problem there with collateral damage to other species from the use of those rodenticides. And finally, on 6236, the bill would provide increased safety and quality of life for residents of the Morris Cove area of New Haven, which is near the water, near Long Island Sound, where there have been reports of people bird hunting from boats a short distance off the coast, happening early in the morning and disturbing people in that area. It relates to a problem on the Quinnipiac River in New Haven, not too far from this location, a few years ago, where there was hunting near I-95 in the Quinnipiac River and near residential areas in a school. And at that time, the proposed legislation turned out not to be needed because DEEP was able to decide to administratively restrict hunting in that area with a moratorium. So we draw attention to this other problem in a densely populated urban area where it really is not appropriate for hunting to be going on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. When you say hunting with a gun.
With a gun, yes, yes.
Okay,
yes,
I could see where
yes.
that would be, people would object to that.
Yes.
Any questions? Representative Callahan?
Good afternoon, Senator Looney.
Good afternoon.
We asked DEEP the question about regarding this bill a little bit earlier about safety concerns, and they didn't seem to echo the concerns about safety. Is this about safety because it would be people hunting from the low water mark and out towards shooting waterfowl facing outwards? Is it more about the noise or the safety?
It's both, actually. The constituent complaints that Representative Paolillo and I have had, people are concerned about both the direction of the shooting and also obviously there's less of a problem if they're shooting outward rather than inward toward the shore. But sometimes some of the reported boats are fairly close to the shore, and there are homes in that area that are quite close to the shore.
So would you, I don't want to put you on the spot, Senator, but amenable to a study about the safety of the area, because one hasn't been done, safety of hunting in the area?
Well, I think DEEP certainly has opinions on it. I think the city of New Haven, I think Mayor Elicker is suggesting testimony, putting in testimony on it too. And I think he knows the area, and his departments have looked at it quite closely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. And congratulations once again on all of the good work that this committee does on so many important subjects year after year. And I'd like to give a shout out to my friend, Representative Piscopo, who has served here almost as long as I have over the years. Thank you so much. Good to see you, John. Good. Take care.
Next up is Elizabeth Guerra.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Water Works Association, which represents municipal, private, and regional water utilities that serve customers throughout Connecticut. I've submitted testimony on several bills. I would like to focus my comments on Senate Bill 9 and Senate Bill 1245, which are aimed at addressing climate change impacts. Connecticut's water utilities clearly recognize the importance of addressing climate change impacts to ensure the continued quality and availability of public water supplies. So we are supportive of those efforts. We are engaged in multiple efforts to implement climate resiliency and adaptation measures, such as conducting vulnerability assessments, building in system redundancies, such as interconnections and backup wells, and upgrading and hardening infrastructure. We do, however, have concerns with Section 22 of both bills, which blanketly mandates that the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the Department of Public Health, and the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority update water supply regulations by 2028, and then every 10 years thereafter. The concern we have is that there are more than, just a quick search that I did, more than 75 different regulations that affect water supply, including some very sweeping regulations affecting the regulation of water diversions, dam safety and permitting, water supply planning, stream flow, river and stream classification, groundwater standards and policies, and the list does go on and on. And many of these regulations were developed in consultation with a broad range of stakeholders, recognizing the importance of ensuring that anytime you affect water supplies, that you take a balanced approach to ensure available water supplies to support agriculture, environmental protection, public health and safety, economic development, and ecological habitats. And if the underlying statute doesn't provide for that, then many times the state agency informally pulled together a working group to ensure that the regulations had that balance. We're concerned that as drafted, this ends up sidestepping those processes and may create some unintended consequences for public water suppliers and other regulated entities. In addition, we're concerned that this would have a significant impact on the state in terms of state agency resources, as well as a fiscal note. And then we are concerned that this would create significant uncertainty for the regulated community that relies on the regulations to begin moving forward to develop plans, to develop projects and implement projects to comply with the regulations that are currently on the books. So I think this section of the bills needs to be addressed. And we were happy to work with the committee to address some of these concerns. In addition, I just want to briefly talk about Senate Bill 732 regarding the state water plan. Clearly, we support efforts to ensure that the state water plan addresses climate change impacts. However, the underlying statute directing the Water Planning Council to develop the plan already includes 3 references to climate change. The plan itself that was adopted in 2019 includes more than 200 references to climate change and climate resiliency, including a whole section on climate change. So the Water Planning Council is already empowered to ensure that the plan addresses climate change. What's needed are resources, because they lack the staff and the resources to ensure that they can move forward with that. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
No problem. Are there any questions for Ms. Guerra? Representative Anderson.
Ms. Garrett, could you say again who you represent?
Sure, I represent the Connecticut Waterworks Association. I also represent, just in case you're confused, the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and we did submit testimony on several bills as well.
Reference to waterworks, you represent probably a lot of water that helps a lot of people. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony?
No, I was actually just finalizing that testimony, but again, we are happy to work with stakeholders in addressing some of the concerns with the bill. I just question why they would want to direct the state agencies to update all of the different water supply regulations on the books, because again, I think that would create a considerable amount of work for the agency, as well as considerable uncertainty for the regulated communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you much for your testimony.
Thank
Next
you.
up is Tracy McDougall, followed by Richard Meddy.
Hi there. I'm Tracy McDougall. I work for the Connecticut Farm Bureau. I have a little frog in my throat here. We'll work through this. So I've got 6 bills that we want to testify on that you guys are thinking about. I'm going to spend most of my time chatting about Senate Bill 9, which has to do with neonicotinoids. We want to be sure that everyone here knows and understands how neonicotinoids work for agriculture in the state of Connecticut. One of the big concerns we have about this proposal is that almost all of the corn seed that we use to grow corn in the state, which we use to eat as sweet corn, which we all enjoy, and then the corn that we grow to make silage, which we feed our dairy cows, is all treated with neonicotinoids. And so if we take this out of the possibility of seeds that farmers would be able to buy, this would have a huge impact on our dairy farmers and our vegetable farm growers. I should mention also that the vast majority of our farmers use something called IPM, which is integrated pest management, where you look at the whole of what your problem is and you're looking at all different ways of solving it and really using the pesticides and insecticides very carefully and judiciously. So we are strongly against a ban on the neonicotinoids. It would not only affect the corn crop that we grow in this state, but also other vegetable seeds like squash and pumpkin. If you all enjoy going to a pumpkin patch, that would have a big negative impact on pumpkin patches. So the 5 other bills I'd like to comment on are rodenticides. We are in support of the language in Senate Bill 9, which would classify second-generation rodenticides as a restricted use product. And this means you'd have to be a licensed applicator to use this, and most of our farmers are, so we are in support of this. I also want to mention our support of House Bill 6289, which has to do with drones. We are very much in support of this. We're going to be asking for a few changes to be made to it, but drones are pretty common in other states where farming is prevalent. They're being used more frequently in states where you have sort of larger acreage of land that you're using for farming. But they help us with efficiency, data collection, reduce labor costs, and really overall better yield. So it's a technology that we want our farmers to be able to take care of. Is that it? Oh my
Few
God.
times. How many did you get through?
You're killing me here.
Uh,
I
how,
got through,
how many did?
through 3. I'll just be
No,
really
no,
quick.
just please list the others yours.
Okay.
And if you're pro or con.
In support of rabbit processing, in support of crop loss program for severe weather, and in support of transferring state-owned farmland to DOAG. Thank you.
Are there any questions? I'll go with Representative Parker, followed by Representative Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just can you briefly outline the changes you would like to see on the drones bill?
I'm going to have to defer to Keith Bishop.
Great. We'll
who's our
circle back with
expert
Mr.
on
Bishop
that.
later.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Thank you. It's difficult because our last public hearing when neonicotinoids were addressed, we heard towards the end of the night, I believe, was what second to last person testified was a Canadian gentleman who said they don't need them. Everything's fine without them. And then I meet in the hallway with farmers from Connecticut. They said without them, their seeds would be decimated before they get a chance to germinate. So here we are in this committee trying to figure out what's what. If you could give me some input, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, the neonicotinoid treated seeds are very prevalent and they're used by any commercial vegetable grower in the state. You can purchase non-neonicotinoid, such a hard word to say, treated seeds, but then your crop loss, the germination isn't going to work. You're not going to have as great a yield. And one of the other things we're worried about is um, a lot of the climate change techniques that we're using to ensure that our soil remains healthy and isn't all blown away by water and wind and all that kind of stuff requires the use of organic materials like cover crops, which also attracts more insects and more pests. And so if we can't use the seeds that are covered with the neonicotinoids, I'm concerned that people are not going to be interested in using these more climate mitigation strategies that are effective.
I appreciate you. Well, I guess we'll continue to research and try and figure out what the best way to go is, but thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, we sit up here all the time, all this time. Every once in a while, we get a good question and we're all excited. And then the guy before you goes and asks the question and it ruins the day. But I want to go a little bit further to what Rep. Callahan had talked about. The gentleman from Quebec, and it was Robert Louis or Louis Robert, and I didn't know which way it went. But he did expound quite a bit. They've gone 7 harvests without coated seeds, 7 harvests with no decrease in yield. It's 7 years. And the only side effect that's come from it is they're paying less for their seed because they don't have to buy coated seeds. I know Connecticut is not Quebec. There may be other factors involved, but it says not like they don't have problems. They're having problems. Stuff does crop up, wrong word. Stuff does come up. There are
Right.
problems. They do lose, some things, but overall yields are not impacted by a large amount. And and then of course there's a study by that professor who testified, I believe from Cornell, his studies are showing that you may not need neonic coated seeds. He's shown that there's no benefit from it. And we've set up a situation where farmers are buying these coated seeds because that is what there is to buy. And that's what they're told to buy, and not that there's not a lot of options. And so the paranoid side of me likes to say, wow, are we being sold a bill of goods from an industry? It just wants to put a product together that then bump up the price as a value added thing that doesn't add any value. So
Yeah.
that is my big concern. And I understand, I don't think we should do anything rashly. I believe in incremental change, but at the same time, there are other pesticides coming out that are replacing neonics. We're happy about this. I think we're under an agreement that neonics probably aren't good for the environment. They are impacting humans, other wildlife, other creatures. We probably should phase them out. But it really would bother me if we're doing this thinking we're getting a benefit from it, and we're not really getting a benefit from it. I would like to hear what you think about that.
Yeah, well, boy, you put me in the hot seat here.
Mhm.
Well, I think one thing I should mention about the neonicotinoid coated seeds is they're sort of the premier seed that people are using because they're being developed to respond to drought and floods. So when you remove our ability to purchase those seeds, you're also reducing our ability to be sort of the seeds to be mitigated against flooding and drought. So they're sort of the best, they're the best seeds available right now for our farmers. So I realize I'm not answering your question. So I'm going to try and do that, which I think the best answer I could give you, because I am not familiar with this example from Canada, is to say I need to look into that. And I would also look to our scientists at the Ag Experiment Station and Yukon Extension and to have a chat with them about
That's
it.
that's what I asked. His testimony did seem to corroborate that it would be in your best interest, farmers' best interest, to maybe look into this further as well. So the other questions relating to drones, the bill was originally to allow pesticide application with drones. We were looking at also maybe for seeding as well. Was that
Yeah, seeding and data collection and
everything?
yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay, I know little about it, but if you want it, I don't have an objection to that. Any other questions? Sorry, Rep. Dubitsky, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. The whole issue of the coated seeds, the seeds coated with neonics, it seems to me that we are being asked to rely on information that is that is sort of separated from our situation by geography and time. And we don't seem to have had any type of good study or good information produced by anybody in Connecticut. Do you know of any research or study that's been done in Connecticut with regard to seeds coated with neonics?
I don't.
So in other states that have larger agricultural populations and industrial bases, very often they'll have either the Department of Agriculture, or if they have something similar to our experiment station, they'll have them, the legislature would allocate some money to have an actual study done of what goes on in Connecticut and how such a bill would affect the farmers in Connecticut. If the legislature were to put such a study together, or ask one of the executive agencies to conduct a study and would fund it, would you be interested in participating in that to
Oh,
see
yeah,
what the
absolutely.
real information is?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because, it just seems to me like we've got people from afar claiming things that our own farmers say are not true, at least with regard to our geographical area. So it makes sense to me to have a study, an in-depth study to determine whether or not changing how things are done currently would have a beneficial or an adverse effect. Perhaps even have a little test field or several test fields around the state in different climates, maybe one down near the shore, maybe one up in the northeast corner, maybe down the southwest corner, to see how compelling such a drastic change would affect the yield, if it's even going to help the bees or anything. It just seemed to me to be logical. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, we participate, we work with Yukon and Ag Experiment Station, connecting them with farmers all the time. So we'd be happy to participate in something like that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and that's really where I would suggest this whole thing go, is to get the real information on what's going on in this state and not rely on what's going on, a couple hundred miles north in Canada. Thank you for your, were there any other bills that you had comments on that you wanted to make sure that we heard?
Thank you. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Rep. Zabitsky.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. And thank you very much for your testimony and coming today. And I just got last week an email just supporting some of the issues that you are concerned, as I am very concerned too. I got an email from Aquarium, and entering my zip code. It happened that my drinking water has 14 different minerals that some of them I cannot pronounce, that and checking of them, some are rodenticides, some are neonics, and so right now I am looking into what will be the best filter that I can put on my drinking water, and certainly the one that I am using, I just find out that only is taking care of 10 of the 14 different elements that appear. So, and the other 4, they are not covered. So I am upgrading my filter systems, and certainly I can see that neonics and rodenticides, we are starting to find them in our drinking water on every day. and not that many people probably are entering the information that that you are providing with, or that we know, and that we all should very well know. Thank you very much for coming today and your testimony.
Yes, thank you. You're all good? Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Richard Meddy?
Yes, my name's Richard Meddy. I represent Connecticut Trout Unlimited. I'm the council chair of a membership of 3,500 scientific citizens in Trout Unlimited in the state of Connecticut, covering every city and every town throughout the entire state. I also am represented and honored to represent Farmington River Anglers Association and the Connecticut Fly Fishers Association with an additional 500 members. And I would like to thank the Environmental Committee for the time today. We testified on Bill HB 6916, and we were asking today that we will support Bill SB 9, but with the stronger language to remove the neonicotinoids that are in row crop seeds. You were asking about some of the testimony that we provided on February 19th, spoke to the University of Connecticut 2025 analysis of USGS testing of Connecticut waters that found neonicotinoids that were above the US thresholds and that were also affecting aquatic life in the state. And you mentioned earlier Lewis Roberts, who testified on February 9th late at night, and many of the representatives and senators did not get to see him. He is a Vermont scientist, and he brought four farmers with him to the University of Vermont exchange, and he met with the Vermont farmers and the New York farmers before New York, Vermont, and Quebec passed their bills. They're much stronger than the bill that you're recommending on SB 9. Mr. Roberts' participation brought farmers to bear and allowed them to answer questions and do a presentation to all the other farmers in these other states to help them with understanding. One study that was brought by a farmer by the name of McCone from Quebec, he brought a researcher named Genevieve Lebrun, who presented evidence that there is no effect and no benefit using neonicotinoid seeds or on corn, soybeans, wheat, or on many other row crops. We are not asking for this to eliminate tomatoes and many of the other crops that our farmers grow. And we fully understand a lot of these farmers are Connecticut family owned. But the reason we're asking for this, when we read this research, we also found that the farmers in Quebec that have already had 7 seasons to transfer away from coated seeds and move into non-coated seeds have not seen a yield reduction. And the better part is that they've seen a $10 to $20 less per bag cost on their seed by transitioning away from coated seeds. So my concern is some of the testimony has no scientific support or any farmer support that would provide us why we are not incorporating HB 6916 as written language into Bill SB 9. So in summary, to close out, I see everything I've read and everything I've heard during February 9th testimony, 19th testimony, support removing neonicotinoid coatings from seeds. And we do not see any improved row crop yields, and we do not see in the studies that were provided during February's testimony, we do not see seeds being treated with coating providing any economic benefit. Almost all of the farmers that have testified in Vermont and New York have shown that they were able to save and save economic money by going away from this neonicotinoid seed. So I'm going to have to disagree strongly with the previous testimony and ask for this to be added, or will be.
Richard, your time is up. You could summarize,
Thank
please.
you very much. Any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Reddy? Representative Anderson.
Mr. Meddy.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony.
I know you represent a lot of fishermen. We've
No,
heard a
we
lot of,
represent a lot of scientists, Senator. A
excellent.
lot of citizen scientists that do environmental work and conservation work. We're secondary fishermen.
So we've heard a lot of studies that the neonicotinoids may not be needed for farming. What are the studies that you know of that have, say, the effect if these are washed into waterways, the effects on aquatic life in Connecticut or anywhere?
Well, the Yukon study from 2025, the one I commented on, was an analysis of the USGS testing of Connecticut waters and found that the neonictides were above the US EPA's thresholds for aquatic life in 45% of the groundwater samples. So there's a Yukon study that clearly states that it's affecting our environment and it's impacting not only birds and bees and many other insect life and aquatic life. It is also getting into the water, groundwater samples, which is very concerning for anyone who is drinking from wells and things of that nature as we move forward through the years.
Thank you, Mr. Matty. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
welcome.
Any further, Rep. Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I understand that you're, I understand that you're looking at the studies from Canada. Do you know of any studies with regard to this geographic location, like the Connecticut area?
We have one in New York that we could look up and see if that has any. But the unfortunate thing is New York just passing last year probably doesn't have as many studies like we don't, because they're just transitioning in and they are eliminating the use of this coated seed. So is Vermont. And they followed Quebec's scientists who were farmers that used 7 years of crop yields, and were able to say that they did not see a reduction in crop yields going away from coated seeds.
Right,
So
but we don't
I
know
think
if
that as much as we would like to see studies, sometimes boot on ground, hardworking farmers are telling us a story already with a 7-year history that is providing us knowledge, and a study may support that further. But I think that is a very important item to have farmers already seeing a 7-year yield that's equal or if not a little better than what they've received with the coating on the seeds.
understood, but we don't know if those results would translate
We
into
can check
our
again, and we
geographic
do have a
area.
feeler out to the Yukon scientists, asking them some questions, and if they get more, we can share it with the committee.
Okay, do you know if there was in the area where those studies were conducted, do you know if they also used and stopped using at the same time sprays of neonics?
Yes, they both New York, Vermont, and Quebec have historically used sprays.
Have or have not?
Have.
Okay, so they were spraying neonics and using it at seed, and then they stopped both, and the results were, as you said, in Canada.
As I said, and I believe, I don't know if it was a senator or a representative also brought up Mr. Louise Roberts' name. Who
Yeah, I'm not
testified.
disputing that that's what the study said.
Yeah.
But here we don't really, the farmers don't spray the stuff on the crops. We're just talking about the coated seeds. So
just using the coated
hold on,
seed,
let
we
me
already
finish my
have.
questions. Don't
Okay.
argue with me. I want to ask you a question.
I thought you were
and then
done.
you
My
can answer,
apologies.
okay? So I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Here, we're talking about only changing the coated seeds, whereas up there, as you just said, they were changing both the coated seeds and the spray. So I'm a little hesitant to rely on the results of that study if it's seeing the results of the change of both variables at the same time that we don't have down here. Plus, we have the geographic difference. It just seems to me like we may be relying on something that isn't applicable. Now your comments, please.
Well, you're asking if Quebec, who removed both seed coatings and a spray, which is a higher amount of neonicotinoids into the groundwaters and into the ground, if their yields are the same without it, that's a higher amount of application than what we're using. That's what you're saying. I think we can go to Yukon and look at other studies and see if we can understand that the EPA's concerns of the water columns and the groundwater having absorbed so much neonictites is a key to this concern, and it affecting many other insects. The beehives have shorter lifespans. I think we have to maybe look at other studies.
Hey,
If
folks,
they
I'm going to jump in here.
two
Sorry
of
to
them-
do this, but we're at number 18 out of 105.
Okay, go ahead.
This conversation could go one-on-one at, some later
Yeah, I
date.
can, if he would like to call me, I can, yeah, my information is there and I'll gladly talk it further if he wants to talk one-on-one or use my,
Yeah. Would that be okay, Representative?
Thank you very much. Thank you,
okay,
Mr.
thank you
Chairman.
too, sir.
I appreciate it. Seeing no further questions, Christian Parisi.
He's not here.
Wonderful. William Della Camara. Sorry for butchering your name.
Thank you. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, other members of this committee. My name is William Della Camera. I own and operate Ciccarelli's Harrison Hill Farm in Northford, Connecticut. I'm the farmer that lost his whole farm to the hailstorm this summer. I'm the farmer that drove to Washington, D.C. to get my point across that insurances and programs by the USDA don't work. I also had a press conference on my farm. And that's where Senator Cohen and Representative Candeloro became to understand some of the problems we're up against with programs and insurances through USDA. That's, I believe, why they authored Bill 6273 for this disaster event for farmers in the state. I like the way that it's written and understand that, farmers have to use other avenues to insure themselves and programs, which I have used all those programs. When you can only insure 50% of your first 50%, that doesn't help you in situations like mine in a complete natural disaster, nor did it help the people on the river. That the people on the river didn't get any help. The only help they got was lip service of low interest loans from the USDA. That doesn't work. That's kicking the can down the road. This whole disaster stuff is very near and dear to my heart. I believe this bill has to be passed in some way, shape, or form. It needs to be authored properly, that people have to, other farmers have to participate in programs like I did. I was left, I got $41,000 and they took 6% of it. That was through the program called NAP, which we call Never a Payment, which is pretty close to what we call it, and through RMA, which is risk management. They do manage risk, but they manage their government risk, and that program works partially, but it does not work for small, diverse farms like we have in New England. So I would really like to see this passed. The other two I want to speak of is 6289, the drone. I'm a licensed pilot. I'm a licensed UAV pilot, and I'm licensed to applicate pesticides in the state of Connecticut. I believe it's part of our future in many ways, whether it's you know, checking our fields for health reasons, for flooded reasons, for any reason. We could use these to apply fertilizer, apply cover crops, maybe intercover crop stuff. Use, and the other one I want to talk about, which I want to talk about, but I don't want to talk about, is SB 09, the neonics one. I was here for the last time and I'm here for this time. There's a lot of questions being asked. There's a lot of stuff that's being said. There's a lot of stuff that's being testified that needs to be cleared up. You guys have asked a lot of good questions, and sometimes you don't have the farmer sitting in front of you. So, and I've heard some testimony today and other times that I find some factual and some not factual. Some are opinions, and I don't know why some of these things have to go on. So I know my 3 minutes is up, and I ask anybody here that's online or in front of me to ask some of those same questions. Thank you for your time.
That's what we're here for. I have a couple questions, but no, you want to go first? Rep. Callahan, go ahead.
I don't steal your question again.
I know.
Thanks for being here, Bill. I appreciate the information you've given us in regards to crop loss. I mean, the work you do, I mean, we see the stickers. It's true. No farms, no food. So all right. Hey, that wasn't a cue, but that's good. I didn't even know you had that on. Correct. So having to, get out there, do all the work, get your crops planted, and then have, you get a bad weather event come in and you're not guaranteed that there's going to be someone to step in and help you. I think that's crazy. So obviously you're in support of that bill.
I am in support of that bill. Now, we put our crops in. Now we have to go over to the USDA in a few weeks, and we have to say what we're going to grow. Not how much of it, but what we're going to grow. And we have to pay them X amount of dollars per each thing.
Why are you paying them? All right. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
The USDA program through FSA is called the NAP program, the Non-Insured Assistance Program. There's no insurance from a private insurance company for these specific, they call them specialty crops. What's so special about a vegetable? It's a food. So now we have to go over there through a whole list, and we have to pick each one we want to insure in this program. And we have to pay a premium on each product. Some farmers up to $7,500, some farmers up to $7,500, some farmers up to $15,000 and more. The other products that we could get insurance with in the state of Connecticut is a corn policy. It's a field corn policy made for the Midwest that they manipulate to use for sweet corn through RMA, risk management. They manage their risk of insurance companies, and we could get tomatoes in New Haven and Hartford County only in Connecticut.
So if you go and you pay to get this insurance, did they step up when you lost your crop?
No, that's why I drove 871 miles.
So in that regard too, you talked, and I don't want to, I just trying to be keep time, be mindful of the time. As far as no one's really come up and been able to give us some expert testimony on the drones. Can you tell us why they're helpful?
I would see them being, helpful is you can target to a specific part of your field. Maybe we go out and maybe treat a field for something, the whole field. Now maybe we might just fertilize individual little spots based on a soil sample or tissue sample. Maybe there's there's infrared cameras from the drones that could tell us nutrition wise by infrared colors. So we might just fertilize one spot instead of another, or applicate pesticides to one spot instead of another.
Why do we need a bill? Why can't you just do that now?
I don't want to say it, but I have to say I think it's government red tape.
All right.
You got the FAA you got to deal with in Boston. You got Connecticut DEP. What are the rules and regulations? If you read through some of that stuff, I even saw where you have to go to your local health department, and if it's the X amount of feet to your neighbor, you have to make them aware of it. Now, just to use a drone, when I don't have to make them aware of it, when I could go throw it out by my hand, what's the difference? It's only coming out of unmanned vehicle that's maybe 8 or 10 feet off the ground, I can't drop fertilizer or pesticides from that, but I could wear it on my backpack sprayer and spray it all I want. It's kind of red tape, isn't it?
It is. And I know there's other people that want to ask questions, but I do appreciate all the time you spent up here, and I appreciate the work you do as a farmer. Where would we be without you? Thank you.
Okay, Rep. Dubitsky, please try to make it succinct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly will. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. It's good to have actual farmers who actually know what's going on the ground. You had mentioned that you thought some of the information that we were discussing regarding coded seeds was inaccurate. Can you enlighten us on what we've got wrong?
Well, to specifically, one other testimony said tomatoes. I don't believe it's on tomatoes. It's on some other things. So my biggest thing in this whole thing is that maybe people that are on this board, you or other people in this room right now, don't understand that I myself or they, them, or whoever they are can go out right now to a Tractor Supply type store, any store, and buy Seresto, Advantix, or anything to put on their animal, and that has imidacloprid in it, which is neonicotinoid. So how are we blaming just the farmers and their seeds? Just the farmer and their seeds, but we have all these pets, and we're putting this topical lotion on them, or we're giving them a pill, and these dogs need to defecate and urinate, mostly outside. So how are we blaming us as farmers for all of that? That's what I want to know from everybody that's testified against the seeds. And a lot of other questions that were asked or said was that, has anybody in the state of Connecticut ever had any studies on this? Yes, the state of Connecticut and Yukon had a beautiful study on it many years ago from one of their best ever entomologists that they employed, Jude Boucher, which found out we used to put a perimeter trap crop around our squash fields. What we would do is we would go out and plant our cash crop in the middle, and we would surround the whole field with Blue Hubbard. Blue Hubbard comes up faster and is more attractive to striped cucumber beetles than any other cucurbit. So they would go to that, and then we would take care of the bug problem on the Blue Hubbard squash, and it would allow our cash crop to grow. That's a fact. It's done right here in Yukon. And everybody's asking for that study. There it is. There's a study how it works. Now, how was this controlled? This was controlled by imidacloprid. So now they're treating the seeds to do this as soon as the seed sprouts, as soon as the cotyledon comes out of the ground, the bug eats it, the bug dies, we have a successful crop. So for some, and for someone to say from Ontario, Canada, that they're, well, come down to my farm in Norfolk, Connecticut, because you can't get a cucurbit to come out of the ground without it. I'm not proud to say I use imidacloprid, but it's the only way for me to grow a crop. The other thing that I don't grow anymore is peas. I don't grow peas. You know why I don't grow peas? Because they get attacked by wireworms in the ground. I don't want to go out there and spray them. I don't want to control it with imidacloprid. I give up growing peas. Why? Because we have wireworms. And back to Tracy's testimony on the cover crops. When you have grassland, sometimes that's where they come from. That's where they're harbored. Someone like me that's doing an alley cropping where I have cover crops every other row in my field, I'm going to have a high pressure of these root-eating maggots, wireworms, whatever they are. Unfortunately, that's what's on my farm. It's not on every farm. You go 5 miles down the road, it might be different. How do I solve that problem? I stop the strip or alley cropping or low intensive cropping that I'm doing right now, and I plow edge to edge. Hell, I'll just plow edge to edge and let the mud run back down out into the road, into the river. So what do we want here? We got to have a happy medium. Everybody doesn't get everything they want, but we got to meet in the middle somewhere. And I told the last time I testified last week, I'm not here to be part of the problem. I'm here to be part of the solution. And that's all I want to be. We got to meet in the middle on this. When we have alternatives that are work just as good as what we have, then we're good to go.
Great. Well, I very much appreciate your clearing some of that stuff up. Very helpful that we have that kind of information from somebody who actually works the soil himself. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to quickly go over back to the insurance stuff. And by the way, testimony is being heard. We appreciate it. this is good stuff. This is what the hearing is for. So, rest assured, we are listening. On the insurance, so you have some insurance available, but obviously it doesn't cover what you need covered. It's
I get 55% of the bottom 50%. So for instance, I picked, I think 18 more boxes of eggplant than would have triggered a loss. So I got no loss on my eggplant this year. And unfortunately, that's the way it works out sometimes, and it happens a lot. That's why some of these farmers along the river took such abuse, even though they were in parts of these programs. If you harvest 5 pounds or 150 pounds more than your bottom 50%, you don't get paid for that. And not only that, there's harvesting, non-harvested factors in this too. I lost $80,000 worth of winter squash last year. You know how much money I got for that winter squash? $6,000 because of an unharvested factor. The unharvested factor is a factor that's determined by a federal agency within our state that could have been fixed last year, the year before, or 5 years ago. They have they say that you should lose 49% of your payment because you didn't harvest it. Well, that's not right. It's just not. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. So you have a disgraceful program from the government that
doesn't cover
what you need, and then you got to look to somebody. And
we suffer the same thing. We're talking about bills mandating flood insurance too, and people always forget flood insurance is $250,000. You're mandated to get flood insurance, and you lose $1 million house, and you get $250,000 back, and you're thinking, well, what did that did that cover what it was worth? We do have some.
It's the same thing with physical insurance on the farm too. I had stuff is insured on the farm the same way, and the damage is unbelievable. It's everywhere. It's on everything. But I only got about I think $4,000 from them to fix about $150,000 worth of damage.
That you have to have that.
Yeah.
You have to get. All right. Yeah, I don't want to beat this forever. Your testimony was well worth the time, and I appreciate you coming out and giving it. We're going to do what we can on this.
Thank you.
Diane Keefe, followed by Philip Sheffield. Yep.
Hello. Thank you, members of the Environment Committee. I apologize, my camera's not working, but I'm testifying in support of HB 5004. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of the provisions. I did submit written testimony about the key provisions that I think are really important. But for Section 1, I just wanted to emphasize that the most important greenhouse gas reduction target for state agencies is the 100% zero carbon electricity by 2030 for state agencies, targeting energy efficiency retrofits and solar installations on public buildings or participation in wholesale solar power purchase agreements is essential to making this 2030 goal and future goals a reality, because these goals build on each other. The more you do solar installations, the more you will decrease the carbon footprint of our built buildings. On Section 10, making air source and ground source heat pumps eligible for reimbursement under the state's school construction grant program. I'm from Norwalk. We have one school under construction and one school completed. Neither of those schools had heat pumps because we don't have incentives in place to make it happen. In spite of citizen testimony that heat pumps would make the new schools more resilient and affordable, it's not happening the way things are currently set up. So I think Section 10 is vital. And the most important thing about heat pumps in the schools is that they can then act as effective cooling centers in a heat emergency, which we're more likely to have in the next 5 years than we were in the last 5. Section 11, it's also vital that DEEP adopt regulations that protect existing efficiency standards, because federal standards are likely to be weakened under the new EPA head, former Representative Zeldin. I also wanted to recommend a modification to Section 17. The current way the legislation is written, it says requires DEEP to evaluate the integration of nature-based solutions for carbon sequestration. I would like to propose requiring DEEP not just to evaluate how to, but actually to integrate nature-based solutions for carbon sequestration, which include planting trees, restoring wetlands, and removing invasive species using cover crops into several existing grant and loan programs. Section 18, requiring PURA to develop a solar canopy strategic plan and report to the General Assembly. I would strongly recommend the report needs to include a timeline for implementation and funding sources recommended. Raising the gas tax can fund solar installations on state and municipal buildings and canopies. California has a gas tax of over 69 cents a gallon. What percent of the electric costs of municipal buildings could be covered by solar installations and canopies? If an additional 5 cents were added to the bottle deposit, how much would unclaimed deposits generate to fund implementation for solar installations and canopy development in municipal and state buildings? For any municipal building whose buildings aren't solar ready, could they be incentivized to enter community source aggregation agreements to lower energy bills for municipalities? Thank you for your time, and please do everything you can to pass this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Philip Sheffield. Please turn on the microphone.
Yeah, gotcha. Many thanks to the Environmental Committee for having me here today. I speak on behalf of myself at the moment. My name is Philip Sheffield from Mystic, Connecticut. I'm the administrator of a private Facebook group called Connecticut Catch and Release Fly Fishing. I'm a lifelong fresh saltwater recreational angler and recently a licensed and insured salt and freshwater shore guide covering the Housatonic River in Connecticut east to Narragansett, Rhode Island. I support many environmentally conscious advocates of our fishery. The American Saltwater Guides Association, Stripers Forever, Connecticut Fly Fishers Association, Trout Unlimited, the DEP and the Fisheries Department, as well as many regional tackle and fly shops in Connecticut and Rhode Island. I'm also well-versed in the efforts of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. I support Bill 6248 in favor of a winter closure of the Housatonic River via that bill. The word moratorium is too broad a term to either support or oppose at this moment without adequate language as to its purpose. I am also in favor of a daytime no harvest catch and release period to include revival, with restrictions to include no more than one debarbed treble hook on the plugs and barbless single hooks, perhaps with plastic bait. Circle hooks are still law, and only those should be used for live bait fishing. Barbed treble hooks are very hard to remove and cause bleeding of striped bass. They also damage the jaw of the fish, which shuts down their feeding efforts for weeks at a time. I'm extremely happy to see that many who oppose a complete shutdown of the Housatonic also favor catch, release, and revive during a period in time which holds no promises regarding the long-term biomass of striped bass. I personally feel that whatever we do now to save and protect what remains of striped bass biomass coastwide is a step in the right direction, and Connecticut is starting this. Bravo. Connecticut is stepping in the right direction, considering the poor juvenile index count in the Hudson River and Chesapeake Bay region over the last 6 years. There's just too much uncertainty. Climate change, pollution, reproduction rates cannot be guaranteed. I got answers to the rest of my questions earlier with Justin Davis, Mason Tremblay, and Colonel Chris Lewis, so I'll skip that. But I
If
do
you could just
commend the
summarize,
efforts
if you could
of
just
our
summarize.
econ officers in trying to cover both sides of the Housatonic River.
Mr. Sheffield, if you could just summarize, your time's up.
Okay. Uh, I, I prefer that this fishery stay open and closed at night.
I appreciate that. Anyone still here that fishes more than I do, which is more than once every 20 years? Want to make any comments, questions? Rep. Chafee.
Sorry for the late hand there, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank you for coming in today and providing your testimony. I appreciate it. And thanks for reaching out to my office as well and providing your insight and your knowledge on this issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions, concerns? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Sheffield.
Thank you.
Next up, Peter Myers, followed by Mark Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Peter Myers. I'm a senior public policy associate at the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. And we submitted testimony today on 3 separate bills. And rather than read from my testimony, I'll just summarize that and refer you to my written comments. But first, on House Bill 5004, we do appreciate the community reaching out to the business community to get our thoughts about best ways to incentivize businesses to become more sustainable. And starting with Section 6 of this bill, CBI does believe that the current tax incentive put in this legislation would not properly incentivize a business or would not incentivize a business to invest in sustainable business practices or become more resilient. We have heard from members time and time again, specifically in our 2024 survey of members, that the limited access to capital is one of the main reasons preventing them to making investments into renewable energy or into resiliency efforts. So we would request that the committee would consider possibly a tax credit to offset some of the initial upfront costs for a business, rather than taking an existing program, creating a new program to properly incentivize a business there. Then moving on to Section 11 of this legislation, which introduces new efficiency standards for appliances. CBA does have concerns with that for the confusion of a manufacturer to comply with Connecticut-specific energy efficiency standards. We think that could become confusing to tie them to federal standards, which could very well change. Additionally, I can say from speaking to hundreds of manufacturers and businesses in Connecticut, if they are able to choose a appliance or a product that is more efficient, they are doing so to save on their electric costs. If their product is not available or does not achieve the task, then obviously it's a different conversation. Then moving on to DEEP's permitting bill 6868, CBI does appreciate DEEP with the work they have done in the 20 by 20 goals and again in the 20 by 26 goals to streamline permitting and improve permitting. We are supportive of this legislation, specifically Section 1 on the general permit. And then wrapping up and closing, I would like to highlight the House Bill 6280, which is the Climate Change Superfund. The business community has significant concerns with this legislation. Similar legislation was passed last year in the state of New York, which has been a $75 billion impact to the business community of that state. We have significant concerns with the cost of this legislation potentially, which will be felt most by our state's small and medium-sized businesses and manufacturers who are the most prevalent user of natural gas. And I will close with, the committee has worked with CBIA in recent years, and as well as the Energy and Technology Committee, to increase access to capital and to reduce red tape to allow businesses to invest in resiliency efforts and sustainability. We believe that incentivizing that is the proper approach to help address climate change factors. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Pete. Good to see you here. Just, did you want to add any more on your reason CBIA opposes 6280? Any thoughts on the impact on economic growth in Connecticut?
Well, absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. In our 2024 survey of members, 86% of members of businesses in Connecticut cited that costs were only increasing. We believe that if this legislation were to pass, that number would be higher than 86%. This will be passed on. The legislation as currently drafted would impact the fossil fuel industry. Those costs would then be passed along to the businesses of Connecticut, which would then be passed along to consumers, raising costs for everybody in the state. We do have some significant concerns about the competitiveness this would have. And if we are looking across the country, other states such as New York and Vermont have passed this legislation, and it's been caught up in serious amounts of litigation from the U.S. Chamber and the American Petroleum Institute, as well as 22 other states who have sued the state of New York over this legislation.
Thank you. I read a study late last year that Connecticut is more than 33% behind the national average in GDP growth since the Great Recession of 2008. So I'm looking forward to ideas from CBIA and how to reverse that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank
And
you, Pete.
I'm happy to share, if I may, I'm happy to share our economic competitiveness plan that CBIA's foundation has been working on to help improve Connecticut's roadmap to make us more competitive across the country. We've worked on this plan with stakeholders from public and private sectors across the state over the last year, and I'm more than happy to provide that plan to you to help make a roadmap for the state moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I do want to speak to one comment you made about the efficiency standards for appliances. I mean, as I understand it, I'm not an expert in this, our standards are slightly lagging our neighboring states. And in all honesty, it's hard to buy a non-efficient appliance at this point right now. Kudos to everyone for doing that, the industry and the consumers. But at a certain point, if we're the lowest in a region, as the older models and the older, less efficient models are kind of being phased out, they'll just kind of aggregate around us if we're lower than Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island. So we just want to, I think the current legislation is just to keep us current with our neighboring states, so we all kind of have a more blanket efficiency standard.
Sure.
So that's what we're all going for.
Sure.
And efficiency obviously is better for everybody.
Efficiency is key. Manufacturers all over the state are looking for ways to be more efficient, whether it's these set of appliances or any other appliance. So we're more than happy to have a conversation about ways we can help make appliances more efficient.
We're not looking to outstrip anyone on this one. So.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Senator.
Appreciate your testimony.
Just want to say thanks for the engagement, specifically on 5004. And if you can come up with a great new tax incentive policy and know how to fund it, I'm all ears.
Well, I'm sure I can help with the idea, but funding it's a little different.
Yeah, right.
Come out from there.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think we're good. Thank you very much. Next is Mark Gonzalez, followed by Amy Blaymore Peterson.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Mark Gonzalez here with the Constitutional Law Foundation. So CLF submitted testimony on several bills, but I want to focus today on HB 5004 and some of the resilience bills. So in 5004, CLF really wants to emphasize sections that would update state climate target law, law targets, initiate a future of gas docket, advance clean and efficient cooling through heat electric pumps and thermal energy networks, and make progress in deploying solar canopies. Shifting towards highly efficient heat pumps and thermal energy networks would benefit the health and well-being of Connecticut residents. Heat pumps powered by clean electricity is the primary pathway to reduce emissions from buildings. Heat pumps provide both heating and cooling, which is increasingly important as summers continue getting hotter. Establishing a plan for heat pump deployment would help Connecticut take advantage of the many benefits of heat pumps, save money on heating bills, reduce pollution that leads to high ozone levels and harm public health, and contribute to meeting our state climate goals. Network geothermal is an exceptionally efficient, climate-friendly solution to heating and cool buildings. They also offer a promising workforce opportunity for gas industry workers who can build on their existing skills to deploy geothermal projects. Ensuring that investments in the gas distribution are consistent with the state's transition to cleaner, more efficient heating through a future of gas docket is necessary to make this transition as smooth and equitable as possible. Gas prices are volatile and will only become more so in the future. This cost hits environmental justice in low-income communities the hardest. Failing to plan our transition away from fossil fuel technologies will only put these communities at a further disadvantage. These considerations are also why we support investments in resilience. As we work to reduce emissions from geothermal and heat pumps, we also need climate resiliency measures to prepare for the rising sea levels and the climate impacts. With an increasing number of storms, including more extreme ones fueled by climate change, flooding is a major climate problem for the state. We need to act now to begin to build this monumental effort of creating a truly resilient Connecticut. That's all I have to say. We have written testimony. CLF wrote a lot, so keep it short.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Next up is Amy Blaymore Patterson, followed by Keith Nielsen. Hello, Amy. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, and members of the committee. For the record, I am Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council, which is the umbrella for the state's 117 or so land trusts. And I also have the honor of chairing the state's Natural Heritage and Open Space Watershed Land Acquisition Review Board, which is the advisory board for DEEP's Land Acquisition and Management Unit, and particular those programs. I submitted testimony on a number of bills. I'm going to use this time to talk about two provisions of HB 5004. Section 17, the nature-based solutions section, we very much support, as it recognizes nature-based solutions as an initiative to address the impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and other environmental and societal challenges. You've heard testimony, there's testimony in the record about how that section could be strengthened, and we are happy to continue to work with the committee as well as DEEP to make that happen. The other section, however, we strongly oppose, and that is Section 24 of HB 5004. It proposes amendments to the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program and its companion project of the Urban Green and Community Garden Program. These are DEEP's matching grants programs for land trusts, municipalities, and water companies to support land conservation efforts as well as urban green development. Section 24 would propose expanding the purposes of the OSWA statute, which again includes UGCG, to include funds or the use of the funds for purposes that were not intended by that statute. These include commercial uses as well as projects for wildfire mitigation. The result would be to divert the funds from the intended use of, or the intended purpose of that statute. There is a process in the state whereby, especially for OSWA and other statutes like that, the Rec and Natural Heritage Trust Program, Urban Green and Community Garden Program, whereby the review board will work with DEEP, evaluate the changes that are being proposed, and then work to see whether or not they can be achieved administratively or through legislation. We've had a lot of success through the review board in making changes in both ways, most recently in the last 2 years statutorily to expand the access to that program, broaden its use, and as a result, demand for that program has never been higher. It's very exciting to see. But this is not the right time to be trying to divert funds from a program that is already oversubscribed to uses that were not intended by the statute. The review board, when it did see the proposed changes, and this was after the bill was released, had a lot of questions, and it's not to say that those uses aren't worth merit or worth a look. They certainly are. But to actually go ahead and change that statute without that scrutiny would be premature. And again, it would divert funds from the uses for which that statute was created. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you again for this time.
Thank you so much. So I hear you're saying you're not necessarily opposed to the potential outcome, but the process, and believe there's a better process in place to get us there.
Certainly a better process, and also probably separate and better programs. There's a lot of investigation that needs to be done in order to decide where the funding should come from, which program they should be, they should live, et cetera. So these are certainly topics that we would be very happy and excited to entertain at the review board level and continue to work with DEEP and other agencies for that matter to explore where they are best
Sure,
suited.
thanks. And what was the other section of this bill that you were just speaking about?
Section 17, which we support. And for the record, in our testimony, I hope makes it clear.
Yeah, thank you so much.
nature-based
Yeah,
solution
yeah.
section.
So my
Yes.
question, thank you.
Yes.
Can you give, for those of us that hear this term and
Yes.
conjure an idea of what it might mean, but lack specificity, can you give like 3 examples of what nature-based solutions are?
Yes, and I would say just go to your local land trust and see the work that they're doing,
Okay.
and you know very well what we mean by nature-based solutions. They are the land conservation protection of forests and trees, wetlands, riparian buffers, healthy organic soils, and the like. So it is basically using nature to address some of the impacts of the changing climate, to protect biodiversity and otherwise. But they can also involve uses that are more like green infrastructure. So not just nature itself, but using nature as a conduit to other ways of, for example, protecting our shorelines. Living shorelines is one example of a nature-based solution, and it's a green infrastructure type of project.
What is a living shoreline?
Living shoreline would be creating, putting elements of nature at a shoreline area to help to reduce the impacts of the rising sea level. So it could be, my gosh, I'm not the right person to talk about those, but it could be like the oyster beds and things like that.
Sure. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. I live on one of those shorelines, not on the shoreline, close to the shoreline. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, Amy, section 24, you would just rather strike it from the bill?
Yes, I mean, the
Since
bill,
it-
yes.
Since it's already in statute, it's just being revised, we could just strike that section.
Strike section 24 because of the amendments that it proposes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, we thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you
Have
so
a great
much.
afternoon.
You as well.
Next up, 26, Mr. Keith Nielsen. Is Keith with us? Otherwise, we will keep moving. We know number 27 is not with us, so we're at 28, Mike Papa. I don't see Mike with us. We will keep moving. I see online Charles Sidoti. Please jump in, Mr. Sidoti. Will be followed by Cameron Kritikos. Charles, you're up.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I am the executive director of Inshore. Inshore is a nonprofit innovation hub focused on the intersection of insurance and climate change. Our mission is to promote insurance markets that work for everyone that faces the impacts of climate change. I am here today to strongly support SB 1245, which we believe will promote more resilient communities. Improving community resilience, however, does not necessarily guarantee that insurance markets will quickly or fully quantify and recognize the value of the risk reduction in the form of more affordable and accessible insurance. We believe that capturing the value of local resilience investments quickly and fully requires insurance innovation. This can be done through innovation and regulatory practices, but also through innovation through the industry. We believe that that requires integrating insurability planning into local economic development planning, which can drive insurance innovation that closes protection gaps that threaten communities. Insurability planning is different than resilience planning. It requires some technical assistance. It requires new tools and collaboration across traditional boundaries. But making insurance more affordable and accessible is a way to pay for all these investments, and we think it's an important priority. Insure stands ready to support communities as they go on the journey for more resilient communities and help capture the value in insurance markets. We've recently issued a comprehensive white paper describing why we need insurance innovation and how to get there. And I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you so much, Charles. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us
Thank
today.
you. Right.
Next up, number 30, Cameron Kritikos. don't see Cameron. We'll move along to number 31, Kate Johnson. Kate will be followed by Lori Brown. Welcome, Kate.
To the Environment Committee, co-chairs Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and Environmental Committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 641, an act establishing a pilot program for boat washing station at Gardner Lake in Salem. My name is Kate Johnson, and I serve as citizen advocate for Gardner Lake. My family and I have lived at our current location now at the lake for 70 years. Gardner Lake shoreline encompasses 3 towns in eastern Connecticut, Bosra, Montville, and Salem, and covers 529 acres, one of the 10 largest lakes in Connecticut. This resilient lake has provided native and migratory wildlife habitat and outdoor recreation for our Connecticut residents. The introduction of hydrilla into the lake threatens the future of the lake's well-being and that of its wildlife habitat. Hydrilla aggressively dominates over aquatic food sources and habitat within the water column. When hydrilla decomposes at the end of each season, it depletes dissolved oxygen in the water, which can result in fish kills. It can also produce changes in the water's pH, leaving the lake susceptible to additional invasive intruders, which were previously incompatible with the pre-hydrilla pH levels. It also clogs the lake's recreational areas, rendering them unsafe for use. The introduction of a boat washing station would bring greater awareness to traveling boaters about the threat of hydrilla and other invasive aquatic plants. Access to a boat washing station would provide an on-site alternative to what I call the honor system, whereby boat owners are responsible to clean their boats on their own after leaving a water body and before entering a new water body. As invasive plant populations around the state continue to spread, this indicates that the honor system hasn't served as the best form of environmental protection. The convenience of an on-site boat washing station would greatly encourage boaters to take a few moments to clean their boats and to protect the water bodies that they so enjoy, and help to restore Gardner Lake to its beautiful resilience. Speaking with the support of the Gardner Lake Authority and as a citizen advocate, it would be a pleasure and an honor to work in partnership statewide in the education of this model and the fight against aquatic invasive species and their transport. The well-being of Connecticut's natural resources is at greater risk than ever before, as we all seek out nature's beauty for our own human well-being. I respectfully reach out to you, the Environment Committee, for your support in passing Senate Bill 641. Let's save Gardner Lake. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Johnson.
Any questions?
I'll ask a quick question.
Sure.
And very briefly, what actually happens at one of these boat washdown stations? Is it just water that they get washed down with? Is there any chemical used? Is there any special equipment? Is it literally a hose?
I've done research online. Senator Marks is the one that put
Okay.
forth the bill, so I'm not terribly informed on it, but I did do some research, and they're a pretty big unit. They stand about this tall, and they vary. Some offer water for cleaning and some don't, but they have different tools on it that are attached. So you can pull like a long pair of tongs to pull things from your boat. There would be a long broom that you can scrape. And again, some of them have water. I'm not sure specifically which ones they're looking at.
Okay, thank you so much. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that. Are there any, I'll follow up with Senator Marks. Any other questions from the committee? Representative.
Thank you. Oh, thanks for being here today. And this is having to do with the boat launch, washing down, whether it's water or it's some other liquid. Are there tanks where this is stored so it wouldn't be spread to another area?
Good question. I did, some of them that I saw did have a tank where there's like a vacuum you can use,
Mhm.
a vacuum extension, and that puts that into a tank.
Mhm.
Again, I apologize, I'm not familiar
Yeah.
with the units themselves. You know, I'm an advocate to protect Garner Lake,
Yeah.
but I don't know what the process is to empty that tank. I mean, I'm sure there is one, but some do have the tanks.
And my other question has to do with the establishment of this. It looks like it's for a 2-year pilot program. Should Deep decide that they didn't want to continue, but the area decide that they wanted this to stay there, are there commercial places that do this already? My question really is, if, are there other people that are already doing this commercially on other lakes?
There are, I don't know about Connecticut. I know they have in other states. I think Massachusetts is using them.
Okay. No, I asked that question because in the event that it was something that you wanted to keep there, or it was something that, for whatever reason didn't go forward, is that another alternative?
Yeah. There are 3 towns that surround it, and of those 3 towns, there's a 9-member Gardner Lake Authority. And they would be the people to go to that could do that. But, we have a lot of people ready to volunteer in whatever capacity they can
Great.
to help save the lake.
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. See no further questions. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Have a good
Thank you as
afternoon.
well.
Next up is Lori Brown, to be followed by number 33, Brian Fady. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, and all the members of the Environment Committee that are still here and online. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And CTLCV has submitted written testimony on quite a few bills on your agenda today. 4 are bills addressing climate that we gladly support, and we greatly appreciate the fact that the committee has brought them forward this year. And 2 are related to water. And then there's 1 bill that I want to speak to that we actually oppose that would weaken one of our existing environmental laws. Connor Yukaitis, our Deputy Director, who's here, he's number 87, will be providing specific testimony on the climate bills that we support. But in particular, I just want to make sure that you know that we strongly support House Bills 5004 with many good provisions, particularly energy efficiency and clean energy, appliance standards, solar canopies, geothermal, lots of good stuff in there. 6280, creating a climate superfund, and Senate Bills 9 and 1245 featuring climate resiliency and nature-based solutions. So Connor will give much more detail on that, and there is written testimony. I'm going to focus my time on passage of 3 bills. First, we do support strongly the State Water Plan Bill, SB 732, to update the State Water Plan. The League agrees with the testimony by Rivers Alliance and the conservation districts and many other water experts who recognize the significant impact that climate change is having on our water resources, not just water managed by the utilities, but all of our resources really need to be incorporated into the plan. And so the bill does require the Water Planning Council to update the plan and make recommendations to increase the resiliency of existing water resources and infrastructure. And we would like to see the bill require the plan that be updated every 5 years, starting this year. And definitely agree with Betsy Guerra about the fact that there needs to be provisions for staff that needs to manage the process of updating the plan. The second bill is related to flooding, which has been addressed today in a couple different ways, but we have some problematic provisions there that we believe could actually make things worse for the issue that it's trying to solve, particularly for the environment and surrounding properties that could make flooding worse. So we do oppose the first half of that bill that would allow residents living in a flood zone to use landscape fill annually to hold back flood water. I realize there was a mistake in the 10,000 cubic yards, but still there are a lot of the same problems that are in our testimony that I think should be considered. I can spell those out if you need me to, but we do support the second part of that bill, which would help municipalities elevate roads. And this is especially needed in those towns along the shoreline where you have sea level rise and a lot of flooding, and also a lot of undersized culverts that really do need to be replaced. So we do like to see that. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, just I'll sum it up. There is a bill on your agenda today that we believe would roll back environmental laws. And we urge you to once again reject the House Bill 6455 that would weaken the state's ability to enforce consent orders. These are agreements that violators of environmental laws make with DEEP to remediate the damage they've done and to avoid further penalties. It is a good bill both for regulators and for DEEP, for the regulated and for DEEP. So I just want to say that I think that that's an important bill that once again, do not pass that bill.
Thank you. Thanks, Lori. Thanks for the testimony on all these bills. I know we're keeping you busy this year, and we'll look forward to some of your colleagues and members, I'm sure, throughout the day. Are there any questions from the committee? Otherwise, Ms. Brown, thank you.
Great.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Next up is Brian Fady.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Brian Fady, I'm the State Policy Manager with the Appliance Standards Awareness Project. We are a nonprofit organization that works on appliance efficiency standards at both the state and federal level. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 5004 regarding the appliance efficiency standard sections, that's 11 to 13. And I'm happy to say, appliance efficiency standards, they're like other energy efficiency policies where they help avoid climate emissions while saving people money. In fact, my organization estimates that by 2040, the standards in the bill would save Connecticut $110 million on utility bills annually, while avoiding about 80,000 metric tons of CO2, also annually. And this is actually a policy that Connecticut has a long history of leadership on, having adopted appliance efficiency standards previously back in 2004, and then in 2007, and also in 2011. And so today, House Bill 5004, it continues that tradition by adding a new round of standards, which once again will save residents and businesses money while reducing carbon emissions. And essentially the way the policy works is by leveraging existing trusted efficiency specifications like those from the Energy Star program or the Water Sense program, which is like Energy Star, but for water using products. So looking at the bill, most of the standards just say the designated products need to meet the Energy Star or Water Sense efficiency levels. And finally, I'll just note, 13 other states have adopted these same standards in recent years, and that includes within the region, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Jersey. And hopefully Connecticut can be next. So thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fady. Where are you coming from today?
I'm based out in Seattle, Washington, in fact.
Awesome. We were happy to hear that there was I was interested and happy to hear there's an organization that exists for what you do. So that's really niche and specific. Thanks for taking the time to be here. I'll just ask a quick question. From your perspective, I know there's been some conversation about, does this change happen through statute or through regulation? Can you speak to how states most usually do this kind of work?
Yeah, typically what's been passed recently is the same as you see in this bill, House Bill 5004, which is the bill designates which products shall receive standards and then also describes what those standards shall be. You can see in there it gets specific about, Energy Star version 2.0 for a certain product or 1.2 for a different product. And that's typically how it's been adopted in other states recently.
All right, thank you for that. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. And we'll move along to Mr. Chris Herb. Mr. Herb, welcome. Chris will be followed by Katie DiGiantonio.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 heating fuel retailers throughout the state of Connecticut. Today, we are here in opposition to HB 5004 and HB 6280, both of which would impose substantial financial burdens on Connecticut residents and businesses by significantly increasing the cost of essential energy sources. HB 5004 directs the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to establish social cost guidelines aimed at offsetting costs they deem are caused by climate change. These social costs would in effect function as a new tax on gasoline, diesel, heating oil, propane, and natural gas. This would impose additional costs on an already overburdened consumers, similar to the existing system's benefit charge on electric bills, but with an even more significant financial impact on transportation and heating fuels. While the initial implementation applies to state properties, it sets a precedent for
Not you. Keep going.
Oh, sorry. It sets a precedent for broader application, eventually extending to economy-wide and driving up the cost of living for everyone in Connecticut. 5004 also contains language that requires DEEP to issue reports to make policy recommendations on several issues. You know, the CES is almost 3 years past due, and that document probably should deal with a lot of what this bill is asking them to do. In our opinion, we have no confidence that the department's going to be able to respond to any legislative mandate or direction to report back to you on any issue if they can't even get the basic comprehensive energy strategy document out. Section 4 of the bill requires PURA to consider beneficial electrification measures like heat pumps. What we would ask is for us to be included in that. Fuels like biodiesel, renewable propane, and propane autogas have already proven to reduce emissions today. We don't have to wait for some distant future of renewables to be installed, which we know will come at some point. But for now, we can lower emissions today, and we think that if they're given specific direction to look at these fuels, that we would be able to make more progress in a shorter period of time at a lower cost if we're specifically included in there. 6280 proposes a climate super fund. I'll just point out the one in New York is at the price tag of $75 million. If you compare Connecticut's economy and population to New York, the price tag for Connecticut would come to about $13 billion. We looked at its impact on natural gas, gasoline, and heating fuels, which comes out to roughly 33 cents a gallon. No matter who the target is of the Climate Super Fund, producers of energy always pass them down to our wholesalers, eventually our retailers, which we pass down to the consumer. So we see that this is very costly, very dangerous, and we don't think that that's the intention. I'll also point out that the New York Super Fund is also being sued by 22 other states and a number of other companies. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you so much. That was the right bill.
There you go.
Appreciate your testimony and the work that you do. I would love to hear you explain a little bit further how we go from, in the bill, such state agencies may use the social cost of greenhouse gas emissions when evaluating the costs and benefits of activities and improvements. And then they say, the bill says, social cost includes, but is not limited to, net agricultural productivity, harms to human health, property damage, and the value of ecosystem services. I just don't see how that goes to what you said, which is a new tax
So yeah,
in what feels like a pretty drastic statement.
Yep.
Please help me understand.
It's based on, I've worked for the association for 24 years and I worked in the building for 5. So I've been around for almost 3 decades. And when I see a foundation being built in legislation, it means that a house is going to be built later. We see this as the foundation for that application economy-wide. So it's based on my experience watching hundreds of bills over the years start like this and then move into something else. To direct the department to create social costs based on those criteria that are in the bill that you just read has the potential to cost the public billions of dollars.
But in what way specifically? Where are the costs coming?
Where are the costs coming?
Yeah.
Well, they're supposed to look at those specific things that you said. Cardiovascular disease, pulmonary issues, things like that could be calculated in. It doesn't spell them out, but that's clearly what I believe that it means when you talk about human health issues. And on the other side of it, it looks like the language would indicate that DEEP could calculate the cost of shoreline erosion and other I know that the floods have been talked about in context of another bill today that happened in the Naugatuck Valley in August. That could potentially be calculated. So I see it as a blank check to be able to look at virtually anything the department deems caused by climate change to calculate that number. So the number, that's why I don't have a number in our testimony, because we don't know what that cost will be, but it could exceed what the Superfund's looking for.
Maybe I'm being thick. How does that turn into a cost on customers?
How does it turn into a cost on customers? Well, if
You're
they're-
saying that, please
Yeah.
go ahead.
No.
If the agency is so this concept of social cost of carbon, and we actually had other bills in the committee that I looked at and thought, wow, we're having similar conversations actually on both sides of the aisle here, which is what are we really talking about when we're concerned with carbon? And let's get some specificity around it. Let's empower folks to help us as legislators really know what are the concerns and what are the broader costs that we actually want to mitigate against and manage and work around. So that's what I see here about the agency using the social cost of greenhouse gas emissions when evaluating costs and benefits of activities. So I guess my question is, if those are the costs that they're saying folks are already bearing, when you turn that into saying it's going to be a new tax on consumers, what am I missing? Where does that happen?
Yeah, no, we believe that, and similar to my previous comments about, once the state establishes what the cost, how the cost of, again, I'll just pick a random pulmonary disease, may have on the public, that translates into being to build that cost into the price of fuel so that you could mitigate those, or you could treat them, or you could engage in a number of activities that would prevent them from happening in the future. That's typically where these social costs are discussed. Not, I would wonder what the point of doing it at all if it wasn't to try to set the stage for taking some sort of action in the future, or subsidizing healthcare costs, or the other actions that might take to mitigate extreme weather.
I appreciate that. So it seems to me that, and I know I'm going on, I appreciate my colleagues indulging here. I'll pass it on in a second. I hear what you just shared. And just to be clear, none of that is articulated in this bill. From my perspective, the hope would not be to then take those costs and then just pass them along to try to recapture those to folks like you that goes back to your customers, but rather to help make policy that's choosing less costly alternatives in the future. And as we've heard a lot, I think from this bill and other testimony, to partner with industry to figure out what those might be, so that we're sort of being wide-eyed when we're doing that. I want to be clear, from as someone that's been working on this bill, my intention is very much not to go through the steps that you're referencing, which are not written in this bill and are not here in front of us today. Because that doesn't help us in the long term. So I hope you understand that. And I appreciate you taking the time to go back and forth on this a little bit and explain sort of where you see those concerns being. Because when I hear new tax on a bill that I'm interested in, I don't want to be passing on new taxes to people. So I don't think that's in here as this bill is. I thank you for the time. Feel free to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. No, and thank you for sharing your added thoughts on that. We would absolutely welcome language in the bill that says that it would never be passed on to a consumer. It would not be taxed on businesses or fuel. That would be a real welcome addition to the bill to provide some certainty that our concern would never come to fruition. So
I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. I'm sure some of my colleagues got questions. Anything from Rep. Cresco? Go ahead. Oh, I look. Rep. Callen, you got something? Okay, got it. Yeah, Rep. Cresco, please.
So if you don't like this bill, what's your alternative?
Well, the bill does a lot of things. I'm pointing out those sections in particular, the ones that in my testimony that I just spoke, there are several sections that we would like to be included in. So this is one the line of question that just occurred was just to that one section that we're.
Yeah, so that one section that you don't like, but do you have an alternative?
I don't even know what it's seeking to solve. What's the problem it's seeking to solve? If we did, I don't see what it's trying to do, so I wouldn't have an alternative.
Well, you just said you thought it was building a foundation.
Yeah.
So how do we,
someone else's perceived problem?
How do you tell us to solve that problem?
I don't know what problem it's seeking to solve. If it's climate change, I think you know what my answer is, in the sense that being included in other sections of the bill to have biodiesel, renewable propane, renewable propane autogas are great solutions to reducing criteria pollutants and other things that cause climate change, emissions that cause climate change. So I think that that's what I would propose that we do is that we should invest in the businesses that are here right now pursuing those solutions. That is hopefully a consistent theme that I've been clear about this session and previous sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rep. Gresco. Representative Mashinsky.
I think where we're trying to go is, and maybe you could help us with this, work with us on this, work with us on this. Where we're trying to go is to bring down the, those activities would have high social costs to, because, for example, when Oxford got flooded last summer and people were killed, and the storm had all the fingerprints of climate change on it because of how fast it was. Then we got the price tag for this, trying to remember now, $300 million, I think is the price tag for all that damage, which now, you know, all of us taxpayers have to pick up now because of all this damage. And so, you know, ideally we'd be using the price of damage, whether to human beings or to the roads and bridges, infrastructure, houses, businesses. You know, if we can cost out what is causing these costs on society, then we can start working at reducing those burdens on society and changing how we produce electricity and how we heat and cool our buildings and how we drive. All those things can help lower these societal costs that are now landing on us. And then looking into the future are going to be landing on us with an even bigger thud each decade. So I think that's where we're going with this. And how your industry can help is also move toward lower emissions, lower impact. Then taxpayers save money, you save money, and everybody has a better future. So that's where we're going.
Well, and I agree with you that we do play a role in this. You know, over half the homes in Connecticut heat with our fuels. Our members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 convenience stores in the state. And so I circle back to everyone who's on this committee that was here 5 years ago unanimously voted to blend renewable biodiesel and potentially renewable diesel with the heating fuels that we sell. We recently introduced renewable diesel to our biodiesel mix here in Connecticut that can be used for on-road applications. So I would say that we are leading that charge. We did it with your help. And when I see things like this, it becomes a concern. I mean, I thought you were almost describing that it would end up being someone will have to shoulder the burden of those costs outside of the traditional way. I mean, I know that whenever there's a storm or an accident, it affects our insurance rates. And obviously we don't like that either. You know, according to the United Nations Intercontinental Panel on Climate Change, if the entire United States stopped emitting carbon dioxide tomorrow, it wouldn't change the temperature of the Earth 0.001. And that's not our industry saying that. That's what the United Nations is saying. So I just sometimes question rushing into technologies and fuels that people are claiming to be zero emissions. That's just not true. When we are working every day and these bills continue to come out, and we're not included in them. It continuously chooses utilities that you have a number of issues with for all different kinds of reasons. And I've come here year after year saying, could we please be included? And another bill comes out that we're not included in. It's just, I guess that's why I'm here to highlight that we do have solutions that we want to work with you on.
Okay, so I get it. So you just want to be a partner.
We would like to be a partner.
As we go forward. Yeah, on the West Coast, they have interesting legislation out there where the dirtier fuels have a surcharge on them, and as the fuels are cleaner and cleaner, the surcharge goes away. But the dirty fuels pay for the conversion to the clean technology, which would be nice if we could do that here too.
Would love to talk to you more about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Mr. Erb, let me just be clear. I appreciate you saying that, and I can do a better job of that myself as someone that's been working on this bill. So I'd love to follow up with you and have some of those conversations. Please do reach out. I'd welcome the chance to talk.
Thank you.
And appreciate your thoughtful approach. Are there others on the committee that have, yeah, Rep. Piscopo, please?
Thank you. Just to kind of sum up, we're seeing like in sections 4, 5, 6, 7, it's kind of I interpret it as a push to phase out natural gas into renewables. You're asking Pura for a study, you're asking for the dashboard, and plus in section 3, there's the goal set up that will strive to phasing out natural gas. So I think just logically that would raise prices for everybody to heat their homes and cool their homes because we're using natural gas, which is pretty clean and efficient. So I think that's your reference to what it's going to cost the public. And that's a real social hit on people when their energy costs go up.
I've never been a big fan of natural gas, but it is obviously a very important component for electric reliability. 11 years ago, the legislature tried to convert 300,000 homes to natural gas when we always felt that it should be prioritized for electric generation. The facts of the matter are that natural gas is much less expensive than intermittent renewables, and it should be prioritized. We've met with a few environmental organizations over the past summer, and we pitched to them that we should be going after electric baseboard heat. We all understand that if we can bring renewables into the mix from a deliverable fuel standpoint, and then since natural gas has no pathway to decarbonize, that there are other ways, but that's not going to happen for quite some time. But I do see that if this bill is successful in those areas, that there'll be a cost that will be paid by ratepayers. There's no doubt.
Well, it's in about the mid-20s today. I'm looking at ICO chart where natural gas, we're burning about 34%. We'd probably be buying more natural gas because people are heating their homes with it now. If there were a little better supply, 34% natural gas right now, the 5-minute picture here, 3.4 cents kilowatt hour.
Well, that's a low percentage because it's been in the 50s and 60% of the generation mix has been natural gas quite often this winter. So you can't get rid of it now.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hey, Chris, thanks for coming in. You've been a resource for me to learn so much about this industry. Over the years, how long have you been doing this?
24.
Over the years, have you in your industry been asked to become more efficient?
Yes.
Have you provided more efficiency?
Absolutely.
To what degree?
Well, we actually have a research and development wing of the retail fuel industry where we're now, we are installing 90% efficient oil heat, which is now bioheat in Connecticut, right? Because we require that blend that we supported. So we have seen huge strides. When I came here, we were in the low 80s. And there's actually, and I didn't touch on this because I didn't have enough of my 3 minutes, but in the efficiency standards section, it looks like we're repealing entirely all the minimum efficiencies for oil, heat, natural gas, and propane equipment. And there's no, and I look over and over to see where's it being added back in, and I don't see it coming back. So there's no efficiency standards if this passes in this form from the way I read it.
But, and as Representative Piscopo mentioned, it seems to me from this bill and the bill last year that the goal is to get rid of natural gas when it's such a large percentage of our generation. The only way to even think about that is nuclear. Renewables, they're going to be a small percentage. I think we can learn from Germany and Great Britain that they started closing down plants and they ended up having to build offshore liquid natural gas barges. They had to refire coal plants because they couldn't keep the lights on. So I think we need to be more efficient, but we need to look at every means of keeping the lights on. And it seems like we talk about storms and climate, and everyone wants to make sure that we're as resilient as possible. But by sitting here today, I don't think we're going to write legislation to stop storms.
The only proven method whatsoever to reduce cost to consumers and reduce emissions, there is only one proven way to accomplish that, and that is through conservation, not conversion, not choosing winners and losers in fuel. It is to use less of the fuel that you choose to use. That's the only way to do it. A doubling down of into the Home Energy Solutions Program would be the best return at the lowest price to the legislature. let businesses continue to install this high efficiency equipment. We make a lot of money installing equipment. So I would say that we would love to see a bill that was much more focused on that side than in issuing reports, and they don't even do the old reports. I would, it's very rare that I would agree with Katie Dykes, and she'd be smiling if she heard me say this, but the truth of the matter is that I think that an all above strategy makes the most sense. That's where we started when I came here in 1999, 2000, and I think that's where we should be today.
I agree. And some people like to point the finger and say this side of the aisle wants dirty energy and is against what's that? Yeah, yeah. Keep it down, Gresco. So but we're not. I mean, we want affordability. We were all out in the campaign trail 6 months ago. Everyone's screaming because they can't afford to live here. Businesses are closing. The IGA in one of my towns, their electricity bill went up 4 times. So therefore their groceries go up too. So if we keep, I think there's a good example in Europe, as I mentioned. If we follow Europe
I'm getting ready to
down
testify.
the rat trap, we're going to have a hard time. And so I think we should learn from the lessons of others. We're building modular nukes and putting them on submarines. Let's build modular nukes and put them and have them power our towns and have an all-out approach, like you're saying. But I think we've asked you to do this. As you mentioned, the conversions to natural gas were, I think it was how many years ago that the state urged it?
11 years ago.
11 years ago. Now they're going to pull that rug out. I think it's an all-out approach, and we just have to find a way. Connecticut's becoming so unaffordable. And when I mentioned to the commissioner that, yeah, well, heat pumps great, but I think heat pumps are huge draws of electricity, and they're great. But she wants the ratepayers to pay for that too, and it went on to talking about savings and everything. But the real question is, you're going to make everyone else pay for these things, and our goal, and I hope everyone's goal, is for more affordable, clean electricity. And it's just like you mentioned, renewables are 4 to 5 times more expensive. So
The
it's
lesson
not
that
really
we
a question, but
yeah, the lesson that we have not learned is that every time the state has the fad fuel of the day, they find out some years down the road that they've made a mistake. So we have demonstrated through EIA, EPA, and a whole bunch of research institutions that we do have solutions that allow competitive, free, fair, competitive markets. That's where you get the most efficient price to consumers, right? Is having hundreds of family-owned businesses compete with each other. But every time the scale is tipped a little bit against us, we lose more of our retailers, we lose more customers. And I don't think that the environment benefits from that, and I don't think consumers benefit from that. I think we should again, and if you include us, we will deliver. I promise you, we will deliver. We'll deliver jobs. You know, there's a whole section here that says it appears you want to transition our workforce to something else. Well, you know, we had a meeting with a member of the committee 2 weeks ago at one of our members' offices where they showed them that we are the green industry in Connecticut. It's just, we have a legacy that, sure, I was here 24 years ago kicking people in the shins and they're not happy about it. But the truth is that we're different. We've changed. We have a new generation of owners that have changed.
well, and my last comment, Mr. Chair, is in watching, I watch a lot of, my wife thinks I'm nuts. I watch seminars, videos from different experts. And John, Representative Pisco, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dr. Lomberg, yeah, he had a great video. He said, the one thing you accomplish by doing this, since 82% of the world's energy comes from fossil fuels, the one thing you'll accomplish is mass poverty. So we don't want that either. We want clean energy, we want affordable energy, and we don't want to put people out of business and drive them out of our state. So thank you.
Conservation, not conversion.
Thank you for being with us. Are there any other comments from the committee? Brett Mashinsky.
Yeah, I just want to get you on the record. I think I heard you say that you agree with Katie Dykes that conservation and just reducing how much you have to use is the most efficient and cost effective for the consumer.
Well, just for the record, I agree with her, all of the above approach, but yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Conservation. We have never fought a bill that would allow consumers to conserve. Many of our members are now in the Home Energy Solutions program. We do BPI training at our school. We train people to do this work. It's almost counter. We had an open house that we invited all the members of the committee to. I think Senator Lopes attended. and where we demonstrated that we have a HVAC school where we provide people with S licenses and B licenses to do HVACR work. And a whole section of our education school is dedicated to heat pumps. Then there's a whole section dedicated to biodiesel and bioheat. So on the record, I am in 100% in agreement with Commissioner Dykes that that conservation is key.
Okay,
to all
because
of us.
we don't have to just go from one fuel to another fuel. We can be more efficient and reduce how much fuel we use. And that's actually the cheapest way, my understanding is that's the cheapest way to go. So we do save people money. Our constituents, we save them money by helping them be efficient.
But we don't help them be efficient when we throw heat pumps into houses that don't have proper insulation. And I think Deep also testified to that also.
They said that. They said
Yeah,
that.
our members who installed a lot of heat pumps the last couple of years, some of the programs that were outlined earlier, it's usually more for space heating, but it could be a whole home heat. There are people calling asking for us to throw in propane heating systems this winter because they were just not keeping up. Now, this isn't a knock on heat pumps. They've come a long way. They're a great technology, but man, we have rushed into this so quickly. Ask some of your constituents. I'm sure you'll hear from them. Look at what their electric bills did, and all they had was heat pumps this year. I have a bill from Senator Summers' district where someone said, why is my electric bill $4,000? Did they not install these properly? We sent 2 separate companies in addition to the one who installed them. Everything was manufacturer spec. There's something not right when we don't take the right approaches on making these homes tight first and then finding what's the best solution to heat with.
Right. Well, the commissioner clearly said that this morning, that first you weatherize,
Yep.
then you put the tech in.
I'm on the record that I'm
You
she's
agree with
correct.
her on that too, right? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for clarifying that, Rep. Mashinsky. Thanks for your testimony, and we're looking forward to continuing the conversation. All right. Thanks. Next up, we have joining us online, Senator Duff. I'm sorry, folks. We actually had someone that was up from earlier in the day. We're going to have Senator Duff jump in online, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you so much.
Hey, everyone, can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for squeezing me in. I appreciate it. I was on before, but had to run off because was today's Read Across America Day and was going to have to read to some school kids. So it was a lot of fun, but I'll be very brief because I know you have a lot more people to come in. I just wanted to testify as well. I believe Senator Looney did also on Senate Bill 9, talking about an act concerning the environmental climate and sustainable municipal and state planning. And I just want to highlight just a couple sections. One is the section on rodenticides, second generation rodenticides. Last year, I spoke to the Environment Committee about an experience I had here at my house where a Cooper's hawk was in the front yard when I was walking my dog, and ended up getting the hawk taken to a place where she could get rehabbed, and found out that the most likely cause was one of those rodenticides, second generation rodenticides. And not only that, from that came an experience of driving up to another rescue place where we saw lots of bald eagles, lots of other hawks and others who unfortunately have consumed rodenticides, and it is really poisoning many of our birds and wildlife, and some of which were even bald eagles. And I said last year, I said, we don't want to poison America's birds, so let's try and do what we can to eliminate these second generation rodenticides. Second part was in neonicotinoids, of banning those, which is in Senate Bill 9 as well. I think that you see my testimony, and I've articulated why I think that is important for our environment and for our bee population, which is important for our food as well, and that we're seeing the bee population decrease over time, and some of that can be because of the fact of the neonicotinoids and other chemicals that are in use. And the third part is in the sustainability, which is to work with some of the language that's in Senate Bill 9 that had been in Senate Bill 11 last year, OPM bill, which talked about resiliency and making our communities more resilient. Norwalk, thankfully, the community I live in, is working on a lot of these initiatives already. People are very happy that we're doing that. We're taking those things into consideration, like making some of our roads higher, especially as they're closer to bodies of water, task forces, and other ways in which we can make our communities more resilient, especially those of us on the coastline. and to have these resiliency improvement districts as well. So that gives another tool in the toolbox for our community. So I'll leave it there. If there's any questions, happy to take them, but I wanted to be as brief as possible.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you
Thank you.
joining us. I
Thank
know
you,
we've
Mr.
got a
Chairman.
question from Representative Gresco. Oh, sorry. Did you have one, Rep. Callahan? Okay, yeah. Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Duff, for the testimony. But to be clear, in SB 9, the language concerning rodenticides is just restricted use, and there is another bill here in the Environment Committee, HB 6915, that is a ban on second-generation anticoagulants. Um, um, which one would you prefer?
Well, look, I prefer the one that we can get through and over the finish line between the House and the Senate. Obviously, I would take the stronger bill for sure. I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. But having the experience I had myself personally with the Cooper's hawk in my yard and seeing other wildlife that has been threatened, I had a great visit with Senator Cohen in her district a couple years ago as well. And I would favor the stronger bill, obviously, but I also want to make sure that we're making progress on this because doing nothing is not acceptable as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, you.
Representative. Are there further questions from the committee? Senator Cohen online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, for your testimony and for all your advocacy around this. I just want to echo, I know that you've been a huge proponent of seeing a ban on second-generation rodenticides as well as neonicotinoids. And I think I certainly know the leadership of the committee as well as Representative Gresco as carryover from last session has worked really hard in strengthening the language and getting it to a good place with our farming community and others who had raised concerns. So I think I'm hopeful that we can get even stronger language across the finish line. And if, the caucus is amenable, perhaps adding or combining some of the language as substitute to get it out of the committee in a stronger form, just banning those second generation rodenticides as well as neonicotinoids with certain exceptions. So I know that you've been a proponent of that, and I too never want perfection to be the enemy of the good. So I'm not all or nothing, but I think we have a good opportunity here after a lot of work from folks like yourself and other advocates and committee members. So I'm hopeful that we can work with the caucus bill as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator Cohen. I appreciate it. And you've been on this way before I was, and I appreciate that visit we had a couple years ago. Because as I said at the outset of my testimony and repeating what I said last year, when you see the birds that have been affected by these second generation rodenticides, and especially you see our beautiful bald eagles, and there were a number of them that day, I believe, that were rehabbing and almost died because of these rodenticides. I mean, none of us would trap or shoot or do anything that would harm in any way a bald eagle in any way, shape, or form. And yet we're harming them in the same way with these rodenticides. So we would never purposely do anything to harm America's bird, but here we are doing it in kind of an indirect way. And I just hope that, I wish people would see that a little bit more. They could go visit some of those wildlife rehab places because they'll see firsthand the damage that's being done to our wildlife and really how we've got to take a stronger take a stronger hand on these kind of things. So thank you for that, what you do. And, to the committee as well. I know some of these decisions are not easy, but the stronger we can make the legislation, the better. But I'll leave that up to the committee and its wisdom as to how this comes out of committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Senator Duff, for joining us. See no further questions. Have a great rest of your day. All right, folks in the room, thank you for being patient with us. I think we're back to number 35, Katie DiGiantonio.
Yes, hello. My name is Katie DiGianantonio. I'm a resident of Killingworth, and I'm speaking to you today as an environmentalist, a research scientist, and a mother in support of House Bill 5004. I've worked with dedicated grassroots volunteers in the lower Connecticut River Valley for over 6 years now, promoting climate-friendly practices such as the reuse and repair of household items and clothing, food waste diversion, and sustainable lawn care. We are busy on the ground, changing hearts and minds to get individuals to think twice about their carbon footprint. However, there's only so much that individuals like us can do to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Saving a lamp from a landfill and composting pumpkins is a drop in the bucket compared to the emissions of industries, towns, and the transportation sector. Now it's time for the Connecticut legislature to pass robust legislation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on behalf of all the constituents. Professionally, I'm a research scientist at a small pharmaceutical company in New Haven. The state has been supporting the growth of biotech as a hub between Boston and New York, and I'm excited for some of the provisions in this bill to attract industry that supports climate mitigation technology to the state as well. So I was excited to see the incentives to grow that workforce in Connecticut. I strongly urge you to support this bill. It's an investment in our future. The costs now will pay dividends for the next generation to grow up with clean air, soil, and water. I was really excited to see the additional support for schools to incorporate clean energy and energy efficiency into their futures. This will directly impact me and my family as RSD 17 plans for a rejuvenation of our high school. So I hope that things like additional HVAC considerations, heat pumps, and solar canopies will be incorporated into those plans. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up is number 36, Kat Burnham.
Good
Is
afternoon.
Kat
Can you hear?
with us? Hello.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Kat Burnham. I am Senior Principal with Advanced Energy United. We are a state industry association that represents the full range of advanced energy technologies and services. Our members provide good, clean jobs and cost-effective, reliable energy. I will be brief because I know there's a long line of folks to testify. I just want to acknowledge the dedication of this committee to find practical solutions and ensuring that Connecticut's system is clean, reliable, and affordable, and leverages technology innovations. House Bill 5004 has many important provisions. We like it for several reasons, including the uncontested proceeding to assess cost containment opportunities for the natural gas system. That's a really important first step to making sure that we understand where ratepayer dollars are flowing and understanding how they are used. Armed with information, Connecticut can ensure that investments are practical and be clear-eyed when selecting energy solutions. By initiating a future of gas study, Connecticut would join states like New York, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, and several others. And again, really important first step, and we look forward to offering support and information on that front. Other things we like in this bill include the thermal energy networks, the gas demand response, and the proposal for DEEP to develop a heat pump plan. All of these are really, again, important initiatives to promote affordability and offer more tools in our kit. Gas demand response, for example, can help the gas and electric system improve reliability, especially during cold snaps. The directive to develop a ratepayer-centered utility scale renewable thermal network and pilot is a great incentive also for municipal owners. That's a way to help electrify homes while mitigating increases to electric winter peaks and leveraging the gas utility workforce. A lot of good stuff in there. And then also want to applaud the integrated planning for a gas and electric planning as proposed in the bill to reduce redundancies and right-size solutions. And I'll just say all of the things in this bill related to cost containment and again, finding right size for solutions are incredibly important. And we stand ready to work with the committee in any way that we can to help it get to the finish line. So appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Kat. I appreciate your testimony. I'll ask one quick question because I was just having a chat about this. So you, as someone that are in the details a little bit, when you see something like the future of natural gas, say a bit more about what that means to you and what that could mean practically, and
Sure.
what that means for our energy system in the state.
Yeah, we've done a lot of work in Connecticut and across New England to assess our electric system, for example. We understand what are cost drivers, what's the status of our infrastructure. That type of analysis hasn't been done as comprehensively on the gas system. We do know, however, like I don't need to tell this committee, cost concerns are high and the infrastructure is aging. And so when I think of future of gas, I appreciate the opportunity to open up the hood and look under there and understand what is the status of our current infrastructure, what is the status of supply costs, and then also what's forecasted. What are the impacts to individual households as well as the system? We're part of a broader gas pipeline network, and we are now, it's 2025. There are other alternatives out there that we should seriously consider, especially as we think about affordability. We've heard a lot today about heat pumps and other alternatives to help folks manage their energy costs and improve the comfort of their homes. So when I think of future of gas, it's really looking at a range of possible solutions to make sure that we're finding the appropriate step forward. So when ratepayers make investments, whether they're thinking of repairing or replacing the gas system or going in another direction, they're able to do so meaningfully with the right information and feeling confident that this is a strong long-term solution rather than being reactive, which is often very expensive. And again, we're so reliant in Connecticut and beyond on natural gas, both for heating and electricity needs. And so thinking about, is that helpful in terms of our energy resilience and reliability? That's a real risk. And so I hope that the effort looks into that.
Thanks for sharing that. So I hear you saying that it aligns with what my intention is in trying to work on some of this piece is getting information in front of us so we can help make the right decisions with wide eyes. Are there further questions, comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today, Kat.
Thank you.
Next up, number 37, Jonah Lipar.
Hi, my name is Jonah Leeper. I think I
Hey,
must have
Jonah.
typed in my name wrong in there, but I'm a junior at Simsbury High School, and I'm also a member of our green team, and I'm a volunteer of the Simsbury Land Trust. So the first bill I want to speak on is HB 5004, Protection of the Environment. I'd like to support Section 17, which supports nature-based solutions for our environmental problems, but I oppose Section 24 because it could divert funding from the open space acquisition grant program for other uses, which are not necessarily bad uses, but they could get funding from other sources without taking away from that program. Also on Bill HB 6280 for the Climate Change Superfund, I like to specifically support the nature-based solutions section that would allow for the fund to fund these solutions, because I think those are very important for ensuring we can protect our environment in the state. Also, on SB 58, I'd like to oppose that bill because I think by allowing people to fill in the property in flood zones, it would contribute to further flooding, and it doesn't really offer long-term solutions. On HB 6250, which is about staffing in parks, I support that because, especially with like the federal government right now, don't have a lot of staffing. So I think making sure our state parks are as staffed as possible would be a good thing. And then finally, with SB 9 for sustainable planning, I'd like to support the section about the pesticides and rodenticides, the neonicotinoids, and the anticoagulant rodenticides. I've spoken on that for a few years, and I don't think it's gotten passed, but I think that would be a good step to protect our wildlife in Connecticut. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Hey, thanks so much, Jonah. Jonah, where'd you say you go to school?
I'm at Simsbury High School.
That's awesome. Kudos to you and your teachers. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Leeper? Seeing none, we thank you for joining us today, being a part of this process, and we'll move along. Next on our list is Randy Collins. Welcome, Mr. Collins. Randy will be followed by Chris Phelps.
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
My name is Randy Collins. I'm the Associate Director of Policy for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Wanted to speak quickly in support of Senate Bill 1245 and the mirroring language in the beginning of Senate Bill 9. CCM recently completed almost a 2-year flood study that we contracted with a number of engineering partners, having recognized the impacts of increased rainfall that we're seeing, really spurred on by, at the time, Mayor Bronin in Hartford getting calls because numerous garbage cans were floating down the west end, and looking at how do we address this. A lot has been looked at coastal flooding, but we hadn't focused as much as a state and local municipalities on riverine and pluvial flooding, and certainly something that CCM and our members are trying to get in front of and looking to work with the state. Really what we need in a lot of these different areas, looking at our plans of conservation and development and making sure that our long-range goals are meeting our needs, and not just for today, but 5, 10, 15 years out. One of the things that we did see, we do have a few concerns that we highlighted in the bill on some of the different implementation dates, especially for towns that are undergoing, currently already maybe updating their plans of conservation and development, maybe we have contracts out, making sure that any changes to those dates could be implemented by those towns or looking for additional support. The biggest thing I think that we saw from our flood study was the need for additional support for our municipalities, for infrastructure improvement, stormwater mitigation, which is a significant driver of a lot of our flooding, working with the federal government to make sure our FEMA mapping is up to date. FEMA mapping also does not include pluvial flooding, which is flooding caused by rainfall. So looking to work with their state partners to make sure that our maps highlight and correctly, accurately map out where the risks are, because that's going to drive a lot of our development as we move forward. And quickly, just to end, when we talk about funding, I know that the bill contains section to provide about $12.5 million under TAR. There's a number of different current programs, climate resiliency dollars. There's Town Aid Road that might be available, or LoCIP, different programs. At an event with Commissioner Dykes, and she pointed out, oh, you should look at forest grants. There's so many different grants and small loans that municipalities are often forced to try to stack them. They don't know they're available. Grant writers are at a premium. The state years back consolidated our brownfield grant remediation programs. There's one brownfield grant and loan program under the Office of Brownfield. Could we look at taking all of these different various pots of money, providing them into a much more easier to use source that municipalities can go to for flood mitigation, infrastructure improvement, stormwater management, that they know where to go, different towns at different capacities, and then working with DEEP to provide the technical assistance for a lot of our smaller towns to access these. But we look forward to working with the committee on the bill and moving forward. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I appreciate that. Are there questions from my colleagues? I put a note to follow up on the specific feedback in your written testimony, so we'll let you go for now. Thank you so much for what you shared and for all the work that you folks do advocating. We appreciate it. Next up, number 39, Chris Phelps. Welcome, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. And the remaining members of the committee after this long day.
They'll be back. Don't worry.
Oh, I know. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm the state director of, the three of you you deserve some credit here. You've been sticking it out. I'm state director of Environment Connecticut. I keep looking over here as if there are representatives over here. I don't know what's going on. And I've submitted testimony on a number of the bills before you. We've heard a lot of conversation about the specifics of those bills. I'm going to talk more generally, I think, about the topic, and the topic of climate change, but also the topic of the costs of climate change, because that's been probably the recurring theme all day long. I want to start by just pointing out a couple of facts, responding to something my friend Representative Callahan, who's no longer in the room, said a few minutes ago about like the potentially small percentage of our energy, electricity demand that can come from renewables. I happened to look it up as he was talking, and right at noon today, according to ISO New England, behind the meter rooftop solar was providing 33% of New England's electricity, 5 gigawatts, more than the output of the Millstone nuclear power plant. If you added together all the renewables feeding the grid in New England at noon today, they were providing almost half of our electricity. That's a snapshot in time, just at noon today. but it's an example of the opportunity that renewables actually provide to provide a huge slice of that all of the above energy approach that we heard about so much earlier today. But back to the costs. Look, our climate is changing. We all know that. We all acknowledge that. We may come from different perspectives as to why it's changing, how much it's changing, how much of a problem that is, how to deal with it, but it's changing. And one of the bills that we testified on, 6273 earlier today, gets to one of the very real effects of our changing climate on our families, on our businesses, on our communities. And that is the increased costs, economic costs, health costs, livelihood costs of climate change, of the events, the extreme weather caused by climate change. You've heard testimony from farmers who have experienced crippling losses that threaten their ability to continue farming, and their experience of the gaps in public policy supports for agricultural businesses who experience not just crop losses, but property losses as well. This bill, 6273, speaks to the need for a solution to fill those gaps. As our climate changes, as those impacts grow in intensity and magnitude, we need better public policy at the local level, the state level, and the national level to help people impacted by such losses. And it's not just farmers. Property insurance rates are going up nationwide because, in part, of the losses incurred due to climate events and extreme weather events. We've seen flash flooding, as has been talked about, just here in Connecticut, that has devastated and wiped out homes and businesses and entire communities. That is not a Connecticut-specific problem, but it is a problem that Connecticut is going to have in greater and greater magnitude as our climate continues to change. We need public policies that help fill those gaps and help businesses, homeowners, deal with these problems. We also need public policies. I love the new bell, by the way. I'll wrap up by saying we also need public policies, such as you find in, for instance, 5004, to help people switch to, as Chris Herb from the oil dealers was saying earlier, to technologies that help people conserve, like heat pumps, Chris. With all due respect to my friend Chris, they help people reduce their electric loads. When you replace, as I'm planning to do this before this summer heating season comes, or cooling season comes around, when you replace old inefficient air conditioning units with a heat pump, you reduce your electric bill. When you replace or supplement oil furnaces with heat pumps, you reduce or eliminate your oil bill. These are the kinds of solutions that help put money back in our pockets, mitigate the effects of climate change, and also help mitigate and reduce the rate of increase in our changing climate. I'll stop there because I'm way over time and I apologize for that. But if you have any questions from the
Thank you for what you shared and for the update too, and I'll make sure we share that with Pat later.
I'll track him
That's,
down.
okay, great.
Let
Then
him
that's
yell
on
at
you.
me.
Representative Reddington Hughes, please.
I'm curious, the solar energy that you were referring to that was 33%, was that 33% of renewable energy, or was that 33% of the total of the energy that we use?
The total.
Okay.
I looked at it on my phone, the
Oh.
ISO New England app. Everything's got an app now, right? It has a really amazing graph that they show you. It's also on their website, I'm pretty sure. And what it shows is the total electric demand that's being met by the power plants on the grid in New England. And then it shows what our electric demand would be if we didn't have all that solar on people's roofs, lowering that demand. From the ISO New England's perspective, although that solar on rooftops behind people's electric meters is another form of energy of conservation. And according to their site, as of noon today, it was 30% of all our electric consumption in New England. So not just 30% of the renewable demand or generation.
Right, which is huge.
It's huge.
I mean,
Yeah.
that number, that's why I'm curious, because in like 2023, it only constituted 4% of all of the energy that we produced in the state of Connecticut. So that's a huge jump. And I mean, I guess that my question was, of that was being produced, how much of it is actually being utilized within our own state because a lot of that solar energy is being sold outside of our state.
Yeah. Well, so that,
Mhm.
to clarify a couple of points, that number I was talking to was the number for solar on people's roofs behind their
Okay.
meters. So it literally, all that solar on people's roofs in Connecticut, what they're measuring is what it's, how much it's feeding their electric use at that time. Now, to your point about the annual usage, to be clear, what I'm not saying is solar is providing 30%, 33% of our annual energy demand. But as of noon today, at that peak sunny period, it was the lion's share of our generation in Connecticut, in New England, if you will.
And
So-
Chris,
so
was
just to
that
be clear.
Connecticut or was that New England?
That was New England. New
Got it.
England
Because I think
wide,
also
not
this
just
is,
Connecticut.
there's other states are doing more with this, the behind the meter capture, which is having a role, but not at the number you shared in Connecticut sounds
Right.
closer to what I would have thought here. So that's what
Yeah.
some of the work we want to do.
Yeah, I was not trying to give the
Yeah.
impression, and I'm glad you asked the question, that it was a magic bullet
Mhm.
solution, but it's a much bigger part of the solution that I think sometimes we even people like me, who's an advocate for it, realize,
Yeah.
in all honesty.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Representative. Are there other thoughts or questions? Seeing none, Chris, thank you so much for being here.
thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks for your work. Next up is number 40, Helen Humphreys, to be followed by number 41, Iluned Lee.
Thank you so much. Distinguished members of the Environment Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Helen Humphreys. I work for Connecticut Citizen Action Group. We've established on Earth Day in 1971, and we've been engaging thousands of our state's residents around climate change and environmental reforms for over 50 years. CCAG would first like to express their support for HB 5004, HB 6273, and SB 1245. We believe these pieces of legislation would help Connecticut residents protect our state from further climate damage and increase greatly needed resiliency efforts. We thank the governor and supporting legislators for these bills. I'd like to spend the bulk of my time speaking in strong support of HB 6280 concerning the establishment of a climate superfund. For the last 5 years, CCAG has been a part of the Stop the Money Pipeline and Ensure Our Future campaign, which is a part of an international movement that aims to hold fossil fuel companies accountable along with their financiers and insurers who play a crucial role in exacerbating the climate crisis. Fossil fuels have scientifically been proven to be the leading cause of climate change, and Connecticut is far from safe from those climate consequences. I attended University of Bridgeport from 2011 to 2015. In those 4 years, I was evacuated from campus 3 times due to Hurricane Sandy, Hurricane Irene, and Winter Storm Nemo. Many of my classmates in the tri-state area lost their homes and dealt with weeks without power. During Nemo, I had to race home to Suffield and help my single mom remove over a foot of snow and ice off her roof so it didn't collapse. Recently, CCAG held a community meeting in New Britain where a number of residents expressed their deep concern about the state's flooding issue. This past August, we saw the tragic deaths of 2 Oxford residents due to a catastrophic flood. There's also been significant wildfires in Connecticut. September and October of 2024 were the 2 driest months in 120 years, according to the Connecticut Mirror, and we saw 416 acres burned to the ground. This was also the first time the state had to mobilize the National Guard and call other states for assistance in 30 years. Experts are now saying that these large-scale environmental events become the new normal. Connecticut residents are not the leading cause of these extreme weather events. Fossil fuel companies, their financiers, and their insurers who pollute our air, water, and soil are the ones who are destroying our homes. Large corporate polluters must pay for the damage they've caused to our state's infrastructure and communities. This includes property and casualty insurers who underwrite fossil fuels, which lead to risky destruction, and then go on to revoke homeowner policies just because they're too risky. They understand what they are doing, and it is time that they also pay to fix what they have broken. Our state must be fiscally equipped for current and future climate destruction, and taxpayers should not be left holding the bag. We're looking to this committee to ensure that the costs of climate change are shouldered by the polluters responsible, not Connecticut residents. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Helen. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I see online Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. Your testimony was very interesting. Now, you say that last year was the hottest year in 120 years. Is that right?
Driest. So according to the Connecticut Mirror,
Dry.
September and October were the two driest month periods on 120 years.
So 120 years ago, it was drier.
That's the statistic that I have in front of me.
Okay. Was there a lot of uh, carbon being burned 120 years ago?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further questions for Ms. Humphries? Seeing none, we thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will move along to number 41, Ilunid Lee. Ms. Lee, that was an assumption. I guess I'm not quite sure. But either way, it seems like number 41 is not here. Let's skip to number 42, Peter Brennan. Is Peter with us?
I am.
Line. Hello, Peter. Welcome.
How are you? Thank you for
Good.
having me. Great hearing so far. Very informative. I'll be very brief. I think we've kind of covered everything. But I represent the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. We have over 8,800 stores throughout New England, over 2,000 in Connecticut. Many of those stores sell gasoline. I have concerns with two particular bills. First one is HB 6280, the Superfund bill. You know, we know that New York has passed this. It's being challenged in court right now. It would clearly impact price, and it would do so because if you just make up a number and then charge big oil companies this amount, then they need to recover those costs somewhere. So my concern is they would make fuel more expensive at the pump. That impacts our sales. That impacts the number of people that are going to come to our stores. And, you know, if they're not there getting gas, they also can't go inside and buy other products like milk, eggs, lottery, etc. So we are concerned that that would be a key factor to drive prices up. I would recommend that you not pursue this legislation, especially while it's still or it's still the subject of litigation. Other bill that I have concerns with is HB 5004. You know, there's a lot in there. So really just reviewing it quickly over the weekend after I got sent the bill on Friday. Most concerned about the social cost guidelines, and really just because they're so vague. You know, the legislature is turning over their lawmaking authority to an unelected bureaucracy and DEEP. That really takes the legislature off the hook for anything that DEEP might do, but it also removes your oversight power, because once you give them this power, they might interpret that any way they want. It's extremely vague what the social cost might be, what the guidelines might be, how that might impact our businesses and Connecticut's residents. So I would urge you to vote against that aspect of the bill. You know, again, there's a lot in this bill. I can't comment on every portion, but just as a blanket, our organization opposes legislation because primarily of this, you know, what is the social cost? How's it going to be calculated? How's that going to impact our businesses? How's that going to impact Connecticut's consumers? My guess would be that it drives prices up, and there's too much uncertainty to recommend supporting this. Happy to take questions. That's all I have.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Brennan. I know you said you just saw this bill on Friday, so you may choose to punt on this, but would you direct me where in the bill you see this turns over our legislative authority?
Well, you're granting DEEP the power to establish regulations. Do you then, I mean, once you've given them the ability to promulgate these regulations based on societal
Which line are you looking
cost
at that discusses the new regulations?
or social cost, how do you rein them in?
Which line are you referring to?
You'd have to bear with me so I could find it. But I mean, the legislation empowers DEEP to create social cost guidelines, does it not?
I asked the question
You're
here.
empowering the bureaucracy to create these guidelines.
And maybe my
The
point
legislature
is
is
made.
not
There's
creating
no
them.
new regulations that are being contemplated through this. It encourages the agency to consider the social cost when evaluating cost and benefits of activities. I just want to
I
make sure
appreciate the
we're clear
clarification, but
here about what this
that's a
bill is
power they
and
don't
is not
currently
doing.
have.
Thank you so much. Are there further questions from the committee? I see online Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a point here that we often task the agencies with studying things and giving policy suggestions. That does not mean that they are implementing regulations. I just have a question for you. Do you feel that the industry has any responsibility for the pollution that they create?
That's a very broad question. I think that if you're talking about pollution, then yes, they're responsible and they're found so in court when they cause pollution. I know we have a robust underground storage tank program. Are you talking about something you can measure, such as, has there been a spill? Has there been a release? Is your company legally on the hook for that? Then yes, obviously. If you're talking about more, and this is where I think it's complicated, there is carbon. How do we measure it? How do we tax it? Who's responsible? Yeah, I don't know how you arrive at that number.
Well, I don't think
And
anybody's talking
does it
about
come
a
down to the
tax
consumer?
here.
The consumer is using the fuel. They're ultimately going to pay the price if costs go up. So I suppose that they would then bear the financial responsibility. But no, I don't. I don't know that there's a possible way to calculate, say, there was damage from a storm. How do we now trace this back to carbon that's been emitted into our atmosphere over the past 100 years? And how do we put a price on that? And how do we bill a company for that? Personally, I don't know that that's possible.
Okay, well, I mean, we're not really discussing any of that in this bill today. I was just simply looking for a yes or no answer, whether you think the industry is responsible for the pollution. And that was quite a lot of words that didn't directly answer my question. So I appreciate your testimony, but I find generally when industry lobbyists come in to testify on these sort of bills, there's a lot of hyperbole, there's a lot of scaremongering. There's talks of taxes that are not included in the bills. So thank you once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Are there other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Brennan, we appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us. Have a good rest
Thank you
of
for
the
having me.
Next up, we're going to skip number 43 for now to be returned. And number 44 is Nathan Froling, who I believe is online right now.
I'm on. Can you see me?
Mr. Froling, welcome. Nice to see you.
Great. It's great to be here. And good afternoon, Honorable Chairs Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs at the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 5004. And we have submitted extensive written testimony on the bill, so I'll just address a few sections here. And my colleague Carrie Lynch is also going to cover other aspects of the bill, as well as some other bills we want to comment on. I will note here that we're also in support of the climate resiliency bills, SB 9 and the Governor's Bill 1245. So as you know, I'm sure by now, the Nature Conservancy is dedicated to addressing climate change, which we see as profoundly threatening both people and nature. 5004 is a multifaceted bill critical for Connecticut to do its part in building a better and sustainable future. Because it is moderate and smart, it can find favor, we believe, among a broader diversity of perspectives. I think it could even inspire action beyond our borders on the great issue of how we're going to sustain future generations, which is truly a central question for anyone who's paying attention. Although 5004 may fall short of the ambition we ultimately may need, it does put Connecticut back on track for addressing the safety and well-being of its citizens. It gives us a chance to build on what we learned from the bill. It reestablishes momentum for doing the right things. We also like that it is based on carrots, not sticks, and is friendly to business who we'll need to get across the finish line. As I noted, I'll just speak to a couple of parts of the bill, starting with sections 1 and 2, which establish updated emissions targets for Connecticut. These goals are critical for climate planning, policy, and their implementation. They're also critical for being able to assess where we are relative to where we need to be. We've been urging Connecticut to establish a net zero carbon economy by 2050 as the accepted line in the sand for a long time. So we're really happy that 5004 will finally help us do that. We like sections 6 through 9, which connect real-world economic and workforce development opportunities with the transition to a clean energy future. We hail the inclusion of a nature-based solutions initiative in section 17, which helps sustain biodiversity while it also supports carbon sequestration and climate adaptation. The one concern we have is with section 24, as you've heard today. Although we appreciate the issues that it is attempting to address, we do oppose diverting funds from the open space program and its core purpose to protect land. Overall, this is a big, important, and excellent bill that we urge you to pass. We greatly appreciate all the work that you've already put into the bill and stand ready to assist in any way that we can. Thanks for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5004.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Froling. Appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, for your advocacy, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Next up is number 45, Leslie Anderson, to be followed by number 46, Stephen Lewis. Is Ms. Anderson with us? All right, that means we're on to you, Mr. Lewis. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Representative Parker, Representative Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Stephen Lewis. I'm chair of the Legislative Committee for Sierra Club Connecticut. And on behalf of Sierra Club Connecticut, and there are 30,000 members and supporters, I'm here to testify today on House Bill 5004. And I'm just going to summarize the testimony quickly and then concentrate my time on the heat pump section. So Sierra Club Connecticut supports Section 4, the future of gas docket. We support Section 11 on energy efficiency products. We support Section 16 regarding state buildings, but we would recommend that all new state buildings be built to a net zero all electric standard. The state has already done that. DAS has constructed 2 state buildings to this standard, and so we're starting to learn how to do it and do it cost effectively. We support Section 18 on solar canopies and Section 20 on thermal energy networks, and we support Section 22 on active demand response. As it relates to Section 14 on heat pumps, we'd like to see that study be more specific, seek that the legislature, that this committee ask DEEP to provide you with more specific targeted information that could really be more actionable. There's no guarantee some of these suggestions will be actually included in the study if we don't specify that. So looking for, a focus on heat pump water heaters. There's no guarantee that that will be part of the study. And as it relates to those, looking at contractor incentives to help with consumers who might be hesitant to switch to heat pump water heaters. And so contractor incentives would be helpful. And also on-bill zero interest financing for switching to heat pump water heaters. And then you can have DEEP also focus on air and ground source heat pumps, including looking at the efficiency gains of replacing legacy electric heating and cooling equipment and fossil fuel burning equipment. Look at what savings consumers can get from switching from heating and cooling compared with those legacy systems, and look at the capacity of heat pumps to facilitate heat protection for vulnerable populations during heating events. And then reporting back on financing options, including 0% financing for both landlords and homeowners who upgrade their home efficiency and electrification, and possibly look at the use of RGGI funds and green bank subsidies for those subsidized loans. The reason heat pump water heaters is a really good area to focus on to start with is that they're less expensive up front. They're not less expensive than legacy equipment, but they're less expensive than switching maybe your home to air source and ground source heat pumps. And I hear the bell, so I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions.
Well, you took the question right out of my mouth. I was going to ask why share it with this group, why the hot water heat pump hot water heater, which you just referenced as being about cost. And I think what I take away is the need for continued prioritization as we approach this, and I appreciate what you bring into that. So I'm sure you have detailed comments in your written testimony for some of those. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, I do.
Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Lewis, thank you for your time. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, I see online, Ms. Ruth Kanovi. It's nice to see you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much, distinguished chairpersons and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ruth Kanovi, and I'm the Advocacy Director for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We've submitted testimony in support of Senate Bill 9, House Bill 5004, and Senate Bill 1378 around wildfires. Climate change is not only an environmental crisis, but also a significant public health emergency. Climate change-driven air pollution worsens respiratory illnesses, increasing hospitalizations and premature deaths. As Connecticut continues to experience the devastating effects of climate change, rising temperatures, extreme weather events, increasing floods, more severe storms, the urgency to reduce greenhouse gas emissions cannot be overstated. According to our 2024 State of the Air report, more than 2.3 million Connecticut residents live in areas with unhealthy air pollution levels. We do have the worst ozone pollution east of the Mississippi River. This heightens our residents' risk for chronic respiratory diseases and other health problems. The changing climate does make it harder to improve the air quality, as rising temperatures and higher ground level ozone levels degrade our air quality, disproportionately impacting children, older adults, and low-income communities. So in terms of Senate Bill 9, by requiring municipalities to integrate climate resilience into their planning, this legislation will help mitigate these risks through measures such as improved infrastructure, reduced emissions, and enhanced emergency preparedness. Investments in green infrastructure, such as urban tree canopies and sustainable building materials, help lower temperatures, improve air quality, and reduce heat-related illnesses. Prioritizing energy-efficient development and renewable energy sources will decrease reliance on fossil fuels, leading to cleaner air and fewer respiratory ailments. House Bill 5004's commitment to reducing emissions is essential to curbing climate-driven respiratory illnesses. Transitioning state agencies to zero carbon electricity by 2030 will set a precedent for broader statewide emission reductions, leading to cleaner air for all residents. The establishment of utility-scale renewable thermal energy networks will provide cleaner, more sustainable heating and cooling solutions, and this transition will particularly benefit urban and environmental justice communities, where residents often suffer from poor air quality due to their proximity to fossil fuel infrastructure. The statewide plan to expand heat pump adoption will further support this shift by offering affordable, energy-efficient, and pollution-reducing heating and cooling options. Senate Bill 9 and House Bill 5004 are necessary and forward-thinking measures that recognize the inextricable link between climate resilience and public health. By supporting this legislation, we are taking a critical step forward toward cleaner air, healthier communities, and a more sustainable future for all. I urge the committee to advance these bills and ensure their swift passage. I do want to flag that we also submitted testimony regarding Senate Bill 1378. Wildfire smoke is dangerous. The smoke is a toxic mixture of pollutants, including fine particles, and we know that both asthma and COPD are exacerbated by wildfire smoke, and there's growing evidence linking wildfire smoke and respiratory infections. So action to mitigate the health impacts of wildfire is needed. We encourage you to keep health in mind when allocating resources to reduce wildfire risk, and strongly encourage you to ensure coordination with the local and state health departments of public health as well. So I really want to thank you for your time and consideration today. I know you've got a long day ahead of you, and so really appreciate your hard work on all of these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Canovi. We appreciate you joining us. I've been talking a lot about how the work we're doing here needs to align with our public health efforts and thinking about well-being and health and safety. And so we appreciate you. I appreciate you underscoring that connection today. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move along to number 48 on our list, Alan Cavagnaro. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I almost missed it. You guys are going really quickly. All right. There we go. Dear co-chairs Lopes and Parker, ranking members Harding and Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Alan Cavagnaro. I'm a student at the University of Connecticut, Planning and Zoning Commissioner from South Windsor, and the Deputy Director of Desegregate Connecticut. Tonight, I'm testifying on my own behalf, representing myself. I'm in full support of House Bill 5004. Climate change is real, and an urgent threat that affects everyone, including future generations. House Bill 5004 addresses this by incentivizing clean energy projects and setting new greenhouse gas emission reduction standards, intending to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. This bill also takes steps to modernize our energy infrastructure in ways that are both cost-effective and environmentally responsible. The future of Connecticut's energy system must prioritize efficiency, affordability, and sustainability. House Bill 5004 includes provisions that will lower consumer costs by advancing energy-efficient appliances, expanding clean heating solutions like heat pumps, and investing in state buildings that generate their own electricity through solar. Additionally, supporting solar canopies over large parking lots and the development of thermal energy networks will make clean energy more accessible while reducing strain on the grid. I strongly support the provisions in House Bill 5004 that advance Connecticut's decarbonization efforts, particularly through renewable energy expansion and electrification. The transition away from natural gas toward clean energy sources such as solar and wind is essential, not only for meeting our own goals, of course, but for, of course, those updated GHG reduction targets, and also for ensuring energy security and economic stability. Connecticut already faces some of the highest electricity rates in the country, and continued reliance on natural gas, especially given supply volatility and aging infrastructure, only exacerbates this burden on ratepayers. Investing in solar energy and battery storage will help stabilize long-term energy while also reducing harmful emissions and creating good-paying jobs in the clean energy sector. As municipalities play a key role in permitting land use decisions for renewable energy projects, we must align local zoning practices and policies with states' broader decarbonization efforts and goals to accelerate the deployment of clean energy infrastructure. On a more personal note, I recently returned from Baku, Azerbaijan, when I was there attending the United Nations Climate Change Conference, also known as COP29, alongside other students as part of UConn's fellowship program. There I saw firsthand why climate change and climate action is so important. During this time, I met local residents from Baku who share their concerns about the incoming Trump administration and the potential policies and decisions that can undermine global trust and our collective efforts for a sound and sustainable future. Leaders from around the world are taking steps to reduce emissions, invest in clean energy, and prepare for realities of a warming planet. Connecticut must do the same. We as a country cannot afford to lag behind on the consequences of inaction, such as rising temperatures, extreme weather, and economic instability are already impacting our communities. I'll wrap up here.
Yeah, please summarize. Thank you.
Beyond environmental benefits, these measures will create jobs in emerging energy sectors and help our communities adapt to the realities of climate change. I hope for your passage of House Bill 5004, as this is a critical step in building a better tomorrow. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, for bringing your perspective as a P&Z commissioner to this work. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here and sticking it out. Next up, Eric George. To be followed by Keith Bishop. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Eric George. I'm the president of the Insurance Association of Connecticut. I'm here to offer comment on Senate Bills 9 and 1245.
want to say that we support the intent of both of these bills. I do want to take on one thing in the beginning, a clarification that I think that is just a misconception. There's a thought that it is possible to get rate increases in a state where losses were occurred in other states. I've heard so many times people say, well, Connecticut residents are going to pay for the wildfires in California, we're going to pay for hurricanes or other damage in Florida, and that's not the case. The Department of Insurance is very diligent in this respect. If a carrier ever were to try, and what I call it is rate farming or rate hunting, the department would discount that out immediately. They would never allow that to happen. So, and they should. That is absolutely the correct thing to do. The rates in Connecticut should reflect Connecticut risks. With that, I do want to talk about flood insurance, and that's where I want to focus on 9 and 1, 2, 4, 5. Where it rains, it can flood. It doesn't matter where the flood zone lines are located. If a property is elevated, it can be damaged from water that is seeping from the ground. Hurricane Helene cut a 500-mile swath, dropped approximately 40 trillion gallons of water. That 90% of all U.S. natural disasters involve some form of flooding. And yet, most folks don't know that your typical homeowner's insurance policy does not cover flood. It was 1958 that the federal government created the National Flood Insurance Program to take care of those who are in flood zones, to purchase flood insurance. And folks were correct when they said that the amounts, the coverages are limited. I think it's about $250,000. But there is a private market outside of that where people can purchase additional insurance. Now, there are a limited number of carriers who provide that, but there are carriers that do. The picture is not great because what we have is a known risk, flood damage, and we have people not availing themselves of that information and not purchasing flood insurance. I think I've said to you, Representative Parker, I think you should consider flood insurance whether you live in a flood zone or you don't. I live far outside of a flood zone on a hill. I'm considering flood insurance because of what we've seen. There is increased frequency of convection storms. We have seen greater impact storms. And what I would like to impart on this committee is that what we need is public awareness. We do have some concerns with certain provisions of the bill. They deal with really just the administration of them. One is that all insurance carriers, I know it says brokers, but brokers work hand in mouth. I didn't even get to my testimony. Anyway, I'll sum up.
Thank you.
We think the bills, their intent is good. We have concerns with some provisions.
Appreciate that succinct summary. Are there questions from the committee? Go ahead, Senator.
So some questions about how the carriers affect. You have questions about the carriers in the bill. Please elaborate.
So brokers and carriers work together, right? So while it speaks to brokers in the bill, it speaks to carriers in the bill. So it requires brokers to offer coverage. Well, from a carrier perspective, not all carriers offer coverage. So how can you do that if you are not offering access to the National Flood Insurance Program? That's one. That's not possible to comply with. Number two, it requires an affirmative declination to be received. So if I offer you, Senator Lopes, flood insurance, and you say, thank you very much for the offer, I'm not going to. I have to get you to sign a piece of paper or click on something that I then retain. Well, again, for the carriers that don't offer flood insurance, that's not workable. But even those who do offer flood insurance, what happens if that record 20 years down the road, you've had your house for 20 years, you've renewed your insurance policy, cannot be found. Whether it was a data breach, a data loss, fire in a facility, whatever it was, your affirmative declination cannot be found, whatever eventuality caused that. What liability would that have? There are liability concerns then relative to the affirmative declination that you can't find. And the last piece is that we think it is important so that folks know that the typical homeowner's insurance policy doesn't cover flood insurance or flood damage. But
putting it into the deck page, which is the declarations page, is probably not the best idea. Your declaration page on your homeowner's policy, on your auto policy is filled. Let me just give you a few of the things that are on there that nobody reads. Policyholder, policy number, policy period, coverage, limits, deductible, premium, discounts, contact information, construction year, security system. I just started. And then we're going to put in, oh, and this doesn't cover flood. I just don't think that's an effective method of disclosure or public awareness. I think, and we would be very interested in working with you, working with the Department of Insurance and collaborating on a public awareness campaign, because people do need to know the risk of flood, and they do need to know that homeowners insurance doesn't cover it, and they do need to know that they can purchase it even if they live outside of a flood zone.
It's a good point. I mean, people are aware of the availability of flood insurance and the fact that homeowners don't have flood insurance when they're told when they get their mortgage, you're in a flood zone, you need to get flood insurance.
That's the only time they may buy it.
That's the only time. There usually doesn't come up when they're not in a flood zone that, hey, you can also get flood insurance, your basement may flood, and you're not covered if you are.
Water doesn't know the designation line that FEMA drew.
And I agree, no one reads the deck page. Everyone, but it also doesn't hurt to put it in there. So we'll go back and forth on that later on. I don't think I have any more questions.
Thank you, Senator. Anything else from the rest of the committee? Otherwise, Eric, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the conversation. Next up is Keith Bishop, who will be followed online by Steve Winter.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker. I'm thankful to be here. Almost want to say good morning, but it's good afternoon, headed toward the evening. Thanks for your diligence. I'm Keith Bishop, a fifth generation farmer, one of the co-owners of Bishop Orchards, a diversified 313-acre farm spanning Guilford and Northford. I've submitted detailed testimony on several crucial bills, and I'm here today to briefly discuss them. First, I strongly advocate for House Bill 6289, authorizing the use of drones in Connecticut agriculture. As a licensed drone pilot and pesticide applicator, I've seen firsthand the potential for this benefit of the technology. Drones offer unmatched precision, efficiency, and environmental benefits. They enable targeted spraying, access to challenging terrain, and reduce chemical usage. I have proposed substitute language that is in my testimony that you'll see online in order to streamline the process for what was originally proposed. My key proposals are straightforward. Separate agricultural drone regulations from manned aircraft use regulations. Designate the Department of Agriculture as the sole agency for agricultural drone registration while maintaining pesticide licensing with DEEP. Establish a clear registration process for agricultural drones, ensuring compliance with FAA and DEEP requirements, referencing mapping data already approved by the FAA. Treat agricultural drones as flying tractors, allowing licensed farmers to apply EPA-approved products under existing DEEP regulations. Allow other drone activities such as photography, data collection, and yield analysis without restrictions. Why is this so important? Drone spraying reduces labor costs, minimizes chemical release into our environment, and enhances data collection for informed decisions. It allows us to spray right after rain when ground equipment is unusable, and its low altitude sensor-driven operation ensures safety and minimal disruption. This is a safe, efficient, and applicable way to help with integrated pest management, conventional and organic spraying. Connecticut farms, especially those applying and growing specialty crops, need this technology to remain competitive. Many other states already are leveraging its benefits. In 2024, over 10.3 million acres of crops across 42 states were protected using drone technology, according to the American Spray Drone Coalition testimony that is also online. Beyond drones, I also strongly support House Bill 6273, which provides vital support to farmers facing devastating cross losses from weather events. I support Senate Bill 73. I also support House Bill 5134 and House Bill 5004 regarding solar canopies. And lastly, in reference to Senate Bill 9, I support Section 33, but strongly oppose Section 34 on the impractical restrictions on neonicotinoid use, which threatens the vitality of Connecticut agriculture without providing alternatives. I urge you to adopt my proposed substitute language for the drone bill. These bills would streamline regulations, reduce burdens, and allow Connecticut farmers to embrace more efficient, sustainable, and resilient future. Thank you very much for the time here. I look forward to working with you for passage of the drone bill for implementation in 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you.
So you are a licensed applicator and also a licensed drone pilot, and yet you are not currently doing this because it's not in
Right,
regulation?
so the only thing I can use my drone for is for photography and for collecting data.
Got it. Are there other states that do this?
I
Where'd the
said-
idea come from?
Pardon?
Where did the idea come from? Are there others that are doing this
Others across the
effectively?
nation,
Okay.
yes. So it's going on. There are quite a few manufacturers of drones, American-made and also Chinese ones. I do not want to get involved in the discussion that was held here last week, please. This should be a manufacturer agnostic bill and reflect that the national people are the ones that control that stuff, not us at Guilford, Connecticut, or the state of Connecticut.
Fair enough. Thank you. Are there, I know we've got a question online from Representative Dubisky, and then we'll have some more for you.
Okay, thank
Hang
you.
tight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Bishop, for coming in. Very much appreciated. This whole issue of spraying by drone is very interesting. Is this a kind of off-the-shelf solution that incorporates software and hardware and tanks and everything that's required, or do you have to put this whole thing together yourself?
No, the industry has come together. Solutions are occurring by those companies to actually have packaged solutions for farmers that then incorporate the drones, the software, and management for it. And there are numerous companies that are doing that and competing for that type of a business.
Okay, and it's all GPS driven or some other system?
GPS and LiDAR, so that you're flying close to the ground. It knows the contours of the ground, so it's going up and down based upon the elevation above the canopy of the crop. Sensors limit where the drone can go for sidewards actions, avoiding obstacles if they should arise that are not in the flight management path that has been mapped. Online, I do have some mapping that we had done for apple blossom management and flying drones, and you'll see demonstration on there of how that actually is doing and the results of mapping for blossom intensity in apples. So we can see where there are blossoms, where there are going to be crop, where it might be light. That all can then relate to future technology of actually where you need to apply further controls and pesticides during the season.
Now, when you say online, is that on our system for
Yes,
this bill?
submitted
Or?
testimony, yes, right. It's been
Okay,
submitted for testimony, correct.
great. And now are you able with those drones to spray any type of liquid, or is it limited to certain applications?
The things that the drone technology is allowing is liquid-based as well as pelletized fertilizers that can be dropped. And those then are, again, can be dropped by precision control of valves and things, just like they are on tractors that go through the fields.
Okay, now is the system autonomous, or is somebody sitting there with a joystick in the barn?
So the drone operator needs to be on location nearby the field. It's pre-programmed in as far as what the exact application will be, but the operator then has overriding control of the drone, just like anybody should have when they're remotely piloting a drone anyway, for any other purpose.
Okay, now do you anticipate any additional licensure or permits or anything like that for to be flying a drone that has chemical spray capacity, or is it just a typical drone operator's license?
No, it's a combination. So we're requesting that we keep it simple, and that if somebody has a drone certificate, remote pilot and control operation certificate already from FAA, that combined with a pesticide certification license and the 137 exemption from FAA that is required in order to apply any pesticides or anything from the air by FAA, that also is a part of that package.
Okay, and that's typical around the country?
Yes, that is.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate your coming in and answering. I had a lot of questions. I still do, but I'm going to take a look at your online testimony. And thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Online, we have the good senator from the 12th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Keith, for being here and for testifying and for bringing some of these important bills to the forefront. I asked Representative Candelora earlier when he testified on this bill about whether or not this would be considered a little bit more environmentally friendly than not. You alluded to that in your testimony in that you wouldn't need to use the heavy duty equipment, these diesel driven tractors quite as much to spread the pesticides or the fertilizers that you could otherwise do via drone. I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit, and also if the more targeted spraying, I would assume, would allow you to use less of the pesticide or fertilizer necessary.
Yes, thank you, Senator Cohen. Absolutely, you're very accurate on most what you just said. By being able to specifically target areas that have been analyzed by drone photography in advance during the growing season, previous years, where either nutrition is needed for extra fertilizer of certain type at a certain place, or by where there are actually pests that are concentrated in a certain area that you would need to control, you can just apply what you want to those particular areas because the drone can actually target those very easily via the software and the mapping system that you're using. As a result of that, there is not as need for fossil fuel driven equipment to provide support for that to actually be in the field, whether it's compaction from moving through the field with tractors and the weight that they put on your fields. That is also another concern of farmers, to the efficiency of being able to take and pull up with a pickup truck with either a trailer or the drone kit in the back of the pickup truck, be able to take and launch, and within a very short period of time be able to be through your spraying operation. Here in Connecticut, we have many fields that are very small. This is going to fit better for crops that are smaller acreage ones, but not always, but things that are vegetable crops, tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, pumpkins, some small berry crops, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, grapes. These are all wonderful potential targets for drones, and it can be a combination of using regular conventional equipment as well as drones, because neither are going to fit the whole thing all the time. But there will be farmers who then can deploy this and phase out heavier duty investments in bigger size equipment over the long run by virtue of using this type of thing. And all this then goes back to label usage by EPA approved chemicals that are already being used on the crops or can be used. And that is what we want, the availability of appropriate tools in our toolbox to use when necessary. Just like when I go to the doctor, then the doctor's going to choose particular things you need, but you don't want to take and use them any more than you have to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as somebody who, as you know, likes to sort of monitor the use of pesticides and in some cases, I think, look to other alternatives, I really appreciate your innovative and more sustainable practices and bringing this to our attention. I also appreciate your support of 6273. As you know, Representative Candelora and I brought that forward after witnessing some of the damage to a couple of farms in North Branford. And while your farms didn't sustain the damage from that hailstorm, I know last year with a late frost, or maybe it was 2 years ago, you can correct me, your strawberry field sustained a ton of damage, essentially wiping out the strawberry crops that season. And these sort of events, these weather events are happening more and more. And I just really believe we need to do whatever we can to support our farmers in the state of Connecticut and continue to grow agriculture as much as we can, because it's certainly historically significant to the state of Connecticut. It's economically important to the state of Connecticut, and certainly, as the saying goes, no farms, no food. So appreciate your support, and feel free to correct me on the strawberry crops. But I'd love to see us get a fund set up to be able to help farmers in the cases of these extreme weather events.
Yes, I appreciate that. Support is needed, as Willie did a really great job an hour or so ago in his testimony. Our farm in Northford is just 2 miles north or east-northeast of where Willie was. We got about 66% of our apple crop there damaged by that same hailstorm, but it was not as intensive 2 miles away. And in my written testimony, I made reference that we had about 100 tons of apples that were affected by that hailstorm at that point in time that were then a lost value to us. So you take and multiply that out by a decrease of value of 50 cents a pound at least between the juice value of the crop that was then harvested partially compared to the fresh fruit value of it, selling retail wise or pick your own, then that turns into big bucks. And that's just one of the small not small, but one of the losses that our family has had to absorb. The peach freeze took place 2 years ago. And then in that same year, the strawberries you referenced to, we also had a late freeze in May that knocked off blossoms of strawberries as well. So it is discouraging, but on the other hand, 6 generations in, we're still going at it. And hopefully we have some reserves in our back pocket to maintain ourselves and support of folks like you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks so
Bishop.
much, Keith. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Those strawberries are delicious.
I couldn't bring any up. I violate the ethics rules.
No. We have one more person up here, Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How big is the drone that you're going to use? This big? This big?
There are various size ones. The categories are up to 55 pounds is the size where there's a FAA breaking point as types of licensure. But generally the wingspans on these and the width of them will be in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 feet wide.
So pretty much the size of the width of the desk.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. And then my last question, Mr. Chair, is 5134, would Bishop Orchards entertain the idea of doing the rabbit harvesting, since you said you were in favor of the bill?
No, I won't, but one of the farmers that we help support and he supports us, Skylar Beeman, who lives at the north end of Guilford, is doing rabbits production, and he is on a very small scale. He probably wouldn't even come up to the 1,000 rabbits point that is in the bill or in the rules now. But there is a stronger ethnic demand for rabbits, and the nutritional value and protein in rabbits is higher. And so it's another diverse agricultural crop that can be raised on a very small scale.
So to make it financially worthwhile, to your knowledge, I know you said you weren't going to do it. This is an option for our farmers. It's not a mandate. But what are the species that most likely would be harvested, or don't you?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question,
Okay.
but I could get back and we can
No, that's
email
right,
you.
Mr. Bishop. Thank you.
that.
Thanks for all the good hard work you do.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Representative. Are there final thoughts, questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Bishop, thanks for all your time and all that you do.
Thank
We
you. Look
appreciate
forward
it.
to your reading my testimony that's posted online and further questions that can come. Thank you.
We'll work on it. Thank you. Next up, number 51, Rhea Drozdenko. How'd I do? Oh, not bad? All right. Miss Drozdenko. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honored co-chairs and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Ria Drozdenko, and I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut River Conservancy. I've submitted written testimony in support of HB 5004 and SB 732. I encourage you to look at those documents, but I am here today to oppose SB 75, an act requiring the expediting of permits for the remediation of hydrilla in lakes across the state, and to offer an alternative solution. Firstly, I'm in full support of the intent of this bill. Hydrilla is an aquatic invasive species that reduces biodiversity by outcompeting native plants, and it threatens recreation opportunities by creating thick, impassable mats. The Connecticut River has been patient zero, so to speak, of the rampant infestation of this brand new strain of hydrilla. It very quickly took over the main stem of the river and its tributaries all the way up to Agawam, Massachusetts. It's now found in several lakes and ponds outside our watershed, and I don't want it to spread further and cause the amount of harm that it did in our river. Thanks to the work of advocates, legislators, business owners, and river users, this issue is now receiving the attention it deserves. However, I'm deeply concerned with the language of this bill as it is written. This bill would allow for any type of management technique to potentially be approved, regardless of if it has proven efficacy or safety for humans and our native aquatic species. Aquatic invasive species management is tricky work and must be done following best management practices to protect our environment and make sure that we're not doing more harm than good. The bill as written is also only limited to hydrilla and limited to treatment in lakes. Hydrilla is not the only aquatic invasive species of concern, and there will likely be future ones that we don't know about yet. While treating lakes is certainly important, we also need to make sure that we have a good plan in place for our rivers as well, as they stretch through large areas and can also facilitate spread. Therefore, I support the Connecticut Federation of Lakes proposal to establish an aquatic invasive species rapid response general permit instead, which is modeled off of Vermont statutes. This will create a balanced approach, one that allows for a quick response, but also centers science-based methods that will uphold the health of our rivers and lakes. We saw what happened in the Connecticut River because we didn't have a rapid response program in place, and we can't afford to keep having delayed responses to this issue. Creating a general permit will help safeguard other rivers and lakes from the threat of hydrilla or other future invasive species. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Drozdenko. We appreciate you sharing that. Are there questions or comments from the committee? See none. Have a great afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we're going to circle back to someone we skipped over before who is busy working. That is Dr. Chip Beckett. When I got the message that Dr. Beckett was in surgery before and was coming later, before I realized that they were performing the surgery, I thought, wow, that's commitment.
I'm not quite that tough.
Presumably, you did not undergo surgery previously. You're
No.
looking great. If so, either way, please
Thank you.
take it away.
No, we performed some earlier, but didn't have any. Good morning, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, and other members of the Environment Committee. My name is Chip Beckett, and I'm a licensed practicing veterinarian in Connecticut and part of the Connecticut Veterinary Medical Association. I'm here today to speak on House Bill 5904, an act requiring the Department of Public Health to provide findings to complainants concerning complaints of wrongdoing against veterinarians. We've submitted testimony. I would like to summarize it. I won't read it all, but there is a process currently. We feel that if there is a problem with a case, that certainly Department of Public Health needs to investigate it. We have a process now by where if there is a complaint, that complaint goes to anonymous veterinarians to decide if there's a probable cause. And if there is a probable cause, then the department further investigates. There is a section 2202 of the Connecticut General Statutes that maintains the investigation shall be confidential, and no person may disclose knowledge of the investigation to a third party unless the veterinarian requests the investigation be open, and except that the department shall provide information to the person who filed the complaint. This applies as well if there's no probable cause found. I think when the department finds a probable cause, they need to take action, and whether that's remediation, loss of license, further education, restitution, or fines, that's all fine. But I think we know that most malpractice and most complaints are communication issues, not practice issues. But there are bad outcomes that occur, and sometimes people need to lash out for those bad outcomes. So I think the current process works well, and I think my colleagues and I all believe that. There is a robust process for the aggrieved animal owner and the veterinarian that's fair and transparent, by which to explore what occurred and whether or not there's fault to ascribe. The current proposal will undermine the department's process, which has worked well for all parties for many years. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Sure, thank you. Let me just briefly speak back my understanding. So currently, if there's a complaint made, before that complaint is passed back to the owner, there's a body that investigates to see if it's reasonable. I'll use that word. And if it is, and there's an issue, then the owner is notified. If not, they are not, presumably because we don't want to set off a vet who actually didn't do anything wrong. And what this bill would try to do is make sure that anytime something comes up, there's an immediate notification, which maybe to your perspective would cause unneeded challenge. Am I understanding that somewhat correctly?
My understanding is if somebody made a complaint, the department gets the complaint, and they find anonymous veterinarians to read the records and see, is this a legitimate complaint or not? And if there is, then they refer it to the Department of Public Health for investigation. If they say this is not a probable cause, the department drops the case. And it's not public, but as far as I know, that they would tell the complainant that we investigated, we didn't find probable cause to pursue the thing. My understanding was they already said that. But it's not released to the public to say, you know, Mr. Jones complained about Dr. Smith, and Dr. Smith, you know, it's on the front page of the Current or whatever. And
Sure, some reasonable protection during that process. That seems to make sense to me. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the scenario, the process you just explained to us, how often does that happen?
I don't know. Not very often, I don't think. The state doesn't report to us what they find with the Board of Veterinary Medicine. They've never wanted to spend the money, so we don't get any reports from them to know what had been reported on any kind of regular basis.
And then taking that one more step further, without getting into detail, have you been contacted to be one of those independent reviewers for a case? Don't tell me about with the
I've
case.
never been an anonymous reviewer. I did have to serve as proxy to investigate a practice that had some complaints. You know, 30 years ago, I went and had to go check on his practice every 3 or 4 weeks. And I know other colleagues that have served in this manner that have looked at cases and said, there is a case or there's not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Gresco. Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your work. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Hope your recovery is smooth and swift.
Thank you.
Next up, we're at number 52, Judith Dronzek.
Yes. Hi, I'm Judy Dronzek. I'm a spokesperson for Hopalong Hollow. It's a rabbit rescue. We are in opposition to HB 5134, an act concerning the Commissioner of Agricultural's responsibility for rabbit processing in the state. Linda Talbot started in 2004. She saw the ever-growing need for rabbit-only rescue given their docile nature and need for pet education of these highly sensitive and intelligent creatures. We now typically adopt anywhere between 80 to 100 rabbits per year to residents in Connecticut, with the help of 30 volunteers and hundreds of supporters that donate and follow our rescue. We view this bill as a step backward in humane actions and safety. When you think of family photos of children, significant others, the family dog, and cat, we include the meat rabbit, which acts like a dog when they want a treat. Some run to greet you, some are like cats and use a litter box. When I look at my photos, I often think, how can someone choose my pet at the age of 12 weeks old as meat, place a bar on their neck and yank their legs up to hopefully break their neck or hit them with a pipe to make them meat? It's just unthinkable. The methods in which the animal is hopefully killed is barbaric. Can you imagine the sight of it? It's horrifying. The sanitation, the meat quality is all going to vary depending on the type of kill method used, the temperature of the meat, how it's sealed, how it's stored, all of which there are no real laws in place. Despite being popular pets, rabbits are not included in USDA's definition of livestock. They're not protected by Humane Methods of Slaughter Act. This lack of regulation allows for inhumane slaughter practices, subjecting rabbits to severe cruelty, including not being rendered unconscious prior to being slaughtered. If you ever heard a rabbit scream, it's blood curdling. The lack of regulation surrounding rabbit slaughterhouses pose serious public health risks. Think MRSA, think RHDV. Both are contagious that are highly prevalent in rabbit slaughterhouses. When they say meat rabbits, they try to normalize it as if there's a different type of species. It's the same breed, same line. That's my pet. People would like you to believe that pet rabbits are different than the ones they want you to eat. They're the same breeds which we have in our house as pets. Typically in the United States, it's the New Zealand. That's the Cadbury white Easter bunny that you see. There's many different types of breeds of rabbits. But my point is the breed of meat is the same pet that sleeps in our house every night. They're our pets, they're not our food. This bill is going backward in animal welfare and public policy. We should not normalize the suffering of animals in society that increasingly we call family members. We urge the committee to reject HB 5134, as we believe most residents would be saddened to know that their elected officials supported such cruelty happening in their own backyards. I submitted written testimony describing MRSA and RHDV and how it actually would potentially affect.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I see we have a question online from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in to testify. It sounds to me like your main focus is the lack of regulation. Is that right?
That's one of my main reasons, yes.
Can you hear me?
I hear, yes, yes.
Okay, so there's a lack of regulation with regard to the slaughter of rabbits in Connecticut?
Yes, it's inhumane, correct.
Okay, because currently there are rabbit farms in Connecticut that do raise, process rabbits, right? You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this bill would put the Department of Agriculture in charge of overseeing that processing, including regulation. Isn't that what you're looking for?
It also makes it different between the different houses because you're slaughtering it in different methods.
Okay, explain that to me.
There's different slaughter methods that you can utilize for rabbits. You can hit them over the head with a pipe. You can actually grab them and rip them up and kill them. So there's different methods in which you're killing the animal, and it's inhumane because you're ripping them and killing them.
Okay, so isn't it, so they can do that now?
And it's very inhumane because you might render them. unconscious.
Understood. So isn't it better to have some regulatory oversight?
It's helpful to have an oversight, yes, but you're actually creating more of cruelty throughout your entire state. And you're also creating a potential for more contagions that are in rabbit slaughterhouses like MRSA and RHDV, which can actually go throughout your entire state, which is also a problem. So you're actually creating
when you
health risk.
talk about slaughter. Okay, when you talk about slaughterhouses, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the places, the farms that raise the rabbits?
Yes.
Okay, so isn't that even more of an argument to have regulatory oversight?
You're actually creating more of these facilities like wet houses, which in New York State, they actually just closed down wet houses, which were creating pandemics. So you're actually going to, in Connecticut, open more sites, which are potentially avenues for pandemics. So I'm asking you not to open more sites, which are potentially areas that could create more health hazards.
Gotcha.
So
Okay,
even though
so
you have them, I'm asking you not to create more sites, which can create more problems in your entire state.
gotcha. Are you from Connecticut?
I personally am not living in Connecticut at this moment. No,
What state do you live in?
I live in New York right now.
Okay, do they have rabbit processing regulated by the state in New York?
No,
So it's unregulated, they can do anything they want.
correct.
All right, well, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
thank you. I appreciate your help.
We appreciate you being here, ma'am. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
We're going to move along to number 53, Marlene Wilhelm. Ms. Wilhelm, are you with us? All right. We're going to move next to Mr. Aziz Dekan. Welcome, Aziz. Thanks for sticking it out today. Nice to see you.
Thank you for sticking it out. Hello, everyone. Hello, chairs. Thank you for sticking this out, as he said. There's a lot to talk about. One of the things I'd like to just talk to you, Representative Callahan, I looked at the information of what's going on in England in terms of energy, and 43% of the energy produced in England is from renewables. And the reason for that is because we started working towards renewables in 1993. So my math isn't really good, and I won't even pretend it's good, but that was a long time ago. And we're far behind on that. And the 5004 is one of those bills that puts us back in line with the rest of the world in trying to put renewable energy into our grid. So I don't want to get into we all have our own sources of news, but I just looked that up as you were talking. That comes from National Grid. So that's that piece of it. On 5004, this is a good bill. It's Yogi Berra used to say, this is deja vu all over again. It kind of should have passed last year, but here we are. And it's actually a better bill. I hate to say it at my age, but I think this is pragmatic. It's a bill that everybody should support. I don't think there's anything in here that's not supportable, frankly. And it puts us on a roadmap to clean energy. It puts us on a roadmap to costs, savings. We talk about ratepayers, and there's a number of people who've testified before me. There's a lot of people who testified before me that talked about health. And so when we look at cities like Bridgeport or any other city that's had old manufacturing or coal plants or whatever, those are the costs that we really should be talking about, not ratepayers so much, because those are costs that we don't see in a bottom line. We see those being paid by insurance companies and by people dying, frankly. So this is an important piece of legislation that needs to get passed. We support everything in this bill except for one piece. Last year, the bill had the language from 999, which was labor language. We would like to have that put back into this bill. It's important to remember that in order for us to meet our energy goals, we need the support of labor. And labor is looking to finding a path from fossil fuels to renewables. And so we would kindly ask you to replace that, I'm sorry, not replace, but put that language back into the bill. That's all I got.
Well said. Thank you. Are there any questions or Representative Callahan, please?
Thanks for testifying. And just for the record, I didn't say that they didn't have renewables. I said it's 4 to 5 times more expensive, and it's driving their economy to have businesses leave. So yes, they are. They have a lot of renewables, but they're very expensive.
Well, actually, I thought you had said that they were reverting back to non-renewables, and that doesn't seem to be the
No,
case.
they are, because they at certain times when the wind isn't blowing and the sun's not shining, they still have to go back to, they had to fire up coal plants again. Because if you've been to England, it's not the sunniest
I've
place
been
in the
to
world.
England.
So
I've been to England.
I think we should, I'd like us to all get there, but there's still a place for natural gas, and I certainly think we should, like I said earlier, be looking more towards modular nuclear as well, like other places.
And you know, I'm not going to argue that point, except that even if you do those modulars, how many years of permitting are you going to need to get those into communities that need that? So I don't know that that's so viable, frankly.
Right, I agree. We
Wind,
should cut the
wind
permit process down. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I think a lot of the permitting that you see is old permitting from oil, and so we need to modernize that as well. I have no argument with you on that. But look, wind and sun, that's free energy, essentially into the into
Then
the
why is it
grid.
4 times more expensive?
I don't believe that it's 4 times more
All
expensive,
right,
frankly.
then I don't want to go.
I
It's
don't
a
want
long
to do
day,
that
but
either here because,
I
we could
disagree.
talk about that. I would love to talk to you in your office about it and find solutions. But, the further we take this problem and kick it down the line, the more expensive it's going to cost us. So we have to start making decisions now on how we're going to move into renewables.
What, don't you think there's a place for natural gas?
No, I don't think natural gas
There's
is
where we
is-
disagree, sir.
Susan?
That's where we disagree.
Yeah,
So-
I know that. I get that. There's nothing else in this bill that you should be against, though. It's a
I-
it's a pro-business bill. I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying anybody who wants to vote against this. There's nothing in here that's hideous. It's a path forward. It's a roadmap that the governor should be looking at. That we all should be looking at. If we care about this state, if we care about future generations, who by the way will vote for you sometime or vote against you,
We're
this
aware.
is really important.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Aziz. I see online we have Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Aziz, for coming in. What is the cost of kilowatt hour of electricity in England?
I don't have that since I'm not British, I don't have that information now.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it's considerably more than it is here?
I wouldn't be able to say one way or the other on that.
Okay. You indicated that you wanted us to join the rest of the world. Is there substantial wind and solar in China or Russia?
Yeah, I think
or
everybody in this
South
room is
America?
actually saying yes to you, sir.
You are? Okay. So,
Yeah.
so
What
China
would you be
has,
against? Why would you be against that? Let me ask you that.
so China has more renewables than we do?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you get that information?
I think it's pretty well known. I'll send you the information. I don't have it on my
If you
phone,
would, I'd
my
appreciate
brain
it.
right now. But
my
I
understand.
think I know where you're going with this, though. Do you not, because
Don't
China,
don't anticipate where I'm going.
well, I think I can actually, but go ahead.
My understanding is that China completes a new coal-fired generation plant every 2 weeks. Is that different from what you understand?
Let me ask you, where do you get that information?
I can get it to you.
Okay, get it to
Do
me
you
and
think
I
it's
can
wrong?
respond. Get it to me and I'll respond.
Do you think it's wrong?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you think it's wrong?
I think your numbers might be a little off, yes.
Okay. Is there substantial wind and solar in South America?
And again, I don't know that answer. I live in
Okay.
Connecticut, Senator. I don't know what South America does. I'm not particularly sure what China does, but I can tell you what we do, and we don't do enough. That's what I can
Okay.
tell
Well, I'm just asking
you. You
about the
disagree with me?
statement.
Do you think that we do
I,
enough in this state to reduce ratepayers?
I am just asking, I'm asking about your statement that we should join the rest of the world.
I
And
don't think I
so I'm
actually
Mr.
trying to,
Bacon, if
I'm
we could
trying
let
to
the
find,
representative
Sorry.
ask a question, thank you. In the role here, we'd love for you to be able to respond to questions.
I apologize for
Thank you,
talking
sir.
over you.
We appreciate it. Go ahead, Representative.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to find out where, what information you have that the rest of the world is so much ahead of us. England is a fairly small country with fairly high electric rates. So I'm just trying to find out what information you have that the rest of the world is so much ahead of us in renewables.
I don't think I said we should join the rest of the world. Connecticut is a small state, so we should be doing the right thing in this state. And the right thing would be to move in a path and a roadmap towards putting more renewable energy into the grid. And I think if you look at other states that are ahead of us in this regard, those rates go down over a course of years. And in Connecticut, the solar industry is fairly new. The renewable wind energy is still new, so we still have a way to go. But I can only talk about what's happening in Connecticut, and it's not enough.
Okay, so in other states, can you identify a state that's ahead of us where the rates have gone down because of it?
There's a whole room full of people giving me an answer. Texas is one of them. I believe California might also be another one. And look, in Texas, Texas has the largest amount of renewable energy of any state in the country. Why do you think, an oil state would want to do that? It's probably because they can keep their rates low.
Are their rates low?
I would believe so.
Okay, but you don't know.
I'll get you the information. You tell me what you want, what kind of information you want, and I'll be happy to give it to you. And I'll have to be happy to sort the sources where we get that information from.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate it. Are there final thoughts or comments from the committee? Otherwise, Aziz, thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. And next up, we are at number 55, Travis Watty.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Lopes and Chairman Parker, members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share perspectives this afternoon on SB 9 and 1254. My name is Travis Watty, and I'm the AVP of Government Relations at Big I, Connecticut. We represent over 150 independent insurance agent and broker locations across Connecticut. I want to begin by noting our shared commitment to protecting Connecticut residents from the perils that threaten to damage or destroy their homes, their vehicles, and their possessions. Like you, our members are dedicated, engaged, and very present community members who care deeply for their communities. However, with respect to the bills that I mentioned, the very first section in both of those bills is Section 1A. And we do have concerns about that being an effective way to tackle low flood insurance usage. So Section 1A mandates that insurance agents and brokers obtain a written acknowledgement from insurance applicants regarding their receipt of a disclosure regarding the availability of flood insurance, and also whether the applicant declines to purchase flood insurance for their property. I think a signature or seems harmless enough, and I can appreciate why this was proposed by the governor and an SB9. But I can tell you that from agent experience with securing extra documents and signatures and information that suggests otherwise. A written acknowledgement can create logistical roadblocks for customers who may need to travel to that agent's office, mail a signed form, or maybe engage with unfamiliar technology. We're also concerned that due to the written acknowledgement requirement that it could create delays in actually issuing coverage. If that affirmative declination is not secured for some reason, then it stands to reason that the policy should not be issued until it is secured, creating potential delays. I'd also note that the focus on flood insurance really ignores the fact that customers are exposed to many risks that can be just as devastating if they're not properly insured. And we believe that putting flood insurance, flood risk above other perils wrongly suggests that coverage for other risks isn't as important. I would also say that those burdens extend beyond just consumers. It extends to insurance agencies, many who are small businesses. The time spent following with customers to secure that acknowledgement practically means less time helping them understand their exposure to risk and discussing ways to protect themselves. We're also concerned that this mandate creates new liability exposures that could drive premium expenses for their errors and admissions liability coverage. And then finally, we question the effectiveness of the requirement. And our members tell us that the most common barrier to securing flood insurance isn't availability or awareness, but it's affordability. This is true for all lines of insurance, not just flood. Customers can select higher limits, additional endorsements, extra coverages, such as an umbrella policy, personal articles, or flood. And ultimately, customers have to make that decision, an informed decision with the help of their customer. So in closing,
thank you.
While well-intentioned, we think the proposal must be weighed against increased customer burden, constrained resources, and really the diminishing effectiveness of additional paperwork and signatures. I'd be happy to answer your questions, and I did submit a more complete testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Boddy. Any questions? Seeing none online, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Steve Durkee, followed by Michelle Ekman. Steve going twice, going a third time. All right, Michelle Ekman.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker's not in the room, and all the esteemed members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 5004. I just am a natural rebel. Nobody has said 5004. I'm going to say 5004. Right. So my name is Michelle Ekman, and I'm a resident of Stratford, and I'm also the proud associate director of the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs. I've spent my entire career working in climate and environmental education across the United States. One repeating pattern I have observed, regardless of where I live and work, is that people are reluctant to take action on a problem until they are personally facing an immediate crisis. I suppose it's human nature, though it's a part of our nature that, time and time again, bites us profoundly in profoundly negative ways. The climate crisis is no different, and this climate crisis impacts every single aspect of our society. There are some of us who are more removed from the harshest direct negative impacts right now, simply based on where we live and the color of our skin. But I assure you that people just a few miles from my home are painfully feeling the impacts of our continued fossil fuel dependence. I can assure you of this because our organization works closely with public housing residents in Bridgeport, and they tell us directly about their health issues, the terrible odors they smell every day that cause them stress because they're afraid of what they might be breathing in. Their eyes burn on a regular basis. Their kids have asthma and are out of school a lot due to asthma-related illnesses. They deserve better. We all deserve better. The provisions in HB 5004 will go a long way to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and provide stable and sustainable green job opportunities for our residents. Most importantly, we will reduce the harms we are now experiencing and mitigate the horrors surely coming our way if serious action is not taken. So for these reasons, I urge you to support HB 5004. I thank you all for your service, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ekman? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming to testify. Next up, Philip Madden, followed by Alicia Sherman. No, Philip.
Am I showing? Am I coming through?
Not well. Is this Philip?
This is Philip. Thank you for, if I hope I'm working now.
I can hear you, so please proceed.
Okay. I'm here to testify for Senate Bill 9. One thing that I wanted to add to the conversation about the neonicotinoids is that this bill does not include a provision for seed coatings, and in the case of seed coatings, about 95% of the pesticide actually ends up in the soil and is not having any activity in protecting the crop itself. And what that means is that that pesticide is just going into the water supply. And according to research in soil, one of the most common, or it's actually one of the most common pesticides, period, but the most important in this neonicotinoid class, imidacloprid, has a half-life between 1 to 3 years. So, you know, and for myself and like many of Connecticut residents, we use well water, so that means that that chemical is, you know, leaching into our water supply, and there's not enough research to know what the effects of that are. So, you know, I do support this Senate Bill 9, but with the stipulation that seed coatings are included. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you to the Environmental Committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Madden? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Alicia Sherman is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you, chairs and members of the Environment Committee. I am Alicia Sharmett. I am the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut. Our name is a little bit of a misnomer. We work on all water issues, drinking water, wastewater, anything that touches water or water touches. We are advocates for good management of our water resources. I have submitted testimony on several bills on the agenda today, or will be submitting testimony on them. But I'm here to talk to you today about Senate Bill 732, an act requiring the state water plan to be amended to address climate change. I ask you to refer to my testimony for details. But a couple of things I wanted to mention to you. So first of all, I want to say I served on the policy subcommittee during the development of the state water plan that exists now. And I'm also the co-chair of the Water Planning Council Advisory Group. So the current state water plan has two major outcomes. Consensus recommendations were all of the issues that we were able to resolve during that planning process for a year, which wasn't a whole lot of time to plan for all of Connecticut's water. And also, there were pathways forward. Those pathways forward are issues that we either could not get to or did not come to consensus on. So the first state water plan wasn't completely done. And a lot of the pathways forward we need to address to be more resilient to climate change. So while yes, as Betsy Gara had mentioned earlier, climate change is mentioned and was addressed to some extent in the state water plan, but we didn't finish it. And there's also the work of the Governor's Council of Climate Change that should be incorporated. And one other big point I'd like to bring up is that the current water plan focused on quantity, and mostly because we had to really draw the scope in tightly. There are a lot of quality issues that we need to look at now as we are experiencing this feast and famine with water, either a drought or flooding. And another thing I'd like to address, so in section 21 of SB 9 and 1245, it also addresses an update of the state water plan. And the section A of section 22 that Betsy Gara from the Connecticut Waterworks Association had referenced, I agree with her. There's a lot there that's sort of already being done, and it's being done within water planning. I don't think there's an appreciation for everything that happens. The advisory group, the stakeholder group, it's broad. We have utilities, we have water users, we have agricultural use, and we discuss these issues in a broad stakeholder group. So I'm going to leave it at that, and just if anybody has any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I am not seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I have Elisa Shower.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and committee members. My name is Elisa Scheuer, and I'm here on behalf of the Home Ventilating Institute, or HVI, testifying in support of House Bill 5004, which sets efficiency standards for appliances sold in Connecticut. HVI is an ISO-compliant certification body and a trade association representing over 100 manufacturers of residential ventilating fans worldwide. HVI is also the originator of the airflow test procedure, which this bill applies to residential ventilating fans. HVI supports this legislation, some form of which has been adopted by 12 other U.S. states. Under this bill, manufacturers are required to test products to confirm they meet Connecticut standards and certify them with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It's the certification requirement I want to talk about. The bill, as currently worded, seems to require manufacturers to complete a form for each compliant product and submit that form to the commissioner. The commissioner must also maintain a list of products compliant with Connecticut standards. As I said before, 12 other states have adopted this legislation, and all 12 have adopted a more streamlined approach to certification, an efficiency that benefits regulators and manufacturers alike. Those states have instituted what we call certification by database. HVI maintains a certified products directory for residential ventilation products. The directory is searchable by model number and provides not only energy efficiency specifications on each fan, but also clearly states whether the product is certified for sale in a particular state. HVI provides this information to both California's Modernized Appliance Efficiency Database System and the State Appliance Standards Database. Every other state adopting this bill has permitted manufacturers to certify their products to one or more of these databases to meet the certification requirement in the law. Using a database for certification means that the commissioner will not have to create and maintain an independent list of Connecticut-approved products, but can access an existing up-to-date list of compliant products at any time. We urge the committee to adopt an amendment to House Bill 5004, which would allow manufacturers to certify compliant products by database listing. I would refer you to the written comments submitted by Josh Lynch and Jackie Donner of the Home Ventilating Institute for more information about HVI's Certified Products Directory, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any, but thank you for your testimony. Next person is Susan Linker. Susan Linker. On to page 3. Oh, you found Susan Linker? Had to snatch that away from me.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello? Hello?
hi, Susan.
This is actually Marlene's. Don't ask me why, but we got mixed up.
Marlene who?
Marlene Wilhelm, I was a couple speakers before.
So you're all set?
Well, I've been waiting to testify.
Oh. Marlene Wilhelm?
Correct.
Oh, we missed you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, for some reason we were having technical difficulties, but thank you, Representative Lopes and Representative Parker and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Marlene Wilhelm. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident residing in Windsor, Connecticut, and I am speaking in opposition to HB 5134. I'm not going to read my testimony that I've submitted, but rather I would like to speak from my heart. If I can have your undivided attention for the next few minutes, I'd appreciate it. With all due respect, I'm angry. Angry that this subject about farming rabbits has repeatedly come up several times over the past few years, each time with strong opposition to factory farming of rabbits and all animals. I was up until 1:30 this morning reading compelling and compassionate testimony about why HB 5134 should not move forward. This is no longer about rabbits. It's about cruelty. It's about animal abuse and torture. It's about savagery, and it's about exploiting live animals for nothing more than profit. I implore each and every one of you to search your souls and your consciences with what is really important in this world, especially now. We need to bring back morals, decency, respect, and kindness for the sake of all living things. Let Connecticut be the catalyst by opposing HB 5134. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Diane Larson.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, so close. So close. If I promise to ask her questions, Representative, can you go ahead? Go.
all right, thank you. Thank you for coming in, Marlene. What is it about this particular bill that you object to?
I object to the fact that rabbits are not given the same restrictions that other animals are. They don't have to be deemed unconscious before you mutilate them, etc. And I know Judy Dronzek, who spoke from Hopalong Hollow, had mentioned the same thing. They're not provided the same restrictions that other animals are, I don't want to say allowed. But we've tried this before. This is not the first time we've tried to introduce rabbit farming. Back in 2014. I was very integral in working with Whole Foods with getting them to take the rabbit meat out of their cases. And within a couple months, they pulled that because of the backlash from the public. So you're talking 11 years later, and I can only imagine that with people being more concerned about animal cruelty, companies are they're not doing the animal testing anymore. We're kind of going, I think, in the wrong direction by reintroducing this.
Okay, now you say that the rabbits are not subject to the same regulations as other animals.
As far as slaughter.
Where are those regulations?
That's the Humane Slaughter Act.
Okay, that's Connecticut Act?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and so this bill would move rabbit processing into the regulatory sphere of the Department of Agriculture like other animals. That's the purpose of this bill, right?
Exactly. And there, like I mentioned, in my testimony, this is not about, meat. This is about cruelty, animal abuse, and, and other things against animals. So
Gotcha.
it's not just about rabbits. It's about, I mean, it's about rabbits, but this is in general about all living things.
Okay, so you don't believe any animals should be eaten?
I've been a vegetarian for 15 years, haven't touched meat, and I've been fine.
Okay, and it's your feeling that everybody else should be a vegan as well?
No, not necessarily. That's just what I have chosen with my own morals and standards and with my beliefs.
Okay, so if other people are going to eat meat, it should be processed humanely under government regulation.
Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. I would like to see no animals being slaughtered in any kind of a factory farm situation.
Okay, do you know of any factory farms in Connecticut?
Personally, I am not aware of, but I know they exist.
Okay, and what do the factory farms in Connecticut farm?
Well, I'm assuming that they're raising and slaughtering cattle for beef, pigs for pork. Um, I I I don't have those facts in front of me.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, thank you for coming in and testifying. We appreciate you taking the time to give us your views on this issue. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, just one other thing. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I hear everybody else just fine. It's just you that you seem like you're very far away from your microphone.
Is that any better?
That is actually better. Thank you.
You were right. Microphone's too far away. All right, thank you. Next person up, Diane Lauricella.
Good evening. Thank you, Co-Chairs Senator Lopes and Representative Parker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking it this far, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you virtually. My name is Diane Lauricella. I live in Norwalk, and I'm representing the Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition, which is a group that is looking at not only the aspirational future of zero waste, but also the pragmatic ways of getting there through education, better practices, and efficiency, as well as reducing waste of any sort, including pollution. I wanted to quickly zip through some of these, the following, and focus on two bills. I wanted to lift up 5004. I oppose Section 24. I want to lift up Section 17 as an advocate for nature-based solutions, which in the long run are less expensive and do better work that lasts and is worth the return on investment. Section 18, solar canopies. There are so many asphalt-based parking lots throughout the state. I am a big fan of PACE and a member of the Connecticut Energy Network. They have a wonderful report I think you should look at. We need to help with incentivizing for both public and private entities, having solar canopies to help offset electricity production. Overall, energy efficiency and the assessments of them should be opened up and really lifted up. Senate Bill 1245, Resilient Improvement Districts. Living on the coast as I do, I am one that feels that the regional approach of coastal people, coastal towns and cities should be lifted up and enhanced. Under the State Water Plan, Senate Bill 732, I agree with Alicia Charamet and Lori Brown that you have to look at quality and quantity and broaden the climate change impacts of both. I wanted to focus for the last minute or so on the following bills. House Bill 6250, related to environmental conservation officers, and House Bill 6868. They are related because it is something that has to do with staffing levels. I am a former senior investigator with the Hazardous Waste Division of DEP back in the 80s. Now I'm in the private sector as a consultant. I wanted to tell you that what is missing here on House Bill 6250 is a need for other types of enforcement officers, air quality, water quality, and waste management. I would like to see this bill expanded or an additional bill ask for a review and a listing by the commissioner and her staff of their true needs for enforcement of air quality, water quality, and waste management. I know for a fact a lot of the local needs and ticking time bombs from back in the 80s when we have brownfields that haven't been cleaned up, that things fall through the cracks. I believe that this department deserves support from the legislature, which keeps cutting its staffing. Enforcement should include education of the regulated community in addition to enforcement. Yes.
Your timer went off.
Okay, may I just finish my sentence?
Please summarize, Sam.
Thank you very much. I cannot stress enough, and I do not know why the staff of DEEP did not ask you to also include increase of air quality, water quality, and waste management enforcement people. I'm not asking for dozens of people. I think for permit renewals and permits, as well as knowing what's going on the ground, it can enhance all of our quality of life, the economic viability of our cities and towns, and of course, the public health of our citizens, as well as the environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Mushinski.
Thank you. Diane, are you
Yes.
aware that that a lot of our enforcement staff, especially on air, are federally funded?
I am aware, and that is why, since the staff has already been cut a lot, that the state of Connecticut, in order to provide a healthy quality of life, especially for the low and middle income folks and the vulnerable environmental justice communities, that I'm currently on CJAC, and I am co-chairing the waste management subcommittee. I'm not here speaking on their behalf, but I have a long time awareness and professional background in environmental justice communities, long being bypassed as far as enforcement levels on a local and state level. So thank you for that question, Representative Mushinski. I know a lot of these are federally funded. I really doubt that they will all be cut off by the federal government, but I'm sure it will be reduced. Therefore, I believe this legislature must enhance and support our Department of Energy and Environmental Protection in those areas. I would say that I would rather see additional enforcement people in the air quality, water quality, and waste management divisions over and above the good work done by the conservation officers. And I have a lot of respect for them, but I know that public health is being sacrificed because we don't have enough staff on the ground, regularly going out and educating the regulated community and actually enforcing in ways that count.
Okay, so maybe the commissioners not yet know what is going to happen from Washington, D.C. And maybe that's why she hasn't commented on it, but I share your concern and your worry that we may lose our federal EPA funding of these positions, and then suddenly we're not going to have any inspectors or regulators. So I guess we should stay tuned, I guess is my message, and maybe we'll have to address this later in session.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. I am saying that we already, even with federal funding, do not have enough of the air quality, water quality, and waste management enforcement staff. Even for food scrap, we're in a waste crisis. We don't have the knowledgeable folks on the ground to help our local towns and cities. This is even with federal funding. So this has been a problem for years. But I do appreciate you lifting this up, and I really look forward to what the Environmental Committee and the legislature is going to do about this.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chaz Catania. Chaz? All right. Jamie Jones? Oh, okay. Got cut off, sorry. You lost your S. Makes sense, from Jones Family Farm. All right. Go ahead.
Oh, good evening. Thank you all for being here. Long day. I know, I really appreciate all that you guys are doing. So I'm a farmer, sixth generation. We've been farming for over 175 years in Shelton. And most of the land that we're farming has actually been permanently preserved through a development rights program. I live on the farm with my wife, 3 kids, my parents still there. So I don't think there's anyone in the room or here that cares more about the land than we do. I'm here to talk about a couple of the bills very quickly. Senate Bill 9, particularly Section 34. I think you probably heard enough about neonicotinoids. My only comments to that would be just understand there are some very specific uses for them for which there really are no alternatives for farmers. And I hope you really lean into the expert advice from the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station and the scientists there to help guide you on the decisions that you make on how to handle that issue. Bill 6273, Ag Disaster Funding. Again, I appreciate this committee and raising that. Don't have to talk about all the problems and challenges all the residents of Connecticut are having with the weather. I know funding is a challenge. However, hopefully it can move forward and at least in a small way, get the ball rolling with starting something for the farmers. Finally, what got me off the farm today here is talk about, I think it's a 6289, the bill for agricultural use of drones. What I can tell you after college, 25 years now, what I see the capability that these drones can do is revolutionary for farmers. Keith Bishop testified earlier. There's a lot of other testimony online. A lot of the farmers are really we're amazed at what we can potentially do that will be transformative. Connecticut, I would say we're probably already behind. From what I understand, the area of Connecticut, 6 times greater than that, was treated with drones last year across the country. They're being pretty commonly used. And I think a lot of there's preconceptions about them, but I think my best way to look at them is like a small aerial tractor and their ability to replace stuff that we've been doing with large diesel powered tractors. So for a committee like this concerned about the environment, just imagine something smaller, potentially renewably powered, and all the benefits that they'll have using less materials, economic benefits, environmental benefits. I think it's the wave of the future, and I hope you can help the farmers in Connecticut keep up with that. Certainly if you have any questions, but I would also say there's an open invitation to any or all of you if you ever want to visit our farm in Shelton. Not in session. It's more interesting in the summertime when we've got stuff going on there growing. And hopefully maybe we'll have a drone working by then if you can pass some legislation that'll help us get there. So thank you very much.
Any questions? Representative Gresco first.
It's a fun time going too, by the way. So I'm going to put you on the spot like I did to Mr. Bishop. As far as 5134, do you think that the Jones Family Farm would take advantage of the option to potentially harvest rabbits?
Currently, basically, our farm focuses on growing plants. It's always good to have options out there. So you never know what the future will bring. I've got 3 children and always open to opportunity in the future, but currently right here and now, I don't see that as an imminent opportunity, but we like options.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, Representative.
Thanks for being here. Very familiar with your farm.
Thank you.
When it comes to the drone technology, there was a bill we did in the legislature last week that talked about drones. Are you familiar with that?
Not completely, if you want to. Is
Well,
that-
what I can do is I can touch base with you offline and just wanted to make sure it doesn't affect what you're trying to do. That spot treatment, which seems a lot more environmentally friendly and easier on your equipment.
Correct.
All right. Now we can touch base offline. Thanks.
Yeah, anytime. I know there's a lot of concerns about drones, but they're certainly American made, American software ones, and think of it like a tractor, with little wings.
Yep, with wings.
We're just
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
fly it around our farm, not
Not-
high in the air, 10 to 15 feet above our crop.
Not the size of SUVs, right?
No.
All right. Well, thanks for being here and staying so long. Appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Senator Cohen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jamie. Good to see you again. And thanks, as always, for testifying on these important bills. I'm surprised I didn't ask Keith this, given that he's the main proponent of the bill, but certainly there's several of them and grateful for your advocacy. But what sort of training is necessary for this? And if it's extensive in terms of agricultural use, do you think a lot of farms would take advantage of this?
Good questions in terms of the training. I think, myself as more the farm understanding that the usages and ability. We've actually already applied and got the federal government's 137 permit. So that's like, we were like a year ago ready to like invest in one of these drones, and we're like, oh, we can't do it yet because Connecticut can't do us. So, I mean, I think you have to hire some expertise and staffing to get you up to speed on it. But there's plenty of people out there. I have 2 people associated with a farm that already have or basically the pilot's license that would enable us to fly them. So you're correct. There will be a learning curve involved to get there, but I think once there's always going to be the early implementers, but then those who are seeing what's possible, you're going to have a lot of people who are going to follow along with it. And I will say they're not inexpensive. The one that we had priced out, it's about $40,000, but the cost of a new tractor that we also purchased last year was $135,000. So you can start quickly doing the math in the long term where the economic opportunities are going to be.
And thanks for that. Are there resources for farmers in terms of drone use? Like, is there anybody that you can really look to in terms of training, or is this just gonna have to be sort of trial by fire?
No, I think there's a lot. I think, whoever the suppliers are these, there's several companies that do it. They're going to do a lot of training. Like I say, this is pretty widely adapted across our country. So, we're interested in doing it ourselves, but in other parts of the states, they actually have companies that will come out and you contract with them to treat your fields. However, just because we're more isolated, I would want to be in control of that myself.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I certainly also appreciate the environmental benefits of this, just in terms of more targeted spraying and fertilization, and certainly, hopefully less use of the diesel equipment. So thanks for your testimony. Good to see you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Wouldn't be a person giving testimony without a question from Rep. Dubisky. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for coming in. I very much appreciate it. Do you expect that as the drones get more and more common, that there'll be some type of dealership or entity in Connecticut where they can be purchased and serviced?
A great question. I don't know as if we'll have the scale in Connecticut to allow for that. I mean, it's hard enough already as a farmer in Connecticut. Most of the dealers that we're already dealing with are out of state. So probably unlikely, but there'll be enough regionally. I would hope that, getting parts or so forth would not be too difficult.
Do you think the existing tractor dealerships in Connecticut would start selling them and servicing them?
Always a possibility, I guess. I don't know what John Deere has up their sleeve, but if I was an executive in that company, I certainly would probably consider being getting involved in that type of technology.
Okay, and before I vote on that bill, I gotta know, are they green or orange?
Yeah, a lot of them they're kind of more black or white. There's not a lot of, I haven't noticed in the ones that I've seen out there, a lot of coloration that would kind of have a brand recognition on them yet.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Thank you for coming in, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
No problem. One last question, just I should ask Mr. Della Camera too, is how accurate is Clarkson's farm?
That is a really good question. Believe it or not, I've watched quite a bit of that show. The humor is wonderful, and what I really appreciate most about it is he discusses like real topics that, even though we're a different type of farm on a different continent, the issues are very similar. So I give him from a guy who made his fortune in the auto industry to come to a farm and really bring to light some of the challenges that all farmers worldwide are dealing with. If anyone hasn't watched it, it's an entertaining show, and it's pretty spot on.
It shows the insanity you deal with every day. That's pretty interesting. Thank you. I'm gonna track back. I think we're all set. I don't see any more hands. We missed a couple people, so I'm gonna shoot back to Susan Linker. If he's on, followed by Chaz something. Chaz, whatever. Chaz Catania after that. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry that I had some technology problems. My name is Susan Linker. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I'm the CEO of Our Companions Animal Rescue and the president of Connecticut Votes for Animals. I'm here representing thousands of members in both our organizations statewide. And we strongly opposed, as we have the last 3 years, HB 5134, the rabbit farming bill. And I wasn't surprised when I saw the written testimony before the hearing today. Over 400 people submitted testimony in opposition, and only 2 people were in support of this. This is the same thing that has happened year after year, and I really don't understand this. And I think one of the reasons why this is resonating so deeply and passionately with constituents is because this bill will legalize extreme cruelty against rabbits, which are one of the most popular pets we have. And of course, you've heard this before in my testimony over the years. Rabbits are not considered livestock by the USDA. Therefore, they're not covered under the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act, which means that they lack the same legal protections that other farmed animals have. So they can be killed literally while fully conscious. And the realities of rabbit farming are really horrific. I mean, I hate to invite you to see what goes on in those farms, but it really is very sad. And it's really not humane, and the community does not find this to be acceptable. We would never allow this for our dogs and cats, and rabbits deserve the same compassion. The public is very clear about this. Please look at the testimony. Hundreds and hundreds of people took the time to write to you saying, we don't want this in our state. There's a widespread public outcry. It's happened year after year, and I'm really urging this committee to reject this bill. I also wanted to testify in support of 6236. That's the waterfowl and bird hunting bill in Morris Cove in New Haven. We've gotten a lot of our members really excited to see this. They strongly appreciate this and they really support this bill. This is a very highly residential area, and it includes parks, marinas, Lighthouse Park is right there. And the residents who live there just want to live peacefully without gunfire outside their house. So I thank those who have sponsored this bill and who recognize that. And on behalf of all of our members who care about the animals, I really hope that you'll reject HB 5134 and support 6236.
Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a number of people testify about this rabbit bill.
Yes.
And they all seem to say the same thing. This is legalizing cruelty. Currently, you can raise rabbits and kill them in the way that you just mentioned.
Yes, that's correct.
This bill
expands that.
Puts them under the Department of Agriculture, and
that is not what this bill says. No, I disagree with that.
Regulation over the processing of rabbits. Tell me how that legalizes cruelty?
First of all, I've been in the animal welfare field for a long time, and I have a lot of colleagues and friends at the Department of Agriculture. That is a very underfunded and understaffed agency. And I know this for a fact. So yes, while it would allow the Department of Agriculture to regulate, the USDA, the federal agency, does not. They are not covered through federal legislation and federal protections. Beyond this, people in Connecticut don't want this. Look at the testimony year after year. People have said, these are our companion animals. I understand that people eat meat, but I also understand that elected officials should be listening to their constituents about what issues they support and what issues they don't. And I think it's perfectly clear that the majority of people do not support this.
Please just, and how is this bill, which puts current existing rabbit processing under the regulatory oversight of the Department of Agriculture, how is that legalizing cruelty?
First of all, it's expanding the ability for these rabbit processing plants by 1,000 animals per plant. So that's thousands and thousands more that are currently in these conditions. And second of all, the Department of Agriculture cannot inspect every single farm in Connecticut. We all know this. So while I appreciate the sentiment for the Department of Agriculture to want to expand their responsibility in the state, I see this bill as farmers who want to make more money at the expense of the voting public who say we do not want our pets to be eaten and killed in this way.
So you're advocating for the criminalization of
I didn't say that. You know I did not
slaughter.
say that. You know I did not say that.
I'm asking
folks,
you.
both of you, I'm stepping in here. This is not the place for this type of argument. I think you.
No, I'm just asking if that's what she's
no.
I
looking
never
for.
said the word criminalization. I never
Madam
said
Clerk,
that.
please cut them both off.
Mr. Chairman,
I know. I'm just gonna take a little 5-second break here. All right. I understand things get hot. I understand the line of questioning, but we're going to proceed respectfully and slowly. One's going to speak, the other's going to answer back and forth, and I'm going to put a cap of just another minute on this debate because we've heard it quite a bit tonight. We still got a long way to go, but at this point, Representative Dubitsky, if you have another question, please go ahead and ask.
Sure. It is the testimony that we've heard, and it sounds like your testimony is looking for the abolition. I won't say criminalization, but the abolition of rabbit farming for meat. Is that what you're looking for?
That's not what I said. No part of my testimony says that.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking the committee through my testimony to not pass this bill.
Okay, so it's okay for you. So you're saying it's okay to have current rabbit farming for meat purposes without government regulation?
I'm asking this committee to please not move this bill forward like you haven't in past years when it's come up.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both. Yeah, that's good enough. Anyone else? All right. Chaz Catania, you're up.
Good evening. Apologize for the technical glitch. I had to resort to a little percussive maintenance and got it straightened out. Want to thank the Environment Committee for this going on 8-hour marathon meeting. I guess I'm going to be here a while. My name is Chaz Catania. I am with the Friends of Connecticut Sportsmen, a resident of Sherman, a proud constituent of Representative Callahan and Senator Harding, here to speak on a couple of different bills. First one is 6248, the striped bass bill. I think we've sort of hit that one pretty hard earlier tonight or today. Heard from DEEP. I think that general consensus may be at this point that a total moratorium on striped bass fishing in the lower Housatonic is probably not the way to go. And I think that sort of takes us to Bill 6250 concerning NCON staffing. And I think if NCON officers can get the proper staffing levels, they can deal with the poaching that's going on with the illegal take of striped bass in the Housatonic and have sort of better coverage throughout the rest of the state. In addition, I would like to urge your passing of SB 73, transitioning the oversight of leased farmland from DEEP to DOAG. I would also suggest that we include properties owned by the Department of Corrections. I think DOAG has more experience with farmland, and putting all of the leased farmland under one department just makes sense. One other bill, 6236, concerning prohibition of hunting in Morris Cove, New Haven. I think that we've established through the testimony this morning from the folks at DEEP, including Colonel Lewis, that there are no safety issues there. They haven't had any safety complaints or issues in the last 8 years at least. And the hunting there is both safe and legal. And so really what it's reduced to is quality of life. And if the residents do not want to hear the gunfire, I think that a good way to deal with that would be adoption of Representative Dubitsky's Bill 5912, which authorizes the use of sound suppressors for hunting. I want to thank everybody for their time today, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Rep. Callahan.
Chaz, thanks for being here today, and I know you're up here a lot, and I appreciate you as a resource to members of the committee that we can ask you questions about some of these bills coming through, and you and your organization have been very helpful about providing background and fact. So thanks very much, and thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Any questions? Seeing none, we can move on to Paul Fox. Oh, I'm sorry. The clerk has informed me that for the people who are remote, when you get an invitation from the clerk to testify, you have to accept that invitation to be promoted to the panel. Okay, that's as close as I can get to probably what they told me. So hopefully that helps. I'm not seeing Paul Fox. Allison Pilcher.
Good evening, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Allison Pilcher, and I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs, and I'm speaking in support of House Bill 5004. At the Roundtable, we bring together labor, environmental, and faith communities because we know that a just transition to clean energy is not just about reducing emissions, it's about building a future where all Connecticut residents can thrive. Our communities are already feeling the costs of climate change. I'm guessing many of you have heard from your constituents and municipal leaders about impacts of extreme weather events, flooding, heat waves that impact our farmers and other outdoor workers. You've probably heard complaints about air quality and asthma and the associated healthcare costs, and you've definitely heard about skyrocketing utility bills. HB 5004 is not a comprehensive solution to all of these issues, but it does contain necessary steps to address each of them. This bill will benefit the environment, helping us protect our state's natural resources. But at the Roundtable, we also see this bill as a major economic development opportunity. It will reduce energy costs, create good-paying jobs, and make Connecticut a more attractive place for clean energy businesses to invest and grow. There was a time when Connecticut led the nation in clean energy innovation, but while we now stand still, our neighbors in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New York are moving forward. With our advanced manufacturing and strong construction sectors, we should be leading, not playing catch up. Yet we're falling behind because we haven't put the right policies in place to retain and attract clean technology businesses and the thousands of jobs that they bring. HB 5004 offers smart, forward-thinking policies to change that. It promotes energy efficiency, modernizes our energy systems, and through the Connecticut Clean Economy Council, lays the groundwork for a robust clean energy workforce. This kind of proactive planning is what will keep our state competitive and ensure that workers are not left behind in the energy transition. This bill would also help Connecticut take control of its energy future by increasing energy independence. Right now, we're at the mercy of fossil fuels imported from out of state, leaving us vulnerable to price spikes and supply disruptions. But an energy transition is already underway, and the shift to clean, affordable, renewable energy is inevitable. The only question is whether Connecticut will lead or be left behind. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I urge the committee to support House Bill 5004 to position Connecticut as a leader in clean energy and ensure we capture both the economic and environmental benefits of this transition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Allison. We appreciate your comments. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you. And thanks for sticking it out all day. We appreciate it. Next up is number 760. Good Lord, 67. Yeah. Miss Kimberly Stoner. Nice to see you, Kimberly.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Parker and the members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Connecticut NOFA. I'm also an entomologist who worked with farmers for 35 years at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. There are many important bills on the agenda today, but I will speak today on 3 bills: opposition to Section 4 of HB 6868, in support of HB 6273, and with suggestions for change in the neonicotinoids section of SB 9. In opposition to Section 4 of HB 6868. My understanding from Roger Reynolds of Save the Sound is that this section could be interpreted to put major obstacles in the way of community participation in hearings for permits that would affect their lives and the environment, limiting the rights they now have under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act. In support of HB 6273, establishing funding for farmers who have crop loss due to significant weather events. The problems with federal crop insurance, which we heard about before, are beyond the power of this legislature, but other states, Massachusetts and Vermont, have set up funds to help their farmers in the case of weather disasters. Massachusetts set up a state fund of $20 million to help farmers affected by flooding in 2023. And Vermont, and there was additional money from the United Way in Massachusetts. Vermont is setting up a fund of $7.5 million that would pay up to $150,000 to each farm suffering natural disasters within 14 days of application. What farmers want from such a program is clarity, a clear path to report, timeliness, not waiting years to get assistance, fairness for all farms regardless of size or the crops that they grow, and grants, not loans, because loans just add to the debt burden carried by the farm. The losses on Connecticut farms from weather events in 2023 and 2024 have been estimated by the Department of Agriculture at $72 million. We know that the problem will get worse because the weather is getting more and more extreme. Farmers and farm workers are on the front lines of damage from climate change. I would also like to speak briefly about the neonicotinoid section of SB 9. I continue to be in favor of phasing out seed treatment of corn, soy, and wheat seeds, as in HB 6916, notably not squash and pumpkin seeds that were mentioned before. There are some actual benefits to treating those seeds. I would like to cite an extensive literature review from Cornell University that
Ms. Stoner, would you
discussed-
please wrap up? I think the timer just went off.
Oh,
If you'd
okay.
summarize, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
No, it's okay, I know.
There's no benefit. I was just going to cite that there are studies in New York State on silage corn, a similar situation to Connecticut, that show that there's no benefit in 90% of cases. And I would support some of the language in SB 9 that would involve the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station and the Pesticide Advisory Council in creating a list of insect pests or pest population thresholds for which there could be an exception allowing the use of neonicotinoids. That would be integrated pest management.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed testimony on a number of bills. I know there's a lot here that you're passionate about, and we appreciate you
Yes.
coming back a few times. I see Representative Dubitsky online. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Did I hear you correctly to say that there was a study of some sort in Connecticut showing that coated seeds have no benefit? Or did
So
I hear
I
that
was saying,
incorrectly?
I'm sorry, oops, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was saying that there is a study in New York State looking at silage corn showing that there is no benefit in 90% of the cases that they did parallel field trials. And silage corn is the primary use for which it's the primary, the field corn. So it's the primary use that the neonicotinoid treated seeds would be used in Connecticut.
Do you happen to know how long a period that study covered?
So
Was it a
those
single
are
year or
annual
multi-year?
crops. So I don't know how many years I know that there were parallel field trials in 10 different sites
Okay.
in New York State.
In upstate New York?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that took place?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Do you know when that took place, that study?
When that took place, I do not know. I can look it up in the Cornell. It comes from a literature review that Cornell University did. I looked it up today while I was listening to testimony. So I can look it up in the Cornell literature review, which is like hundreds of pages of studies about the use of neonicotinoids and to what extent they benefit farmers. So I can look it up and send it to you, Representative Dubitsky.
That would be great. I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stoner, for coming in to testify. So I didn't quite understand your objection to Section 4 of Bill number 6868.
Yeah, so, and I have to say that I am drawing on Roger Reynolds of Save the Sound, who has quite an extensive analysis of it in his written testimony. And I am not a lawyer. So my understanding of it is that it would set more strict requirements for a public hearing than are currently needed and would require evidence in advance of the public hearing before it would happen. And he was saying that very often people don't have the evidence before the public hearing happens, that they get the evidence afterwards, so that the effect would be to limit the ability of communities to have full public hearings in the cases of permits.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will take the time to read Roger's testimony.
Right.
But thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for the explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to go online to Representative Steve Winter.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Parker and Chair Lopes and members of the committee for all your hard work and longevity today. I'll be brief. I want to speak in favor of 5004 and HB 6280, the Climate Superfund bill that the committee voted to draft. There's been a lot of discussion today about the climate-related impacts of climate-induced disasters that are affecting our farmers. We're all aware of the rainstorms and fires in the state in 2024, and the governor has also introduced legislation to help establish funding mechanisms for resiliency. The big question remains, though, how we will raise resources for for those funds or for the fund that's under consideration before the committee today. And I urge the committee to consider the climate superfund model that Vermont and New York states have adopted to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for paying their fair share of funding for resiliency, for disaster recovery, and to realize, that we're all bearing these costs currently, the towns, the state, the federal government. So it's important that the companies that profited greatly from the sale of fossil fuels and contributed the lion's share of emissions in the recent past, 1995 to 2025, as the bill is drafted, shoulder some of that burden in addressing the costs related to recovering from, adapting to, and building resiliency in response to climate-induced weather events. So I appreciate everyone's time, and we'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate you taking the time to join us today and share your expertise. I know you think a lot about this stuff. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll keep moving to number 68, Kathy Braun.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Take it
Thank
away.
you so much. And thank you for the important work you do. I'm a lifelong environmentalist. I'm a lawyer who's been representing environmental interests for about 25 to 30 years. I'm also sitting on the Fairfield Town Plan and Zoning Commission. I support pretty much most of the bills, just so you know that, but I do oppose two bills. One is SB 58, which has to do with depositing up to 10,000 cubic yards of fill to help homeowners shore up their foundations. That is a huge amount of fill. I think it's around 15,000 tons. I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of truckloads that would be. The other people have written letters. I think League of Conservation Voters, the person who represents the water companies, I think. I agree with their letters. It would create all kinds of problems with hydrology and erosion, even wildlife protection. It should not be allowed. We have actually in my town, if you do even 250 cubic yards of fill, it requires a special permit. I do want to point one thing out in the coastal areas. DEP has written my commission in the past about the need to preserve wider buffers around in tidal wetlands. And that goes against allowing people to just willy-nilly deposit fill without having a lot of control over that. And I'll just give a couple quotes from a letter we got a couple years ago regarding sea level rise as much as 20 inches by the year 2050. Tidal wetlands will likely drown as sea level rises if there is no upland available for the wetlands to migrate to. Accordingly, in an effort to provide future opportunity for the tidal wetlands on site to migrate landward, we strongly caution the applicant that absolutely no structures such as seawalls or revetments will be allowed as solutions to any future flooding or erosion problems on the parcel. And that was just for like a duplex down in the beach area of Fairfield. So based on that, I think we have to have extreme caution before we start adding a lot of fill to the coastal areas. That was a letter they gave as in an advisory capacity to my commission, which is responsible for coastal site plan review on applications. The other one that I'm opposing is 6868 about enhancing environmental permitting. I will adopt everything that Attorney Roger Reynolds put in his, and I won't repeat it. It's a very meta kind of argument, and you kind of have to delve into it. But the bottom line is it would change how we get public hearings and how we are able to use the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act to intervene into public hearings. I think it would reverse the order, whereas now you can get a public hearing. Once there's a public hearing, you can intervene into it, or you can intervene into any type of administrative proceeding. But this bill could be construed as requiring the intervention to be sort of, if not proven, found acceptable first before you could be.
Ms. Braun, your time is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say anything that impairs the ability of having a public hearing or using the 56-year-old law to empower state residents to intervene to raise environmental issues is not good for the environment. We rely heavily on individuals raising these issues so that we can become fully informed before things are approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And to your question before, I believe it was 1,000 truckloads was what would be aligned with the
It seems
current
like a lot,
policy.
right?
Sounds like a
Thank you.
lot. We're going to look at it. Thank you for being with us tonight, ma'am. Have a good evening. Next up on our list is number 69, Ashen Harper, to be followed by 70, Jennifer Kleindienst.
Hello, honorable
There.
members. Oh,
Welcome.
hi. Sorry, I started a bit early.
Go ahead, take it
Honorable
away.
members of committee, my name is Ashton Harper. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut, and I'm a senior at Stamford High School. This testimony is on behalf of Fridays for Future Stamford and more broadly, youth in Connecticut. We are testifying in support of HB 6280, HB 5004, HB 6273, SB 732, and SB 9. We support HB 6280, which establishes a climate superfund cost recovery program. This program would secure compensatory payment from fossil fuel companies and other parties that are responsible for more than 1 billion metric tons of covered greenhouse gas emissions during the period from January 1st, 1995 to January 31st, 2025. It would recover costs from polluters who are responsible for climate damages and force them to pay what they owe. EPA data would be used to determine the proportion of emissions each company is responsible for. The recovery cost would be based on the cost of those emissions to the state of Connecticut as calculated by the treasurer. Therefore, all costs are entirely fair and proportional to emissions. The recovered costs would then be placed in the Climate Superfund Cost Recovery Program administered by the DEEP Commissioner. DEEP would be responsible for identifying projects and distributing Superfund money to climate adaptation. The Superfund can only be used for climate adaptation projects and for the administration of the program. Adaptation projects would include nature-based solutions, adapting infrastructure to increase resilience, and natural disaster early warning systems. The fund would also support practices that support economic and environmental sustainability in the face of changing climate conditions and other identified adaptation projects. The climate crisis is real, it's expensive, and it's only going to get more expensive. Rising sea levels alone are going to cost Connecticut $5.3 billion, and homeowners' insurance rates in Connecticut have already gone up 23.4% since 2018, due in part to increasing climate disasters. Affordability is already a huge issue, as Connecticut is ranked the 7th least affordable state in the country. Connecticut taxpayers do not have the money to pay for climate disasters. Also, under the current administration, it is clear the federal government intends to roll back funding for climate and support for disaster relief. Climate disasters are going to cost money, and the money needs to come from somewhere. Just 100 corporations are responsible for 71% of emissions. As these corporations are responsible for the emissions that are now causing damages, they should pay to compensate us. This legislation is not unprecedented. The original Superfund law was enacted in 1980. Furthermore, both New York and Vermont have their own climate change superfunds. We would recommend amending the bill to align with Justice 40 principles by allocating 40% or more of the Climate Superfund Cost Recovery Program funding to environmental justice communities. This would ensure that the adaptation money is allocated to communities who need it most. A superfund would be an effective way to collect necessary funding for climate adaptation from polluters who should pay reparations as they've caused damages. We also support HB 5004, which would create a future of natural gas docket, establish a thermal energy network system,
Hey,
incentivize.
Ashen, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Would you please summarize? The timer just went off. Do you want to just name the other bills you were supportive of?
Yeah, 5004, I have that in my written testimony, which
Okay,
I
great.
submitted as well as SB 9, HB 6723, and SB 732. I would be happy to talk more on any of them, but you can also find that in my written testimony, which I submitted as well. And thank you for allowing me to testify.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for joining us tonight. Very impressive. I think you gave a great overview of some of these policies that maybe people in this room were learning from. So we appreciate that. I see just a couple of hands online. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ashton, thank you very much for your testimony. I met you down here in Stanford and appreciate you putting this together. Your written testimony was excellently done and I appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for reading my written testimony.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Dubitsky online.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming out. Your testimony was very well done. I very much appreciate it. I just have one question. You said that there were about 100 companies that produce 70% of the emissions. Actually, I think I have two questions. Is that 70% of the emissions in Connecticut or worldwide?
That is worldwide, but this bill covers companies worldwide, so it includes international companies. So,
Okay, so how do you assess the damages to any given company and determine how much they owe? Would that
well,
be just the amount of damage they do in Connecticut or worldwide?
Well, the atmosphere is not contained to just one state. So greenhouse gas emissions around the world will affect the climate and change the climate worldwide. And therefore, the climate disasters, for example, floods and wildfires that are happening in Connecticut, are the result of all of these companies emitting all of these emissions. So their emissions are not contained to just where they're being emitted from. It's warming the whole atmosphere, warming the whole world, and causing damages around the world. So it's fair to say that these companies are causing damages in Connecticut and that they should be paying money to repair these damaged infrastructure and damages from flooding, from wildfires, from all the impacts of climate change.
Gotcha. So if a company, let's say a company is a worldwide company, one of those 100, and it's producing some type of environmental damages worldwide, and it has, let's say it has an office in Connecticut, we can assess it damages for all the emissions or damage that it created throughout the planet.
Well, yes, because there's studies done by like the EPA and other agencies that can actually find out what proportion of emissions are from what companies. So there is actually data of how much emissions are from each company, and then you can attribute those emissions to accelerating the climate crisis, and you can attribute damages done in the state of Connecticut to the climate crisis.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, thank you, Representative. And Ashton, seeing no further questions, we're going to thank you for your time. We hope to hear from you again.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would encourage that the committee votes favorably on all of these bills.
Have a great evening.
You too.
Next up is number 70, Jennifer Kleindienst, to be followed by Louise Washer.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Kleindienst. I am a resident of Middletown. I work as Sustainability Director at Wesleyan University, and I'm also a volunteer with the Connecticut Coalition for Climate Action and Citizens Climate Lobby. I'm here today representing myself. I'm a constituent of Senator Hockadell's and Representative Chafee's. I'm honored to have them both as members of this committee and co-sponsors of two of the bills that I'm here to speak about today. First, I want to speak about House Bill 5004. I'm very happy to see a new and improved version of this bill again appear in this session, and happy that it addresses environment, people, and our economy. This bill sets much needed interim greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. Without these interim reduction goals, Connecticut's net zero goals risk being purely aspirational, as it seems like we might be on a track to do without them. And for years, fossil gas has been touted as a bridge fuel, but to me, this bridge seems like the infamous bridge to nowhere. This bill would instruct PURA to develop a gas phase out, which is essential for this transition, and also requires state agencies to develop a plan to phase out fossil heating and cooling at state buildings. These components, amongst others, will potentially give us the chance to catch up to some of our neighboring states, including Massachusetts and Rhode Island, which are moving much faster and much more aggressively than Connecticut has been in quite some time across the area of addressing climate change, but especially in the area of reducing natural gas usage. In Middletown, we've really struggled to create the case for building net zero schools. I formerly chaired Middletown's Clean Energy Task Force, and we were strongly advocating for air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps in the construction of what is now Beaman Middle School. But with the state reimbursement process back then, It was very hard to make the financial case because the formula didn't allow and accommodate for those renewable technologies. And so now that school is run efficiently, but still using fossil gas. We are now in Middletown looking to rebuild and add on to McDonough Elementary School. And the bill changes in 5004 that would change the school construction grant program reimbursement process. Might be in time for us to alter the process of that school and work to make it an actual net zero school. I also want to speak today about SJ 36, about an environmental rights amendment. This to me feels like a no-brainer. All of us in Connecticut should have a right to clean air, a healthy environment, clean water, and a livable place to live. I have a 3-year-old child, and I want to see her live in a world like what I had the privilege of growing up in, where she had, where I had these freedoms and possibilities, and I want the same for her and for all other children and future generations, no matter where they live. And last but not least, I would like to speak in favor of SB 9. While I believe we should be spending a lot more effort than we are as a state on climate change mitigation, I recognize the definite need for resilience planning, and I believe that SB 9 helps to set us along a path for more resilience planning and action. And I also appreciate that
Ms.
the bill
Klein,
addresses
the timer's going
neonics.
off. Would you please summarize?
Yes, that the bill curtails neonics and SCARs, protecting human and wildlife health. And thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. I just want to clarify 2 things briefly. The environmental rights amendment is not actually before this committee. For anyone that was watching along, I can understand why you might think it would be, and just wanted to clarify that. And then also in terms of 5004, again, I appreciate all of your comments and the work you do in this space. I want to clarify for myself, from my intention and my reading of this bill, that Section 4 is not intended to phase out and to direct the phase out of natural gas in the state. We're trying to be very thoughtful about getting information so that we can understand the system, actually get some new information about the system that, as we heard earlier today, hasn't been gathered in a little while, so we can do better planning. I wanted to just clarify that for folks that are listening along. But thank you again, though. Your comments are taken, and I appreciate all that you shared. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues on the committee? Seeing none, Jennifer, have a lovely evening. Thanks for being with us. And next up, in person at number 71, Louise, welcome.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the chance to testify. My name is Louise Washer. I am testifying on behalf of the Norwalk River Watershed Association in support of SB 9. I'd like to thank the committee for including restrictions on the use of neonicotinoid pesticides in SB 9. However, we would like to request that the language be amended to the full language from HB 6916. 6916 includes comprehensive restrictions on high harm, low benefit uses of neonics targeted by laws in New York and other neighboring states, and it offers the best opportunity for us to address existing neonic pollution in our rivers and wildlife. Importantly, 6916 includes restrictions on neonic-coated row crop seeds, which we heard about, Kim talked about. I do know, if Rep. Dubinsky is still there, the Cornell report came out in 2020, and it looked at 400 side-by-side studies. So there were 80 studies on corn and 120 on soybean, and those are the basis of the report. And the whole report came out in 2020, so they were all before that time. But I would be happy to send that to you if you're interested. The other thing about the seed part of that proposal is that it would include, if needed, a way for farmers to have a waiver to use those seeds. We recognize, though, that the Farm Bureau and Department of Ag oppose addressing the problem of contamination from treated seed now. So we want to support the suggestions earlier from Senator Lopes and Representative Dubinsky that the Connecticut Ag Experiment Station possibly organize a study or a literature review with DEEP and the Department of Agriculture to look at the existing studies that there are, to look at what we already know about which of these coated seeds are really helping farmers and which aren't, and what that might look like in Connecticut. We think that an ag station-led scientific literature review and report with recommendations would be an invaluable asset to Connecticut as we seek to put in place new policy that supports farmers' interests and protects the environment. That's really it. I have more, but it's been a long day.
Thank you.
So yes, just thank you for working on this issue. It's a complicated one. And as Kim said, and as Mr. Jones said from Stratford, we have the ag station and we have, entomologists there and pesticide experts, and that's who we should be looking to help us through this. So really want to encourage that. And thank you for the chance to speak.
I appreciate you sharing that. I didn't get to say this earlier. I am actually really intrigued by this idea. And to your point, we've got these great folks on our team. Let's make sure that we're effectively working with them. So thank you for sharing that. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues on the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a great evening. Next up is number 72, Mark Kelbacher.
Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mark Kelbacher, and I am the current president of Connecticut Environmental Council, representing small businesses and individuals that are members of Connecticut Groundskeepers Association, Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, Connecticut Tree Protection Association, Connecticut Pest Control Association, and the Connecticut Association of Golf Courses and Superintendents. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify again on the neonic portion of SB 9. Later, you'll hear from our pest professionals on the portion for rodenticide, so I'll defer to them on that. We have been discussing this issue for over 5 years, and I would like to offer suggestions that will hopefully allow us to reach a compromise that will satisfy both sides of the issue. Our top priority is preserving the technology of controlling invasive and emerging pests in trees and ornamentals. The EPA approved label has extensive language in the label designed to protect pollinators. To help the committee achieve its goal of reducing the quantity of these products introduced into the environment, we suggest the following language be introduced into SB 9 and HB 6916. First, effective October 1st, 2027, no person shall use any pesticide that contains any neonicotinoids, as defined in section 22-61K on turf grass. Applications to trees and ornamental plants consistent with EPA-approved labels will be exempted from the provision of this bill. Number 2, anthranilic diamides as classified in IRAC Group 28 according to the Insecticide Resistance Action Committee are added to the list of products exempt from K-8 pesticide ban established under Public Act 09-56. While we are eager to help the committee achieve an acceptable resolution to this issue, we strongly believe that all decisions related to approving or revoking pesticide registrations are best handled within the regulatory process established under FIFRA, the Federal Insecticide Rodenticide Fungicide Act. A fully funded pesticide division at DEEP is required to effectively monitor and manage the regulation of pesticides in Connecticut, including creating and funding an environmental toxologist position. More data is needed to establish baseline levels of neonicotinoids and to monitor trends in these levels over time to confirm the impact of and need for this and future actions. I thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you and welcome any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your continued engagement on this one. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, we hope you have a great evening, and I'm sure we will talk again soon.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you.
Have a good evening. Next up at number 73 is Mike Glidden, to be followed by James O'Donnell from Circa.
Good evening. My name is Mike Glidden. I'm the legislative liaison for the Connecticut Association of Zoning Officials. We're here in opposition of Senate Bill 58. That's the either 10,000 or 1,000 cubic yards bill. Really, our opposition to this is related to the NFIP impacts that this bill will have. Right now, every community in the state of Connecticut participates in the National Flood Insurance Program. I know Senator Summers said earlier today that there were communities that don't have a permitting process in place to handle such requests. That is a lie. Any community that participates in the National Flood Insurance Program, development is defined as fill. So therefore, a flood management permit or a permit for development in the floodplain would be required for these activities under current regulations. The other aspect of this bill having to do with creating a grant program for the raising of roads, we support that. However, with one caveat is that any activities that are as a result of the raising of roads are in accordance with the National Flood Insurance Program standards, i.e., we cite the ASFPM, that's the Association of State Floodplain Managers, no adverse impact suggestions and regulations. We would also say that that if you're going to fund an activity to raise a road while you need it for public safety, just make sure that you're not ignoring the impacts to the floodplain. Because as we said in our testimony, whether it's 1,000 or 10,000 cubic yards of material, it has an impact. You either are flooding your neighbors out or you're pushing it downstream, and that is not consistent with the goals and objectives of the National Flood Insurance Program. So, in saying that, I hope you consider our points on this bill, and I appreciate the time, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we appreciate you being succinct and being with us tonight, and have a great evening. Next up, 74, Mr.
Thank you.
O'Donnell. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Thanks. Great to be here. So my name is James O'Donnell, Executive Director of the Connecticut Institute for Resilience and Climate Adaptation, or CIRCA, and I'm Professor of Marine Sciences at the University of Connecticut. So I've worked at CIRCA for the last decade and gained substantial experience in the development of projects that enhance resilience around the state. The team at CIRCA has now reviewed vulnerabilities in most of the state and identified 177 resilience opportunity areas in 108 municipalities. These are all areas where issues of flooding and extreme heat risk need to be addressed. And we still have Windham and Litchfield counties to assess. With the support of the legislator and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, we've made significant progress in 7 areas already, and another 7 projects are underway. Information on those can be found at the resilientconnecticut.uconn.edu site or by contacting me at circa.edu. And I tell you all this so that you can appreciate that I've got some credibility and experience to bring to bear on the recommendations included in Senate Bill 1245, which we entirely support. And it's many of the recommendations from that bill parallel things that we report in our recent report entitled the Resilience Roadmap for Connecticut. And that's there's a link to that in the CIRCA website too. I'm going to skip the comments on the first 8 sections of SB 1245. They're about raising awareness of the need to address flooding and sensible things to track progress. But raising awareness and not making things worse is not really enough to make progress at the rate that we need to do to address all of the problems that we're facing as a consequence of climate change. There are many obstacles to the execution of resilience and adaptation plans that we've developed, and we've encountered many of them. But recognizing first that the cost of inaction is significant, and too many projects are on pause or on hold because of a variety of kinds of difficulties, many of which are associated with funding. So enactment of sections 23 through 28 of this bill, which provides a new authority for municipalities to effectively and equitably implement adaptation projects within their jurisdiction and in partnership with other jurisdictions, is something that is very valuable and we support. They call it resilience districts. In many areas of states, there are groups of residences and businesses share a vulnerability to funding from the same cause, but owners can't effectively do anything about it by themselves. But they're small areas and the jurisdiction of the town is large, and so that's an obstacle to getting funding to actually implement a plan that's equitable and fair and economic. So formation of a resiliency improvement district would allow the design and schedule of the adaptation plans to be guided by an advisory board, and the costs of the solutions be shared by the district and the local, state, and federal agencies more flexibly. And we want you to support that. So thanks for the opportunity to address you and your commitment to Connecticut and its environment, and for staying so late to hear me.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. I got a quick question for you. And I appreciate the work you did on that and all the great work you do at Circa. I know a lot of our colleagues here shared those feelings. And we'll keep getting into 1245 and 9. But do you have any thoughts on SB 58 about the flood zone, 10,000 cubic yards? I believe Circa was mentioned this morning as maybe someone that provided data or was in the conversation.
Yeah.
If you're not comfortable tonight, that's fine. I just figured I'd ask while you're here.
Yeah, I wanted to focus on the resilience district thing, because I think that's the most important thing, that we remove an obstacle to projects across the state. But I do have comments that may be worthwhile listening to on the fill issue. And it's true that in river valleys, that fill there can create substantial problems downstream and even a little upstream if you fill it enough, right? But that's not as true in the coastal areas, because the way water moves is different. And so there may well be sites in Connecticut which has been highly engineered already, and it's unlikely we're going to be moving it back to a sort of a natural ecosystem. But there are places where the investment is so big and the difficulty and the value so high that filling things might make some sense. But it's has to be evaluated very carefully, and I think there are techniques that we could use to do that. So on a site-by-site basis, I don't think it should be off the table.
So there might be some process to consider it.
Yeah.
What might that look like?
Well, it would clearly require an effect of off-site consequences. And there are places where it would obviously make some sense. Like the water treatment plants around Connecticut are all very close to the shoreline. I mean, sorry, the shoreline towns have their water treatment plants close to Long Island Sound, and those are invaluable infrastructure and expensive to repair. And so doing projects of that are sort of traditional engineering of fill and dikes and stuff makes sense to protect those things because they're so valuable. Doing it to build a condo complex is probably not as valuable, right? So there's a trade-off between the environmental effects, the off-site consequences, and the value to society of the project. And so those are political decisions.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's the hard stuff.
Thank you for that, Jim. I appreciate it. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thanks again for all the work, and have a great evening. Next, we're going to go back on number 65. Paul Fox is with us online now. And then Paul will be followed by number 75, Susan Pronovost.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome, Paul. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about the technical difficulty earlier. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for portions of the bill, SB 58. I just heard your previous presentation, and I'm in a lot of agreement with that. And the portions of that bill that I particularly support are the sections that provide for funding and encourage towns to raise their road elevations in vulnerable areas. I'm sure you're aware of the impacts of climate change and coastal flooding in many Connecticut communities. In Connecticut, as you know, there are 36 shoreline communities, towns and cities and over 600 miles of Connecticut shoreline that are affected by the climate change and coastal flooding. I wanted to just, I live in one of those communities, and I just wanted to give you a sense of what we live with in my community. The road I live on floods 5 to 10 times a month with and that's with normal tidal changes. And the result of that is that in my community, the mail doesn't get delivered on those days, the trash doesn't get picked up, and deliveries don't get made to the homes in my neighborhood. I live with a tide chart taped to my refrigerator. That gives me the information about when I can get in and out of my house. And it's when we talk about global warming and the effects of that has, we in this community here live with it every day. SB 58 is not perfect. There are I've heard a lot of comments about the amount of fill, and that is an enormous amount of fill they're talking about. But the bill itself has three parts, and I would hope that we can consider those parts somewhat separately, and I would encourage that we look very carefully at the portion of that bill that does support the raising of roads and helps the town consider that. Your previous speaker talked about the differences between fill in river valleys and uplands, and made a pretty good distinction between that and what occurs at sea level in the sea level community or coastal communities. And I agree with those comments that down here, if you put fill in an area, the tide comes up and goes down. It doesn't affect any adjacent properties.
Excuse me, Mr. Fox, your time is up. Would you please summarize? Thanks.
And I would just like to encourage the support of the portion of this bill that helps towns fund the elevation of the roads in affected areas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for joining us tonight. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll keep moving to number 75, Susan Pronovost.
Good evening, Chairman Parker and members of the Committee on the Environment. I'm Susan Pronovost, Executive Director to the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association. I'm here to support HB 6273, and I'd like to give you some comments to make the bill a little more meaningful, especially to our members who utilize controlled environment agriculture versus field crop farming for the most part, and clarify some comments made earlier by a speaker in the insurance industry. Infrastructure for the greenhouse growers is massive. I mean, they have footprints, some of the growers the size of Sikorsky. However, residential commercial policies the provisions in those policies don't speak to infrastructure for agriculture, specifically intellectual software, AI controlled watering systems, climate systems. The equipment inside our manufacturing facilities for plants is incalculable. However, insurance industry is saying, due to weather events around the country, as they're doing modeling in Connecticut, they're putting risk caps on the agricultural losses for infrastructure. They're saying that our farmers are too big and they will not insure them any longer. And those caps are getting deeper and deeper into the valued risk assessment each year, so that if something, God forbid, happens, a tornado touches down, a wildfire hits, something that's climate related, there will be disaster of catastrophic proportion, crops and equipment located within the greenhouses. So we ask that you consider all of agriculture, and that includes the greenhouse growers who contribute so much to the state's economy. We're 53% of the agricultural economy, in expanding the horizon of this bill so that it's a little bit more meaningful. And I'm here to answer any questions regarding the insurability and some of the flood insurance issues that our farmers have faced in the last year.
Thank you, Ms. Pronovost. We appreciate that. Are there any? Oh, Rep. Dubitsky, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You indicate that you would want to see this expanded.
Yes.
Have you given us any written testimony with
Yes, I
any
have.
suggestions on how it should be expanded?
I think I'm not going to write statutory language or propose statutory
No, I
language.
understand.
I think that in the overall general idea, so we mentioned in the title crop loss, or we should just add and agricultural infrastructure. My guess is that there's going to be statutory language regarding the whole process of how to apply, what's covered, what's not, ceilings, caps, etc. I think that's where that will get addressed. But I think it's important that the Environment Committee understands that agriculture is on a lifeline in the state as it is. But we are subject to different terms of insurance than commercial, industrial, residential. And we only found that out in the last year as I started talking to some of my members, and some of the very large growers are saying, we're not fully insured. We can't get the insurance we need in the event of disaster.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your advocacy and for joining us tonight. Have a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
Next up is number 77, Annie Hornish, to be followed by 78, Anthony Giovanni. Ms. Hornish.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, had trouble with the video.
Welcome.
Well, yeah, thank you. Co-Chair Parker and honorable members of the Environment Committee, on behalf of Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States, we respectfully request that you oppose House Bill 5134, which promotes the large-scale slaughter of rabbits for food. This initiative, which has been peddled by the Connecticut Department of Agriculture for several years now, is senseless, regressive, cruel, and misaligned with the values of the people of Connecticut. Rabbits, the third most popular household pet, are smart, sociable animals with unique personalities who would suffer if kept in conditions that would certainly occur with rabbits raised for food on a large scale. There is no demand for rabbit meat. The DOAG commissioner admitted as much when questioned during his public hearing testimony on February 27th, 2023, when he was asked, quote, by Representative Michelle, do you have any data that supports the public demand for rabbit meat or an increase in public demand for rabbit meat? To which the DOAG commissioner replied, we don't have any data. State agencies should be making policy suggestions that are data-driven. To not do so is a disservice to the voters and taxpayers of Connecticut. Rabbits are exempted from the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act. This lack of legal protection allows for inhumane slaughter practices that can include not being rendered unconscious prior to being slaughtered. Connecticut voters have recently and consistently expressed strong opposition to large-scale rabbit slaughter. This bill has been coming up since 2022, and every year it is overwhelmingly opposed in public hearing testimony. That same pattern is unfolding again this year. The last I looked, which was about an hour ago, there were 458 in opposition with only 5 in support. That's 99% opposed. In light of the emerging viral threats that jump the species barrier from animals to humans, DOAG should instead be promoting plant-based markets, including expansion and innovation of plant-based proteins to ensure a greater availability of more diverse, safe, and dependable protein sources. HB 5134 moves us in precisely the wrong direction by introducing a new form of cruel factory farming. Connecticut already has cruel large-scale factory farms. Hillendale Egg Farm in eastern Connecticut intensively confines millions of birds in battery cages. These birds spend their unnaturally short lifetimes languishing in crowded wire cages that frustrate nearly every natural instinct. We must not extend such obscene cruelty to another species. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hornish. I see Representative Dubitsky online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need to comment on one thing that the witness said. My understanding is Hillendale is going all cage free, and that I don't think it has any battery cages left at all. I would suggest that before criticizing or denigrating one of the best and a good steward of the environment and a good a business in Eastern Connecticut, that you should check your facts, because I believe that they're now all or mostly cage free, and that I've been through those cage free barns, and I'm not sure where you got that they are confining all those birds. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see in the room Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what do you consider large scale?
Well, my understanding, thank you for that question, Representative. My understanding is this bill would apply to up to 1,000 rabbits. That's large scale because if anyone raising rabbits, if they're going to have, say, approaching 1,000 rabbits, those rabbits are not going to receive individualized veterinary care. It just wouldn't be profitable. And, typically how they treat those animals medically is they just give antibiotics as a regular course to prevent a disease that would be likely in such stressful conditions. So in that also contributes to the problem of antibiotic resistance and the risk of pandemic, as I mentioned earlier.
So that's 1,000 rabbits per year for a farmer. So you still think that's large scale, even though it's stretched out over 365 days?
My understanding is that's not how that bill is written. The way I read it, it was up to 1,000 rabbits
a year.
Okay. It's still prioritizing. This is still promoting large scale rabbit farming, and that comes with a host of potential problems that are associated with factory farming.
The intent of the bill was to keep it small scale for Connecticut farmers, for Connecticut businesses, and not become an industrialized complex for featured for any farm. And if you read the legislation, it's not a mandate. It just gives an option to farmers to entertain the idea of having an additional revenue source to keep their farms going as farms. And if you are correct in your assumption that the majority of people in the state of Connecticut are opposed to having rabbits available to them for harvest, then it wouldn't make financial sense for the farmer to entertain doing something like that, because it doesn't make them any money. And this is existing even as we speak here in the state of Connecticut. There are farmers that are raising rabbits, and I can go to the farm now and select the rabbit that I would like, but it becomes a convoluted process of me purchasing the rabbit, giving it back to the farmer, having to leave and before it's processed, having to come back. And this is something that would potentially be streamlined and overseen by the Department of Agriculture, to your point about not having any kind of regulations monitoring the condition of rabbits and the way they are harvested going forward. So I don't see how this is any different than the process that is currently afforded Connecticut farmers for chickens and turkeys, something that you remember when you were a member here voting for.
I'm not sure I remember the bill you're referring to, but I think this still, Representative, it points back to the fact that there's no public demand for rabbit meat. And look
There's
at the
no public demand
testimonies.
for rabbit meat, then there won't be any market for them, and the farmers won't do that because it's not financially viable. This is just giving them the option to pursue it, and if it doesn't work out, then they don't do it. It's just like chickens and turkeys.
Well, I would argue that it's more like dogs and cats. Rabbits are the third most common household pet now, and the testimonies themselves speak for themselves.
I understand, but
An
15
enormous
years
amount
ago,
in
rabbits
opposition.
weren't considered pets, but because somebody decided to, market them as pets, now everybody else needs to, anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions or comments for Ms. Hornish? Representative D'Amico, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hornish, for testifying today. So I unfortunately was not here for a good portion of today's public hearing. I'm just curious to know, I know several people have testified about this bill and about this issue today. So Ms. Hornish, did anyone offer any testimony that you are aware of that would refute the claim, for example, that rabbits are the third most common household pet in the United States?
Thank you for that question. That claim was not refuted today by any speaker that I saw.
Okay. I'm also curious to know about, and you know more about this than I do. In a couple pieces of testimony that I've reviewed today, the point is made that rabbits are not classified as livestock by the United States Department of Agriculture, which means apparently that they are not afforded protections that other animals who are afforded who are raised for food. Would you care to comment on that? Would you be able to expand on that a little bit?
Yes, sure. On the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act, it's a federal law. Rabbits are not included in that. So it would be, and rabbits are very, they're prone to be very fearful. It's a terrifying experience for a rabbit to go through, being slaughtered. And because there's no definition and laws protecting them, it raises the risk of a very cruel slaughter process. So that's another reason why this is the wrong species to be promoting in this way. It's like the third most common. This is why we're seeing such a tremendous volume of public hearing testimony in opposition compared to in support of this bill.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Ms. Hornish, thank you so much for your time tonight and for sticking with us all day. Have a great evening.
You too. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have number 78 online, Anthony Giovanni, to be followed by Elias Peterson. Mr. Giovanni, we can't hear you. You want to try again? Not hearing you again. Do you want to leave the Zoom meeting and then come back in? I don't know. In the interim, we're not gonna miss you tonight. Don't worry. Is Elias Peterson with us? Mr. Peterson, hello. Take it away, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Elias Peterson, Vice President and General Counsel of Colmar Americas and American Green Fuels. I'm here today in support of House Bill 5004. American Green Fuels is a 50 million gallon per year biodiesel production facility located at the Port of New Haven. It is the largest biodiesel plant on the eastern seaboard and in New England. We convert used cooking oil and other waste products into a high-quality diesel replacement that results in up to a 93% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Colmar and American Green Fuels directly employ over 100 people in Connecticut, with hundreds more employed indirectly, such as truck drivers, contractors, and other vendors. We are constantly innovating and looking for new ways to both expand production and reduce the carbon intensity of our fuel, but need to ensure a stable local market for our fuel to justify further extensive investments. We support House Bill 5004 and would like to advocate for the express inclusion of biodiesel and biodiesel blends into applicable programs detailed in that bill, as well as the inclusion of a requirement for a minimum biodiesel content in on-road diesel retail sales in Connecticut, similar to programs in Pennsylvania and Minnesota. Such a step is necessary to ensure in-state biodiesel production is supported, and more importantly, that such fuel is used in-state, where it can provide both cleaner air and lower GHG emissions. This legislature wisely implemented a minimum biodiesel requirement for home heating oil a number of years ago, which we thank you very much for. This ensured the benefits of biodiesel are realized in colder months, but does not ensure the benefits are realized in warmer months or in the on-road diesel market, where it can have significant impacts on air quality. On average, biodiesel reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 86%, particulate emissions by 47%, and hydrocarbon emissions by 67% compared to petroleum diesel. It's a clean air choice by the American Lung Association and reduces healthcare costs by lowering the risk of asthma and other respiratory diseases, which disproportionately affect urban communities. Connecticut is the throughway of New England, with tens of thousands of diesel trucks crossing through our state daily. We should require them to burn a cleaner, more sustainable fuel that is made right here in New Haven. This will improve air quality, support local business, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and support further investment in this important industry. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Appreciate your testimony. Representative Gresco.
Eli, how are you?
Doing well, sir. Thank you.
So the mention of the state fleet blending, how does that work if the gas tanks for heavy machinery in the winter months are on the outside and you potentially have a congealing problem?
Thank you very much for the question. So you can use biodiesel year-round. There are certain cold weather properties that are slightly less favorable in biodiesel than diesel. So there's additives you can add. Some state mandates have lower blend levels in the winter or just blend in the summer. The program I was talking about in Minnesota, for instance, they have a B20 mandate for the warm months and then a B5 mandate for on-road diesel in the winter months. So there are ways to structure it so that you can still lower emissions, particularly in the summer, actually, when you think about it from terms of air quality. Those are the months you want to improve what that diesel looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, and for your work on this. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Peterson, thanks for being here tonight. Have a good evening. Let's try again with Mr. Giovanni. How we doing?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Take it away.
Okay, sorry about that. I'd like to thank the chairs and co-chairs for this meeting today. My name is Anthony Giovanni. I've been a licensed pest control supervisor in Connecticut for just over 20 years, and I represent the Connecticut Pest Control Association. I've submitted formal testimony, but would like to focus on a few things that I hope will stick with you when you leave here today. I'm here to discuss second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides again. We believe they are an important tool to be used as part of a complete IPM program when needed. Recent SCAR language has been added to SB 9 that we believe is the correct step for the state to take in limiting SCARs from ending up in unintended places. By designating SCARs as restricted use, it will now require businesses to only sell and document these items to properly licensed AG or pest professionals in the state. This will stop the unlicensed individuals from making internet or local purchases to then use the product off-label. The good news is this tracking and reporting system is already in place with DEEP, being used already on other restricted use products in the state, and should allow the easiest path forward on an SCAR change. I urge you to pass SB 9 out of committee with the SCAR language as currently written, requiring SCARs to be given the classification of restricted use, thus keeping it out of the hands of untrained, unlicensed individuals. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us again and for all your input on this conversation as we've worked our way through it. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? All right, you're getting off easy tonight, but we know how to find you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Next up is number 80, Wayne Cobley. Is Wayne with us? Seeing no Wayne. Moving along to number 81, Chris Karen, I believe is online. Hello, Chris. Oh no, we're having a volume issue again. Chris, we don't hear you. What worked last time? Leave and come back? Okay. Chris, why don't you leave the meeting and try to come back in? We'll circle back to you. Is Randy Collins? Oh, perfect. And we did 83. So how about 84? Mr. Kuhns, are you with us? Roger? All right. How about 85? Carrie Lynch. Rolling right along. Oh, nope. Sorry, Carrie.
Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I thought it would. And also it went really fast.
Not a problem. I know. Nice to see you, Carrie. Thanks. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Well, good afternoon, honorable chairs, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 5004. We have submitted extensive written testimony, so I'll just address a few sections here. My colleague Nathan Froling covered different aspects of 5004 earlier today. And we have also submitted written testimony in support of HB 6280 and SB 732. In regards to HB 5004, we support Section 4, which calls for PURE to open a future of natural gas docket. As renewables come online and electrification of the thermal sector occurs, the role of natural gas to meet our energy needs should be lessened. While TNC strongly believes that all energy options should be discussed and utilized, moving away from dependency on fossil fuel resources should be prioritized in planning processes. The fact of the matter is we will need almost triple the energy capacity we currently have by 2050. And planning for a future without natural gas will help set near-term policy and move Connecticut away from a future of very costly stranded assets. We also support Section 10 and the amendment to include heat pumps as eligible reimbursed expenses. Capital investment in heat pumps can be a considerable investment by schools and towns despite lifetime cost savings. Helping school districts reduce costs while providing a cleaner, more resilient grid should be a priority. Given the average age of public schools in Connecticut is well over 50 years, it is likely that most school districts are faced with replacement planning of heating cooling systems anyway. We should incentivize all benefits that heat pumps can provide in replacement plans. We support Section 11 on appliance energy efficiency standards, which will minimize consumers' energy cost, reduce load, and update state appliance and equipment energy and water efficiency standards after a decade of stagnation. We support Section 16. Currently, the state owns over 3,000 buildings, many of which are older than 75 years. The number and age of these buildings is concerning in that Connecticut residents pay for the utilities and maintenance on them. Given recent and ongoing electric and water rate hikes, there should be more effort to make state-owned buildings run efficiently. We support Section 22, which will allow for utilities to enter into long-term contracts for active or passive demand response measures. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity to reference the Connecticut Physical Climate Science Assessment Report that was completed in 2019 by climate scientists at UConn. In this report, it states clearly and repeatedly that climate is changing in Connecticut, and it is changing due to greenhouse gas forcing. Future climate in Connecticut will depend not only on global efforts, but local emissions and actions as well. We must do everything in our power to mitigate climate change. And I believe these bills are part of the effort. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of 5004.
Thanks so much, Carrie, for being here and for what you shared. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we hope you have a great evening. We're going to step back and see if Roger Kuhns, there you are. And then we have someone else that we were trying to hear from a second ago. But Roger, why don't you get started? Go ahead.
Great.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, apologies for the glitch. Well, first of all, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, it's great to see you again, and distinguished members of the Environmental Committee for this opportunity to speak to you. I do support HB 5004, and I really want to thank you for your work on this. It's been a long process for us. I think I first approached the committee 4 years ago on this bill, and so it's good to see it coming this far. I would like to recommend a few additions to the bill because things are different now than they were even last year, and I think it's important to recognize policy changes in parts of the world, including in the United States, as well as severity of impacts from climate change. We are in a climate crisis. That language was in the bill that was passed in the House last year, and I would ask that you put that back in. A big addition that I would like to address, though, has to do with Connecticut businesses and the jobs of our residents. And the European Union passed a bill, a policy of carbon pricing. And this carbon pricing actually has something called a CBAM, or a carbon border adjustment mechanism. I've suggested this in the written testimony that I've submitted, but this is quite important because what CBAM will do in Europe for exports from Connecticut to Europe, and we export to Germany and France and about a half a dozen countries in the EU to the tune of over $500 million a year, they will be levying a price of the embodied carbon in any products that come out of Connecticut and go to Europe. That means we will pay a border tax on the embodied carbon. We can address this by having an offset of looking at how we can evaluate and see the impacts of a carbon price in Connecticut and in the region and in the United States. So I suggest a study be added to assess what a carbon pricing mechanism would do for Connecticut, the positives and the negatives. Because if we don't do this, goods leaving Connecticut for Europe will be more expensive, less competitive, and that could come back to us, meaning we can't sell as much, and we lose. We lose there. So that's a big one. And the words are in my document that I've sent in. The second big thing is a couple of years ago, a former representative, Christine Palm, got passed the climate education requirement for Connecticut schools. This is very good. But as I talk to teachers across the state, I've learned that many of them aren't sure exactly what curriculum they should do or where they should get their resources. So I would suggest to add to Section 10 a clarification where we need climate training for teachers and students on climate issues through engaging the resources such as Connecticut Climate Education Hub to utilize free resources curated by teachers and climate scientists who are independent, and lesson plans by veteran teachers to integrate climate change into existing classes and as professional learning. We would like to see grant funds added to this. One member who works for the CCEH, or the Connecticut Climate Education Hub, suggested about $100,000 annually for funding to get this kicked off. So those are two big things. The third thing is
Mr.
that,
Your time is up. Would you please summarize?
oh, it is. Okay. Well, the rest are in my written statements,
Yes.
and I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for the hard work you guys are doing on this. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. I've read your testimony, and I know there's some good detail in there, so we appreciate it. I just comment briefly. You're talking about the carbon cost, and I think actually what you're helping is clarify that some of the language that's currently in the bill around the social cost of carbon is actually a different concept.
Yes.
Maybe this is another thing for us to consider, maybe now, maybe in the future. But
It
what we
would be
currently have
great
in
to
the
tie
bill-
them together,
Sure.
Representative. Yeah.
Just wanted to articulate that the concept that's currently in the bill is not quite that. But thank
That's
you
right.
for pointing that out. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Kuhns? Representative D'Amico.
Hi, Roger. Thank you for hanging in there and testifying in front of us.
Thank you.
This evening. So I wanted just to direct your attention to the very end of House Bill 5004. It's section 24. I received a couple of emails from constituents who were concerned about an addition to the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program. Are you familiar with that?
A little bit.
So in section 24 of the bill, the new language talks about the OSWA grants. Such grants may also fund the development of urban agricultural sites on such open space for nonprofit or commercial use. And the people who contacted me about this are concerned about land preservation. And they were concerned that this seems to be sending us in the opposite direction of what the OSWA grant funding tries to do. Would you agree with that, or would you have a comment on that?
I think much as Circa has looked at how water affects river systems and things, you have to look at each case. My work that I've done a little bit with some of these types of grants for urban green spaces, urban agriculture, and things like that. And I used to run a company called Sustain Audit that actually some of my clients were urban agricultural companies. Each case has to be looked at carefully. One thing that I would say is identify those open spaces that might have been brownfields and see how the grant reacts to that. Because a brownfield might be very appropriate for certain agricultural, urban agricultural developments, or set aside as additional green space and protected. The thing there is that is it a brownfield, so you would have to possibly remediate it because of previous activity contaminations, especially heavy metals and organic complexes. So each case would have to be looked at carefully, and I think that would be the main addition I'd have to your comment there is on a case-by-case basis, it can work very, very well. And the community that would like to have more green space and less developed space should then do that. And they can pass, city or district ordinances and policies to reinforce that if that's what they want. Does that help?
Yes, it does, as a matter of fact. Thank you.
Great.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Are there any further questions for Mr. Kuhns? Seeing none, thank you for all of your advocacy over many years on this issue and for your detailed testimony. We appreciate it. Have a good evening, Roger. I think we're going to jump back.
Parker. It's great to.
Oh, thanks, Roger. I think we're going to jump back to number 83 on our list. Robert LaFrance is here. Actually, yeah, go ahead, and then we'll try again with 81, Mr. Karen. But go ahead, Rob.
Thanks, Chair Parker, and thank you to everybody on the committee for having me here tonight. Thank you, ranking members and chairs. My name is Robert LaFrance, and I'm the Director of Policy for Audubon, National Audubon Society's Connecticut office. I've supplied written testimony, notably, or most importantly, on nature-based climate solutions. Nature-based climate solutions are involved in a number of the bills before the committee tonight. in my written testimony, I explain in large measure what those are, and why they're so important. Those nature-based solutions could help provide up to a third, if not a half, of the climate reductions we need, carbon and other greenhouse gas reductions that we need in order to meet our carbon targets. So I asked the committee to take a closer look at those particular elements of the different bills that are before the committee as they relate to nature-based climate solutions. We're looking for a slightly stronger language from the agency on that. Happy to discuss that in greater detail with the department. The other bill I want to speak to quickly on is the ENCON Officer Study Bill. That bill would require an independent group to take a look at the staffing levels of the ENCON Police Department. I think that's critically important to make certain that this committee and the Appropriations Committee understand the current level of funding and the current level of staffing for that particular element of the department. There are elements that are required for the ENCON police officers to work in state parks, but there's also elements for them to do the things we need them to do, which includes most of our wildlife enforcement as well as fishing and other hunting regulations. It's critically important that ENCON with specialized training have the ability to be able to do those types of work. I thank you for your time, and I know everybody's busy tonight, so I will end it there unless there are any questions.
Thanks, Rob. Are there any questions for Mr. LaFrance? Hey, Rob, just want to thank you for doing some good detailed work, especially on the nature-based and helping get to some language that we could move forward with. Appreciate your advocacy. And
Thank you so much, Representative Parker. And I did send you some more information about coastal resiliency. You can take a look at that if you have any questions. You know where to get me. And thank you for all the work you guys are doing. This is a big evening tonight, and thanks everybody for their time.
Have a great night.
You too.
Mr. Karen, can we try with you again?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Take it away.
Great. For the record, my name is Chris Karen with the Connecticut Vegan Center. We're an all-volunteer nonprofit organization working to create a more compassionate and sustainable future here in Connecticut. We support HB 5004 and suggest modifications to address greenhouse gas emissions from state food purchasing. Animal agriculture has a profound negative impact on our environment and is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. By prioritizing low-emission, plant-based food options, the state can lead by example and drive market demand for sustainable food production. Two provisions could be included in this bill to address the state's food emissions. First, establish sustainable food purchasing standards that encourage the procurement of more plant-based foods, including those produced in Connecticut. Second, create a pilot program to test the impact of plant-based menu options on emissions and costs. We've talked a lot about costs today. One advantage of shifting to plant-based foods is that it doesn't cost anything. In fact, it saves the state money. The New York Health and Hospital System introduced plant-based meals as the default option due to scientific research showing that plant-based foods are linked to significantly lower risk of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity, and certain cancers. In addition to health benefits, the plant-based meals led to a reduction in carbon emissions of 36% and a cost savings of 59 cents per meal. The patients who ate plant-based meals reported a satisfaction rate over 90%. A separate study of university catering services found that plant-based meals are over 30% cheaper than meat-based meals, and transitioning to fully plant-based catering resulted in an 84% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. Increasing the proportion of plant-based foods purchased by the state can cut costs and improve health while significantly reducing emissions. We urge you to incorporate language addressing food emissions into HB 5004. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Dubitsky online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in and testifying. I'm not sure I understood what you're asking us to add to the bill. Are you suggesting that the state should be pushing policies that would make it more difficult to raise animals for food in the state?
No, the two provisions that we are recommending were: one, establish sustainable food purchasing standards that encourage plant-based foods, including those plant-based foods that are produced in Connecticut. So we're looking for the state to encourage plant-based foods that will reduce carbon emissions, increase the health of the people who live in Connecticut, and save the state money. Second, we're looking to create a pilot program to test the impact of plant-based menu options on emissions and costs.
Okay, so encourage plant-based foods. Does that mean discourage animal-based foods?
Well, ideally, people would be, after encouraging plant-based foods, people would be eating more plant-based foods and less animal foods. Animal agriculture is devastating to the environment. So if you want to, if you care at all about the environment and you want to make a better world for future generations, people need to shift their dietary habits from plant-based foods to, from animal-based foods to plant-based foods.
They need to shift it. Okay, does that mean that we're going to compel them to shift it?
I think the state of Connecticut should take the lead on this and encourage people to eat healthier, to eat healthy plant-based foods.
Okay.
I think that is a reasonable thing for the state of Connecticut to take the lead on.
To compel people to stop eating meat. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions for Mr. Karen, we appreciate you joining us tonight. And we're going to move along to number 86, Elizabeth Alurid.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Honorable members of the Environment Committee, I'm a licensed psychologist in Northford, Connecticut, and co-founder of the Climate Psychology Alliance of North America, a nonprofit organization. We help educate mental health professionals and the public on the mental health impacts of the climate crisis and develop resources to address these needs. We are in favor of HB 5004 and propose additions to this bill. To strengthen the state's climate resilience, we encourage a focus not only on natural environments and physical infrastructure, but also on the psychological and social resilience of the people of Connecticut. Research shows that climate change leads to or exacerbates a broad range of mental and behavioral health concerns, including depression, anxiety, trauma, and substance misuse, and social problems, including lower academic performance, interpersonal conflict and domestic violence in heat waves, economic disruptions, and forced migrations. Consistent with research findings, our members' clinical experience shows that patients' concerns about climate change and its impacts can be primary sources of distress and amplify other mental health symptoms. Common responses to climate change include feelings of uncertainty, anxiety, pessimism, injustice, powerlessness, anger, and the mistrust of institutions. We suggest that the administration consider adding the following action plans to climate bills. 1, conduct a statewide assessment of the current and likely future impacts of climate change on mental and behavioral health and community well-being. 2, evaluate current services and programs, both public and private, that address these mental health impacts and identify gaps, opportunities, and future needs. Throughout this effort, attend to variations across regions and to disparities among population groups, as characterized by socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity, age, gender, abilities, and other dimensions. 3, support the development of community resilience programs that help individuals and households build the psychological, social, and practical skills and community connections needed to respond effectively to climate change. Lastly, sponsor training for healthcare and social service providers across the state on the mental health impacts of climate change on individuals, families, and communities, and how to prevent and treat them. And this follows up to Mr. Kuhn's statement that we need our professionals in the schools helping our young people know how to deal with a lot of the feelings that they're going through about the climate crisis. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. We appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, have a great evening. We'll move on next to number 87, Mr. Connor Yukaitis.
Can you all hear me?
Connor.
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much, Honorable Co-Chairs Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Connor Yukaitis. I'm the Deputy Director with the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And I just first off want to echo the sentiments of Roger Coons earlier, and I know many of the advocates today, and just thanking this committee for all the hard work this session and the open dialogue between you all and the advocates as we work together to craft these bills. Our Executive Director, Lori Brown, testified earlier on a number of bills. I'm going to go through very quickly and just say we support HB 5004. And my written testimony goes through each section and highlights, our opinions on those sections. There's a lot of great stuff in this bill, though. For starters, the nature-based solutions bill, section 17, we would just recommend that there's a little clearer language in there that really allows DEEP and gives more concrete guidance for DEEP on how they can actually integrate nature-based solutions for carbon sequestration. And then we really, applaud the solar canopies. We think that's a great way to promote solar as a renewable energy source while also addressing the concerns of wild land conservationists and agricultural land use. And then a lot of great stuff for networked geothermal. We are very much in favor of geothermal. I actually testified before the ENT committee last week on geothermal, so happy to share that testimony with you that provides more details. We are really big here at CTLCV on advocating for that the cheapest energy is the energy we don't use. The energy efficiency and renewable energy measures contained in 504 will not only lower electric bills, they will also lower energy demand. The energy efficiency standards in this bill has been mentioned in previous testimony today, are really designed to keep Connecticut current with our neighboring states. So we're starting to fall behind, and we believe that that measure would just, get us back on track compared to other states. In regards to Section 24, we do oppose this section. We are very concerned about diverting grant funds from their intended purpose of acquiring land for conservation as outlined in the authorizing statute. So I know it's been recommended by others throughout the day that we just recommend eliminating this section. But overall, 504 is a great bill. We think it's a great step in the right direction. We also strongly support SB 9, which will strengthen Connecticut's climate mitigation and adaptation strategies, protect home buyers and renters, and enhance environmental protections. And in addition, we support SB 1245, which includes many of the same resilience measures. We think these are really, two strong resilience bills. And then finally, we do support HB 6280, which would establish a climate super fund. Given the clear scientific evidence linking the climate crisis to high greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuels, it is fair and just for companies that have profited for decades from these products to contribute to the cost of climate remediation, mitigation, and adaptation. With
Thank you,
that,
Connor. Your time is up. Would you summarize?
Perfect. Yeah,
Perfect.
no, we're all set there. So
thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for sticking it out, Connor, and for all your work on this stuff. Have a great evening.
You as well. Thanks for all your hard work.
I don't see Mark Mitchell with us. Oh, Mark Mitchell's here in person. Hello, sir. I was looking at my little computer screen over here. I'm seeing a big empty, spot.
I see.
Got to open up my field of vision. Yes. Welcome, Mr. Mitchell. Thanks for joining us, please.
Okay. So let's see. So good evening, Representative Parker, Senator Lopes. I am Dr. Mark Mitchell. I am a public health and environmental health physician. I co-chair the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council, but I'm not speaking on their behalf today. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 5004 and SB 9. We need both climate mitigation and adaptation in Connecticut. People of color and people of low wealth contribute least to climate change but suffer the most. They contribute least because they're more likely to live in smaller apartments or homes, less likely to own a car, using less energy, producing less greenhouse gases, and less pollution. They suffer the most because they live closest to the power plants and fossil fuel infrastructure that produce air pollution and greenhouse gases. The highways, they're more likely to live close to highways, which were built through their neighborhoods, and they suffer the health effects of this increased pollution exposure, such as asthma, cancer, low birth weight, autism, etc. And they cannot avoid extreme weather. They can't get away from approaching storms. They have no place to go. They can't come inside to the air conditioning when there's a heat wave. We must mitigate or prevent further harm from greenhouse gases and also build resilience to ongoing climate change threats. When we talk about resilience, as previously mentioned, there are three types of resilience, and people conflate the three. One is strengthening the natural barriers, such as nature-based solutions. Two is increasing infrastructure, such as building stronger buildings to mitigate, to prevent damage from severe storms. And three is the strengthening human and social infrastructure so we can anticipate and respond to climate threats. We need to include all three types of resilience in the SB 9. It suggests adding a new requirement to SB 9 to identify and plan for vulnerable residents in each jurisdiction. When developing a plan of conservation and development, I've worked with the Yale Center for Environmental Justice to develop a document to help our communities to do that. It's called Centering Equity in Resilience Planning in Connecticut, and it's available on both the Yale site as well as the DEEP CJAC site. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and open any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Thanks for being here in person with us and for what you shared and for all the work that you do. Are there any questions from my colleagues? I'll go ahead and ask. Is there anything else that you wanted to share? I know you just wrapped up. Is there any other pieces of the bill that you wanted to get back to? Or we'll take a look at your written testimony.
Yes. I just wanted to again stress that that these are resources. What the resources do is tell people how to identify high-risk groups in their communities, what organizations and agencies can help them to do that, and how to either identify plans that they may have or to help create plans for getting them out of storm's way and getting out of other types of disasters. But thank you for the opportunity.
Got it. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, being planful is a lot of what we've been talking about today. So I appreciate you sharing that. Have a good evening, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, back online to Rebecca Bernardo.
Hi, thank you for having me today. My name is Rebecca. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Take it away.
My name's Rebecca Bernardo. I'm a constituent residing in Ellington, Connecticut. This is Rhiannon. She's a meat rabbit. This is the type of rabbit that would be affected by HB 5134. She was released by a backyard breeder in 2023. I caught her myself. So I oppose 5134, a bill that would legally further animal suffering in our state. I'm the president of Every Bunny Counts Rabbit Rescue, one of only 4 nonprofit domestic rabbit rescues in the state of Connecticut. We and our sister rescues exist because of the continued failures of the Department of Agriculture to protect companion animals through appropriate welfare laws and law enforcement. 3 of the 4 rescues take in more domestic rabbits than every municipal animal control agency in the state combined. I do want to just step away from my planned testimony to correct Representative Dubitsky. It is not currently legal to have rabbit farms for profit in the state of Connecticut. CGS Chapter 45, Section 22-327 defines rabbits as companion animals in the same category as dogs and cats. And to Representative Gresco, it is not just that somebody decided rabbits are pets, it has been state law since 1972. The bill is not about regulation of existing farms. It's about adding rabbit farming to the Connecticut economy. And it is interesting that the committee members who raised this bill did not correct the representative. Members of my board of directors testified against similar bills in 2022 and 2024. You've heard of testimonies discussing the value of rabbits as pets, the public health threat posed by MRSA. It's higher than any livestock animal. And the environmental threat posed by RHDB2. Today, I'm asking the Environmental Committee why they're wasting time and resources on pushing a rabbit farming bill once more. As of 8:20 a.m., I've been here for quite a while. Written testimonial for this bill was 347 opposed to 4 supports. The bill is wildly unpopular with the hundreds of thousands of state residents who are fundamentally opposed to the farming and murder of companion animals. Rabbit farming has never been part of the culture of Connecticut, and there's never been a push from the voting population for this legislation. Despite the claims of Representatives Gresco and Iaccarino, there is virtually no demand for rabbit meat in our state. The Commissioner of Agriculture has no data indicating otherwise. Consequently, I question the representative's personal motives for continuously pushing this bill. Representative Gresco knows the bill is unpopular. In the last session's hearing on SB 196, he falsely claimed there was no such bill to slaughter domestic rabbits. I witnessed so myself. Appointing the Commissioner of Agriculture to oversee rabbit meat plants is nothing but a gesture. The department has proven time and time again that domestic rabbits are of no concern to them, and this would only worsen with their new classification as livestock. DOAG is understaffed and underfunded and cannot be trusted to supervise yet another type of meat farming. It's the role of lawmakers to draft and support bills that their constituents are in favor of, not to ignore their concerns, as the named representatives have, in favor of their own personal agendas. It's embarrassing that advocates such as myself have to vocally oppose this bill on an annual basis.
Rebecca, your time's up.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. While other northeastern states are putting laws in place to protect rabbits and other small animal companions, I hope that we take a step forward in the direction of animal welfare as opposed to backwards in cruelty. And there will be, I fear, political consequences if this is raised again.
I can't see the thing. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief statement, ma'am. You're rude. Calling out of representatives is not doing your advocacy any well, and I caution anyone from following your lead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Day is kind of correct, ma'am. We try to not impugn people's motives when speaking and giving testimony. So just for future reference, try not to do that. Representative Dubitsky, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you mentioned a statute. Could you say that again? You went through it pretty quick.
Yes, of course, and I apologize. I'm trying to just get everything in. It's CGS Chapter 45, Section 22-327.
45.
Section 22-327. It's under definitions.
That's a regulation. That would a statute would have 2 numbers, not 3.
I'm sorry, are we looking at the same?
All right, I'm sorry. We're not going to be going back and forth on looking up legislation at this time.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll try to go back and listen to it on the tape, but I can assure you that there are plenty of farmers out there that raise rabbits, as you well know, and they are legal to raise and eat. So I am correct about that. I know that for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Representative. It is actually, so it is legal to.
Ma'am, no, sorry, that was not a question to you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next person up is
Have a
Juliana
great
LaRue.
meeting.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah. Hi, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony tonight. My name is Juliana LaRue. I'm an organizer with the Sierra Club Connecticut, and on behalf of the Sierra Club and more than our 30,000 members in Connecticut, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 6280, an act concerning the establishment of a climate change super fund. I just want to note that we did send in written testimony on a few other bills that you can read at your own time. But HB 6280 establishes a climate change super fund to finance essential climate adaptation projects by holding fossil fuel entities responsible for their greenhouse gas emissions. New York and Vermont have already passed similar laws recognizing the need to hold polluters accountable. And in Connecticut, we are experiencing severe climate impacts. In 2024 alone, extreme rainfall caused over $100 million in flood damages, and devastating brush fires resulted in over $500 million in damages and losses. Nearly every record rainfall, heat wave, and coastal storm, it adds to the billions of dollars into costing billions of dollars. These are not isolated events, but a worsening pattern of climate-related devastation. Currently, taxpayers, ordinary residents, and small business owners are unfairly shouldering these costs. A climate change super fund will ensure that fossil fuel companies, which have profited from the activities driving climate change, pay their fair share toward mitigation and adaptation efforts. So by securing payments from fossil fuel entities, HB 6280 will fund infrastructure upgrades, flood mitigation, wildfire prevention, and public health programs. Connecticut residents need climate solutions now as severe storms, droughts, and public health emergencies continue to impact our communities and affordability. This fund, I believe, is essential to building a fairer, more resilient future. And I urge a committee to advance this critical legislation. And thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
John Harity. We're not laughing at any testimony. My computer, I think, is possessed. Wow, this is not good. Go ahead.
How about Stanley Nolan, number 92? There you are, Mr. Nolan. Take it away. Oh.
Thank you. Honorable chairs, ranking members, members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Stanley Nolan, and I am the Interim Associate Vice President for Facilities Operations at the University of Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the university regarding HB 5004, an act concerning the protection of the environment and development of renewable energy resources and associated job sectors. I ask you to consider adding language to this legislation that would allow state agencies to take advantage of the benefits outlined in sections 20 and 21. Specific to section 20, lines 1190 to 1216, speak to the development of renewable thermal energy networks. This may apply to the University of Connecticut centralized utility plants, providing for the opportunity of expansion of our thermal energy distribution networks. Partnership may be possible with Eversource and Connecticut Natural Gas for the pilot facility requirements, and the development and recovery of costs for this practice may be bypassed through the gas utility. UConn has existing partnerships with our utilities to be early adopters of comprehensive solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. UConn continues to seek to lead by example and has been shown capable by the success of our historical and ongoing initiatives centered on mitigating climate change impacts. Regarding section 21, I ask you to consider modifying lines 1331 to 1346 to allow a state agency or a constituent unit of higher education to own a utility scale renewable thermal energy network subject to this legislation. UConn currently operates thermal energy distribution at our stores, law school, and Avery Point campuses. We distribute chill water for cooling and both geothermal and waste heat generated steam and hot water for warming our buildings. Development of integration methodologies as that the pilotgram seeks to evaluate and encourage can be accelerated, and UConn is ideally situated to support the data collection and analysis. I would ask you to consider adding the language below to sections 21, Part B. Notwithstanding the provisions of Title 16 of the General Statutes, each gas company as defined under Section 16.1 of the General Statutes shall develop an incentive program for renewable thermal energy networks to be owned by municipalities or municipal entity as defined in Sections 12-265 of the General Statutes, a municipal electric energy cooperative as defined in Section 7-233B of the General Statutes. The added language is a constituent unit as defined in Section 10A-1 of the General Statutes. And returning to the existing, are a constituent unit to construct, operate, and maintain a renewable thermal network for the purposes of reducing natural gas and electric demand in the state. The fiscal advantage of including the constituent units may include accelerated implementation of the Renewable Thermal Energy Network program and reduced implementation costs by leveraging the existing assets of the constituent units.
Mr. Nolan, your time is up. Would you please summarize?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the testimony and the ongoing continuous support for UConn, and happy to have any questions.
Thank you, sir. I just quick check. I looked online to see if your testimony was there. I don't know if I saw it submitted. If you'd be willing to send me an email, please, with what you referenced, that'd be helpful to take another look at it.
Yes, we will. I had assumed it was already posted, but we'll get it out there for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know a lot came through today. Our team has been working around the clock to keep up. We appreciate it. All right, sir. Have a good night. Thanks for being with us. Next over to Mark Scully.
Good evening. My name is Mark Scully. I'm president of People's Action for Clean Energy, or PACE. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony tonight. Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, distinguished members of the Environment Committee, I'd like to speak in favor of H. Bill 5004. There's so much that is positive in this bill, but I'd like to focus on a few specific issues. The first pertains to solar canopies. We would urge the committee to strengthen Section 18 of the bill. Right now, that section of the bill could be considered a quote-unquote study bill, right? It instructs DEEP to develop a solar canopy strategic plan. We encourage the committee to extend this bill to make it not just a study bill, but a study and act bill, by commissioning DEEP not only to develop a plan, but to also immediately implement some short-term measures to promote the construction of solar canopies. These could include things like launching an initiative to get some solar canopies built in EJ communities within the next year or two. We could issue a request for proposals to site some larger solar canopies, for example, at airports and transportation hubs. We could incentivize solar canopies paired with battery storage. For a new unproven technology, a study bill might be, a cautious study bill might be the right approach. But for a proven technology like solar canopies, we know what we need to do. Let's not lose another year. PACE recently completed a study of solar canopies, looking at the potential of canopies in the state. And we come up with estimates that we have a massive resource on our hands. We could produce about a third of our electricity using just putting solar on parking lots. So the second thing we'd like to suggest pertains to the commercial solar program, and that is the NRES, the Non-Residential Renewable Energy Solutions Program. As you all know, we have commissioned Pura to do a detailed study of our solar plans, of our solar programs, and this is monumentally important work. We really don't want to get in Pura's way. We want them to complete this work. So we're not suggesting major rewrites of any of our solar programs. Having said that, the small NRES program, the projects up to 200 kilowatts, right now, those are not competitive. That's an administratively administered price. we could lift the cap on that temporarily while Pure is reviewing this. It would not affect ratepayers significantly, but it would allow a lot of the small projects from schools, churches that currently get oversubscribed to get into the program. Thank you for the chance to give testimony tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Scully? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Mr. Sack, Stephen Sack, Jr.
Yes, don't forget that. Thank you. Thank you, committee, for staying late tonight. My name is Stephen Sack. I am the owner of Sack Energy, a wholesale energy company based in West Hartford, Connecticut. I am also a commissioner and vice president of Sustainable West Hartford, a group helping the town of West Hartford reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and reduce climate change to the town. I am here to speak, and I'll just summarize this. It's been a long day for everybody here. Bill 60, I want to talk about 6280 and 5004. I'm against both of them. On 5004, I'm against it the way it's written. In general, what we're looking for, I think the state's looking for, is a zero emission electricity grid. That's what you're trying to get to. And the elephant in the room is it's going to cost billions and billions of dollars to do this. The entire grid system needs to be replaced. The current infrastructure of electricity production needs to be replaced and then multiplied by 4 times. There's no roadmap in this to talk about principally how to get there, how to do this, what the costs are going to be, and how long it may take. Even ISO New England in their 2050 report states that it's going to take probably 50 years and billions of dollars to create this. Until then, there are many other ways to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. We just heard from Mr. Nolan from University of Connecticut. They have a cogen plant. It's running on natural gas. They want to reduce natural gas. Well, it's already set up to burn oil, which means if it can burn oil, it can burn 100% renewable diesel or biodiesel that's made right here in Connecticut by Colmar Americas, and have about an 80% reduction at the University of Connecticut campus today, not tomorrow, and we don't need money to do this. They can just change the fuel. I'll just point out a couple things in this bill. Section 1, it's going to be very difficult for the state to get to a zero emissions. Let's just be realistic about things. Section 6, we should include looking at the GREET model, full life cycle. Let's look at the whole picture, not just one little thing with blinders on. Section 8 should include renewable liquid fuels that are already able to get us to zero emissions today. And Section 10 should also include renewable liquid fuels. On 6280, this bill is a proposal allowing retroactively to charge refiners and drillers who sold products in Connecticut from January 1st, 95 to December 31st, 25. This seems to be unconstitutional to penalize or charge back companies for products that were governed by the federal and state regulators, being licensed by both, having to remit taxes to both. It's just wrong. These days, being in the business, I understand this very well. Back then, Morgan Stanley controlled most of the supply of oil and gasoline in the state, probably in the tune of 80% or more. They got most of this oil from Russia and Venezuela. There's no way the state can go to Putin or Hugo Chavez and send them a bill and get paid.
Thank you, Mr. Sack.
I ask you to vote no on 6280. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. I'll make a brief comment in terms of 5004. I actually think your point is very resonant about there being no plan or roadmap. While the bill doesn't explicitly say zero emissions grid, it does talk about having net zero in 2040 and 2050 for economy wide. And if we want to even contemplate some of this process, it seems like from my perspective, the work in this bill to try to develop planning, get information, and get the data together so that folks can figure out our strategy is going to be really critical. So I think I agree with you on that point. But thank you so much for coming and testifying tonight. We appreciate your concerns.
Thank you.
And Representative Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sack, thanks for hanging in there.
First, I want to see if you had anything you wanted to add. And also, I don't really understand this GREET model. I think there was legislation on it last year that did not go forward. How are we not using it, or how should we be using it? Thank you.
Thank you. I covered what I wanted to cover in this. The GREET model will allow the state to look at emissions, the whole picture from inception to usage. The way the state looks at it right now is they look at a heat pump in a house or a Tesla as a zero emissions vehicle. Well, we all know the grid is run on natural gas. So in reality, it's not. You're just fooling. It's just fooling people. The GREET model will allow you to look at the full life cycle emissions of any type of fuel used, whether it be natural gas, heating oil, diesel fuel, gasoline, electricity, whatever it is. It'll look at everything from the start when it's thought about to the time it's used. And most of all Europe uses the GREET model. The EPA uses GREET model, but for some reason, Connecticut does not. Doesn't seem to want to look at the real picture and just walk around with blinders on and just look at an EV and go, that's a zero emissions. Well, you can go to an ISO New England app and it'll tell you it's 46% today. In the summertime, when people are using air conditioners and consuming a lot more electricity, I can show you, I took some snapshots from the ISO New England. Electricity was 86, 75% made from natural gas.
Appreciate the explanation. Makes common sense. Have any states adapted it?
I don't know that specifically. I know the EPA uses it. Most of Europe uses it. I am sure that other states, I can get you that data.
Thank you, Mr. Sack. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Victor Demasi.
I don't think my camera is working. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, you might know me as the bee man. I've been in to testify in front of you multiple times. I am an entomologist. I am a research curatorial at the Yale Peabody Museum. I've been a bug boy all my life, and I'm here just to share my personal thing about neonicotinoids, the SB number 9. I am speaking in support of that bill, except for the seeds, which I think should be added because of the toxicity and the background from the Cornell study that was done on the treated seeds. But I just want to tell you what a heartbreak it has been over my life. I'm a field man. I've been in the field 73 years, since I was 2 years old. And I have just watched the insects of Connecticut, our pollinators included, disappearing gradually. I documented this a week ago in testimony. We have one of the only metrics in Connecticut of counting butterflies over a 30-year period, and they are showing a steep decline that is just started at the time that neonics became used in a lot in our environment. In addition, I hang out in the Norwalk River a lot because that's where my study area has been for butterflies. And the river is basically, it is just, there's nothing left in it anymore. You look for things like mayflies and stuff, and they're completely gone. This has all been documented with neonic pollution. But again, the seeds, one will kill a bird, and they have been shown in multiple butterfly studies across the United States to coincide with large declines in the population. So I'll leave you at that, but I appreciate you guys all working late at night to hear the concerns of your citizens. So please vote yes, but amend SB 9 to include the treated seeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. B. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you again. Natalie.
Thank you.
Is there anyone left in the room that's in person? No, that's Joanna, right? Oh, hi, Joanna. Natalie Reeves.
I'm here. Hi.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Natalie Reeves. I am a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to oppose House Bill 5134 tonight. I am an attorney and I'm a rabbit rescue advocate. I've been widely quoted in newspapers, magazines, television, all over the world about rabbit issues. I've lectured on rabbit law and other issues relating to rabbits. So I know we've been at this for more than 10 hours and people are tired. So I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible and not get into the some of the detail. But I want you to think about what it's like to prepare for a big dinner party or a wedding or a work dinner, and you have to accommodate all the dietary preferences. You've got your vegans and your vegetarians and your people who are gluten-free or have nut allergies or keto. It can be an absolute nightmare because there is no consensus on what the right food, what the appropriate food is to serve and what people will like. But there is one underlying principle upon which most Americans agree, and I would submit most Connecticut residents agree, and that is we don't eat our pets. I'll repeat it again. The underlying principle on which all of us, conservative, liberal, independent, agree is you don't eat your pets. And rabbits in the United States are generally thought of as pets. As the speaker earlier mentioned, they're defined as companion animals under the statute. They are adopted in animal shelters. They're found at pet stores throughout the state. In fact, rabbits are the only animals commonly found at pet stores that people think some people think it's okay to eat. You would never eat a dog or cat in the US. People eat billions of birds in the US, but they don't eat parrots or parakeets, the type of animals that you find in a pet store. Yet there are people on this committee who drafted this bill who somehow think it's appropriate to make an exception to what is commonly thought a cultural norm, which is we don't eat our pets. Now, I think the problem here is that rabbits have a PR problem. People just have no idea how special, how wonderful they are, and how similar they are to dogs and cats. They're every bit as smart and sociable as they are as dogs and cats. My rabbit Radar, he would jump on the bed every morning at 5 in the morning to wake me up. He would want me to pet him. Then I would have to get his breakfast. He was litter box trained. He would follow me around the house. He would get furious if I left papers on his rug and would stomp his feet until I moved the papers. Rabbits are super, super smart and super sociable, and they should not be eaten in this state. I know they already are. I'm not contesting that they are, although I don't think they should be, but there's no reason to expand the markets. Now, Connecticut legislators like to think of themselves as people who are the voice for the downtrodden, for the weak and the vulnerable. Well, if that's true, rabbits are the most vulnerable members of our society. They have no voice, and they need you to protect
All right,
them.
Ms. Reeves, your time's up.
Okay.
And as much as you have no idea how little I want to extend this night, but I'm gonna have to ask one question I've held off all night about not eating our pets. People have pigs as pets. People have ducks as pets. People have chickens as pets. We eat all those animals on a regular basis. Pigs are.
Well, I don't. I'm
pets.
vegan.
I don't even know what that means. All right, I'm done.
Well, I just said you're wrong. I
No,
don't.
ma'am. That's it. Representative Dubinsky, thank you for lowering your hand. All right, thanks for your testimony. Next person is Keith Cagle. Keith Cagle for a second time. All right. Next person is Denise Savageau.
Thank you, Co-Chairs Lopes and Parker and Environment Committee members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Denise Savageau, and I'm the president of the Connecticut Association of Conservation Districts and also the chair of the Connecticut Council on Soil and Water Conservation. I support and have provided testimony on House Bill 5004 and Senate Bills 1245 and 9, and particularly sections related to nature-based solutions. Today, however, I'm focusing my testimony on Senate Bill 732, an act requiring the state plan to be amended to address climate change. As president of the Connecticut Association of Conservation Districts, I serve on the Water Planning Council Advisory Group that oversees the implementation of the State Water Plan and was on the original State Water Plan Implementation Work Group. I participated in the development of the current plan and understand the urgent need to update the plan now to address climate change and better integrate water quality and quantity goals. Our state is currently experiencing what has been referred to as water whiplash, where we are seeing severe rainfall and flash flooding events followed immediately by flash drought. We saw this last year where record-breaking flooding was followed by severe drought and wildfires. Indeed, most people don't know that it's still in a drought today. We are also experiencing warmer overall temperatures and longer extreme heat events that also stress our supplies. These changes impact not only the quantity of water, but the quality of water. And we have severe implications for water quality, threatening our drinking water supplies, local agricultural and food supplies, Long Island Sound, and the biodiversity of our state. Connecticut's General Assembly, you, have a vital role in state water planning by ensuring that agencies that serve on the Water Planning Council continue to work together rather than in silos, and that the state water plan is current and is being implemented. This is also reflected in Governor's Bill 1245, Section 21. It also calls for the update of our state water plan. Including language to address climate change and expand on some of the language that's already in there is a good start to a legislative change. However, as drafted, the proposed bill does not guarantee that water planning is current. This bill should include language to address the following. Excuse me. Just had a flash on my computer screen. To address the following, expand climate change to include water quality. Require the state water plan to be updated every 5 years starting this year. With the uncertainties of climate change, we need to be diligent in planning for our water resources and not wait until a crisis occurs. We need to include emergent and legacy contaminants in the plan. We should be inventorying all public drinking water supply watershed lands and aquifer protection areas, not just those owned by water utilities. Approximately 80% of the land in our drinking water supply watersheds is privately owned. And we also need to have a regular annual report to the Connecticut General Assembly that includes what the plans are, what have they done for an implementation plan, and what are the associated costs? How are they moving forward each year? And finally, we all know that legislation gets killed by a fiscal note. I'm letting you know up front, we know there's a fiscal note on this. We need to invest, we need to spend money on updating the state water plan. We can't wait. We need to do this now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Denise? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Roger Reynolds.
Hi, good evening, Chairs Lopes and Parker and members of the committee. My name is Roger Reynolds, and I'm the Senior Legal Director of Save the Sound. I'm testifying tonight in partial opposition to Section 4 of the Governor's Permitting Bill 6868. We support or do not oppose the stated intention of the bill, which is to require members of the public seeking a DEEP hearing to specify whether they want a public informational comment period or whether they are seeking a full adjudicative process. This would allow DEEP to expend the appropriate amount of resources, and still allow for each type of public hearing to be requested. I would add that this already occurs through DEEP and hearing officers requesting this information after a petition is filed, but we have no problem codifying it. The rest of the bill appears to be an attempt to codify what are currently the DEEP rules of practice in terms of intervention in contested cases. The problem is it attempts to do this through paraphrasing and perhaps inadvertently create significant new barriers.
Meeting on, I'll turn it off.
Create significant new barriers to participation and review of environmental decisions. The problem is that it attempts to do this through paraphrasing, and by paraphrasing, it perhaps inadvertently creates significant new barriers to participation and review of environmental decision. The bill requirements could be read to adopt a standard for intervention that is more stringent than provided for by the widely accepted standard under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, to require legal and evidentiary claims to be made before a hearing is conducted and evidence is presented, to provide DEEP with the sole unreviewable discretion to determine which licensing decisions get hearings and are subject to judicial review and which do not, and contravene Clean Water Act and Clean Air Act federal requirements for public participation and judicial review of environmental decision-making. We don't believe this was the intent of the drafters, but we do believe it will be the impact of the language. This is all new language. It will be interpreted as new language and will affect a significant change in the law. If the intention is to cut back on the need for DEEP to present a contested case in instances where it's not being requested, this can be achieved very simply by requiring the petition to designate which type of proceeding is being sought. Otherwise, DEEP's rules of practice already address all the situations in this bill, and all this will do is create confusion and uncertainty and unnecessarily limit the public's ability to participate and provide input for DEP's environmental decision-making. Given how much progress state and federal environmental laws have made to improve air and water quality and protect open space since the 70s, and given how the entire federal system of environmental regulation is under unprecedented assault right now, we believe this is a particularly poor time to pass a statute that could be interpreted to limit rights of participation in agency decision-making. Thanks so much for staying late tonight, and thank you for your attention. All right.
Mr. Reynolds. Always sucks when you're, oh, my language here. Always bad when you're near the end. Everyone's out of questions and tired. We appreciate your staying around for your testimony.
Thanks so much.
Next up, Alexis Harrison. Alexis, I don't see anyone, panelist or anything. Okay. This next name's, I don't know how to pronounce it. Christine Pialmi.
Nice one.
Please proceed, my buddy.
Esteemed Environment Committee members, I am so very pleased to see this new iteration of 5004 being raised, and I sincerely thank all of you, committee members, old and new, LCO staff, both legislative and executive branch policy people, and of course, all the environmental advocates. I support this bill primarily because it will help Connecticut's young people. Their climate despair is real. You heard today from pastoral and medical people attesting to that. And just a quick stat for your consideration, a 2021 poll of 10,000 young people ages 16 to 25 in 10 different countries, including the US. It was reported in The Lancet. They were asked, quote, is government acting in line with climate science to protect the planet? And a distressing 64% said no. 75% said the future is terrifying, and up to 41% have chosen not to have children because of climate change. This bill is a small step toward addressing that. It helps them with their very legitimate concerns, but it also helps the economy. I'm so pleased to see that you left in all the business incentives and in fact, expanded them, the career ladder. I think you did a wonderful job on this bill and I'm very pleased with it. Is it a perfect piece of legislation? Probably not. Very few pieces of public policy are, but this bill is very, very good. So good, in fact, that the Yankee Institute said you had managed to take last year's bill and make it worse. And of course, that's high praise given that the Yankee Institute accepts millions of dollars from the fossil fuel industry through dark money filters. So clearly they are not happy, which to me says this bill serves its purpose. It does not serve the greenhouse gas emitting industries, but rather the public, of whom are young people alive now and in future generations, are of paramount importance. Elected officials, of whom I was one once upon a time, welcome genuinely, I believe, our young people up to the Capitol. We love to see the girls lacrosse team, the Boy Scouts, our high school civics classes. And every one of us, I certainly did my share of photo op, welcoming them with open arms. But too often we vote against their futures, against their economic security, against their physical and mental health, and against their hope for a prosperous future. So you do have the power to change that. Please let this be the year that you raise this bill and pass it through both chambers. And I thank you again sincerely for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Palm. Any questions? Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Ms. Palm. It's lovely to see you up there tonight. I just wanted to say briefly, thank you for your work on this.
It's Citizen Palm to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Citizen Palm. We appreciate you, and thanks for taking the time to stick it out with us all day here, for sharing thoughts. We're going to continue working on this one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Next up, we have Ian McDonald.
Hi, that's a tough act to follow. Good evening, Chairs Lopes and Parker and other distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify tonight. I know it's been a long day, and I'm from Killingly. I just want to quickly just register my support for SB 9, HB 6280, the Climate Change Superfund Bill, HB 6273, funding for farmers who have crop loss due to acute weather, and of course for 5004, particularly Section 4, the future of gas docket, Section 18 on solar canopies, and Section 20 on thermal energy docket. I'm sure you guys get probably tired with people coming in here year after year, kind of as Christine Palm was alluding to, kind of urging you to really get the urgency of the state of the climate crisis. And, I'd love nothing more to find out that this, is vast scientific conspiracy. I have a few scientists in my immediate family, and I can't get anything past them. And scientists love to argue and nitpick each other to death. So the idea that that's the state of play, I think is unfortunately not tenable. As much as we'd all like to wake up and find out that it's not that big of a deal, I think we can probably see with our own eyes just where we're at now. And I think most people here get that. But kind of what follows from that is that, more or less where we're at, we pretty much should be getting off a lot of these fossil fuels yesterday. Now, I know we can't wave a magic wand. We need to keep the lights on. We need to keep the heat on. Very much understand that, and we don't want to put anybody in a bad situation. But what I think we need is a real serious commitment that we're not just slowly nudging our way there, transitioning, but I think we really need active transformation, both by this community and the legislature. When I was on the ISO New England Consumer Liaison Group Coordinating Committee, and at a lot of those meetings, and what I hear from folks at ISO when they're pressed on why they're not doing more, and also from FERC commissioners consistently, is that it's really in the hands of the legislature and the states to be taking meaningful action on climate change. So there's nobody else really to punt this to. This is really, unfortunately, on your shoulders, and that's not entirely fair. But I do think it's the reality. And Connecticut is probably the most important generator in New England. And we're one of the only regions that can really take meaningful action in terms of having our populace generally supporting most of this. And while we can't do it alone, if we're not moving on this significantly, and our region is not, I don't really see a possibility of avoiding some of the most catastrophic impacts.
Mr. McDonald, your time has popped up.
Yeah, I don't think we can avoid the most catastrophic impacts if we don't get this done. So please, not only pass this out of committee, but make sure these things get called for a vote, and to whatever extent you can, pressure the governor to pass these along. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Any questions from Mr. McDonald? I don't see any from anyone else, but I will say, you picked up on a couple really salient points. You can't stop looking at us as if we don't disagree or we don't think there's a problem. I told some of my Republican colleagues during the last person's testimony that I truly think there is a climate crisis and we're trying to do something about it. But just thinking there's a problem and writing legislation is one thing. We also have to craft something that's passable. And I have to craft something that can pass with the understanding that there are people up here that disagree with me or disagree on how to do it, and have a healthy respect that their opinion's different than mine. They may be right, I may be wrong, I may be right, they may be wrong, and we go through that process. So there is that understanding. It's not just this is the way forward, let's just do it. It's not that easy. So it's a matter of let's craft something I think that makes sense, that I also can pass. And when we keep hearing from advocates over and over and over, well, you have to do this and you have to do it at this level. And I'll say, well, we tried that 4 years in a row, and 4 years in a row it failed. Do you want us to try that again? Because it's probably going to fail the 5th year in a row. Or do you want to try something different that's slightly negotiated different, compromised different, and maybe has a slightly better chance of passage, so we can do maybe incremental steps to head in the direction we want? And that's what I keep trying to caution people to keep trying to stop thinking that when we don't pass something, it's not that the will isn't there, it's just the ability isn't, and it takes a lot of effort to get to where we want to go. But you picked up on some of that. I appreciate that. And we do believe there's a lot of us up here do believe there's a problem, but finding the way to a solution is often difficult. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and effort. Teresa Eckel.
Good evening. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone on the Environment Committee for hearing this very long day of testimony. My name is Terry Eichel. I'm the Executive Director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network, and we are a faith-based environmental group. We work with religious communities around the state on environmental issues like climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And every faith tradition talks about our role in caring for the planet and for each other. We're called to be responsible with the Earth's resources and compassionate to other living creatures. Faith communities contact me on a regular basis looking to reduce their energy consumption, switch to cleaner forms of energy, reduce the amount of waste they generate or the toxic chemicals they use. And we also help them install or expand organic vegetable gardens and pollinator gardens. And this spring, we're actually launching Deacon Art and Sandy Miller's Community Orchard, which will provide apple trees at 7 houses of worship and faith-based institutions. I'm actually in South Congregational Church of East Hartford right now, and they're actually one of the recipients. So I'm glad to be able to speak in support of a couple different bills tonight, HB 5004, SB 9, HB 6280, and HB 6273. I have a couple of suggestions. In HB 5004, it would be great to see an increase in the portion of CLM funds for direct services and investments in residential services, especially air sealing and insulation, which are incredibly cost-effective ways to reduce energy bills and pollution. Ensuring homes are insulated and sealed will make heat pumps even more efficient. I would also love to see an increase in the cap for small commercial solar. That will cover small businesses, houses of worship. Houses of worship run up against that cap all the time, and it can take a couple years for them to install the solar that they want. Actually, South Congregational has one of the largest solar arrays I've seen. So that would be a great thing to raise the cap on small commercial solar. In 5004, the bill allows OSWA and urban green community garden funds to be used for commercial purposes. I would love to see that struck. I would love to see that open space and urban green used for nonprofits, municipalities, that sort of thing. And also there's some percentage that's allowed for wildfire mitigation. That doesn't seem like the right use for that funding, although I do acknowledge we do need to look at wildfire mitigation as the climate crisis continues to increase. I'm glad that to see action on remediation and mitigation and adaptation, SB 9, I'm very happy to see all the good plans that are in there. It would be great to get the language from the HB 6915 and 6916 back in there. That was stronger language, although I do acknowledge what you just said about needing something passable. However, the language was stronger and will protect wildlife and human health more. We do support the establishment of a climate change SRPO fund and also establishing funding for farmers who have crop loss. We've got a lot of farming communities in our network, including First Congregational Church of Lebanon. And, the farmers know that they are being devastated by these extreme weather events, and we certainly support helping them. So Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the work you're doing. I know it's been a long day, and I'm grateful for your time.
No problem. But back to what I said to the last person, it won't protect more people if it doesn't pass.
I understand.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. We're on to the last person of our hearing, Colin Bennett, Swamp Yankee Earth Care.
That's
I've been
me.
looking forward to you all night because
Yeah, thanks.
my good friend from a lifetime ago, we'd always get together and hang out, and we'd always talk about ethnicities. And I was Portuguese, and the other guys were Polish. Some of the guys were Italian, and we'd look at him and say, "What are you?" And he'd go, "I'm just a swamp Yankee." And so I never knew what that meant, but maybe you can elaborate on that. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe another time because I know it's late. And yeah, obviously my name is Tom Bennett, the founder of Swamp Yankee Earth Care, and we are an ecological restoration company who specializes in invasive plant management without the use of herbicides or any other poison. And I'm here today, well, I was there and now I'm home, speaking with you in the midst of global ecological collapse. And I live with the knowledge, both professionally and personally, that it's likely too late to stop ecological catastrophe, which is obviously exacerbated by the climate crisis. That said, I'm also driven by the need to do everything I can to protect our planet and by extension humans while I still can. As such, I implore you in both your official capacity as well as in your personal lives to do everything you can to help protect our environment in Connecticut, which all of us literally depend on for our lives. In relation to today's docket, I highly encourage you to support a ban on both neonics and rodenticides, both of which are absolutely horrible for our environment, therefore detrimental to human health as well, and they are not necessary. Finally, I encourage you to support funding for open space preservation, which I fundamentally believe is one of the single most important actions we can take. Every single acre of new development makes our state demonstrably worse, and conversely, every acre we protect makes the world a better place for all of its inhabitants, including our children, grandchildren, and all future generations. You have myriad opportunities this session to make a positive difference, so I encourage you to do the right thing and ignore everyone who tries to influence you, whose motivation is their own financial interest, and please act in the best interest of the people of the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions? Seeing none, I think we're done unless there's anyone left. Madam Clerks. All right. Thank you everyone for hanging out and keeping us company, and I hope everyone has a safe ride home.